All right. Oh my God, don't have lights on. Gotta turn the lights on. Boom, boom. Okay, here we go. I gotta do that board. And here we go. All right, so welcome. As I'm just getting things set up here for free agency. It's just after 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. And there's a lot of things to talk about already, including the Sam Reinhart signing. Excuse me for a second. And yeah, so that is that. I'm running off of probably like most of you, very little sleep, a bowl of cereal, and some snacks I have over here to the side. Thank you, apple shreds. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see if we can get anybody watching. That'll be cool. That would be something. All right. See if I don't know if I think my mic is doing fine. We'll find out more later. I'm just gonna type something here in the chat real quick to welcome all of you. Okay, there we are. And so now that's going. Let's see if I have some live trackers here. Uh, let's get some Sportsnet, a little Sportsnet on the side. I'm just setting myself up. Don't mind me. Boom. So yeah, we'll get some more details here. 2024 NHL signing season. Where's the tracker? Where is the tracker? Looks like Bertuzzi signing with the Blackhawks. Sam Reinhart looks at an 8-year deal. There's a few teams chasing Anthony Stolarz, including the Leafs and the Florida. I know at least we're also looking in on Brossois. And yeah, okay. I should have this up live. I should also have Sportsnet up live too. That would be a good thing. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's try and get some people on here. Dun, 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 dun. I need some theme music. Dun, dun, dun. It's more like elevator music. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Really, it doesn't. Sportsnet coverage doesn't start till 8:30 a.m. Pacific. And they've got basketball on this channel right now. Okay, or something. I thought it was much earlier than that. So that's not for another 2.5 hours. Oh, we got some people. Holy cow. Okay, wow. You scared me. So Sportsnet does have some coverage up in here in Canada for the signing season, silly season. It doesn't look like it starts for another 2.5 hours, but obviously there's a lot going on Twitter and everywhere else. We'll get updates pouring in Lightning have agreed to terms with Gensel. Oh, it is a 7-year, $63 million deal. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, let's see what it says here. Worth an average AAV of $9 million. The Bolts traded, of course, a third round pick to Carolina for his rights. Blah 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 blah. Gensel is now the third highest paid player on Tampa's books behind Nikita Kucherov and Point, which make 9.5 annually. Wouldn't it be nice to have your highest paid players at 9.5 annually? I'm speaking as a Who fan, so um, yeah, that's very hard jealousy coming out there. Okay, um, we have other stuff. Marchessault is hitting the open market. Let's look at the Sam Reinhart signing. It is an 8-year term worth 8.625 million AAV. Good for him. Of course, he had 57 goals, including 27 of them on the power play last season, and 94 points in 82 games. Thing is that it's Florida. People take a discount because tax free, blah blah blah. But I heard about there was the RCA loophole in Canada where you can get almost paid the same thing if you use that system. Compared to the tax free states in the U.S. But in any case, um, could he have made more on the open market? I think so. But how much? My question is, how much of that is an aberration? How much of last season is an aberration? Because if you look at the rest of his stats, they're just not nearly as high. So, I might be worried, for instance, that he's just going to revert to 25 goal, 30 goal max guy, um, as opposed to, like a Pasternak pushing out at least 40 goals a season. So, yeah, but Pasternak is now being paid more than at 11 million, whatever. So maybe that's part of it, and that's where the 8 million comes in as well. Bertuzzi looks like he's signing in Chicago. I think it's a 4-year deal worth around 5.5. I don't have particulars on that yet, um, but we'll get some updates on that shortly. I'm also going to work on the side here. I got to get Twitter open. I don't know if do you guys have Twitter. Does anyone want? Please jump in the chat. Let me know if you guys are on Twitter or not, and if you're following that yourselves. That's basically where a lot of the earliest news hits before it even hits the networks um, as journalistic news, so to speak. Usually, there's a tweet about it first, obviously, but maybe you've been on it for years, and I'm just uh, I sound like an ass right now. So yeah. So let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Darren Dreger. Yeah, says about Anthony Stolarz. Darren Dreger's from TSN. So the three teams. Okay, he just says Toronto, Florida. He doesn't say who the third team is. Are vying for the 6'6" goaltenders status. I mean, I really hope Toronto don't have to pay 3 million for either Stolaros or Brossois, but it kind of feels like that's where it's heading. So let's refresh the old Twitter thing box here. I'm not calling it X. Not calling it X. Elon Musk put out a poll about if people liked X or that they preferred Twitter. And I think it was at least 70% for Twitter. I've refused to update my Twitter app as well. I don't do that. And I'm talking to myself because at the moment I have no viewers. That's okay. Okay, Jake Gensel, here we go, is official at 19 minutes now. 7 times 9 million. Oh, I mentioned that already. I'm gonna do a lot. I have a feeling that's gonna happen a lot today. Um, I haven't had much sleep. Please excuse my brain. Gensel's from Eduardo A. Encina. I believe this is a beat reporter. Yes, he is beat writer. Gensel's 7-year deal with the Bolts is loaded with signing bonus money, 53 million. Wow, of the 63. He will have a 12.263 signing bonus this season and a 1 million base salary. Wow. Combine lots of money up front and no Florida state tax. And JBB made an offer too good to refuse. And Bolts Jolts replies, please stop perpetuating the tax advantage myth. The myth. Okay. Back in Sweden, the Rangers qualified Lindgren, Robertson, Eriksson, and Schneider. They did not qualify Trevingo and Lindbaum. That's Ranger news. Um, let's get that out. A little retweet there. Okay. I think that's the first thing I've heard about the Rangers. Well, besides, of course, the Jake Trouba rumors that are out there. The Oilers are re-signing UFA Connor Brown to a 1-year, $1 million deal. 12 points in 71 games. But of course, he came alive in the last, I want to say, half or so of the playoffs, um, and scored some pretty big goals for them. So happy for that guy. He used to be a Toronto Maple Leaf. Ling. I do wear other shirts, but I am from Toronto initially. Be warned. Okay. David Pagnotta says Devils are going to add a top six forward. One name to look out there, Jonathan Marchessault. What do we have here? Pro Hockey Rumors has Hurricanes, Jacob Slavin in on agreement on an 8-year extension. Don't have that particulars yet. Report Rangers to sign Sam Carrick a 3-year, $3 million contract. So it looks like a 1 million AAV. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And hey, if you're new, subscribe to the channel. I'd appreciate that. Good morning, Bucks, Rays, Bolts. Thank you for joining me. I bet you're really happy about the Gensel news so far. $9 million. I wonder what you think, of course, about Stamkos and what other players Tampa might be going after, or you'd like them to go after, or you think they might go after. Think, hope. You can choose one. Upset Stamkos losing, yeah, yeah. I bet you are. It's a shame they couldn't figure that out. But I think there's still a slight chance he may still sign with them. We'll see. We all know. We all remember what happened last time, right? And of course, we keep hearing that one of the leaders places for him that he might go. I hear Nashville is one, of course. Detroit, I think I heard. Vegas, I wouldn't be surprised at as well. I think I'm missing another team there. Let me know where you think Stamkos might go. Again, you can use think, hope. Uh, all of those, any of those words, any of the above. Let's go on here. The Bolts Jolts say that the Tampa has 7.5 million left. They have to assume around 2 to 3 for Moser or Messer, however you want to pronounce that they got from Utah. So they say about 4 or 5 million really left. Of course, if you haven't heard, Sam Reinhart re-signed for 8 years at 8.625. Cap friendly. Oh, cap friendly is going to be gone any day now. What is it? Is it like the? I know it's I think it's like the third or something. Is it the second or third or seventh? I don't know. All I know is I'm disappointed. Okay. So yeah, 7 years at 9 million AAV for Jake Gensel, says cap friendly. Um, Probably gonna repeat a few things here because I'm only half conscious at the moment. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Please give me a thumbs up if you don't mind. That'd be really helpful. Be cool. And if you're new, consider subscribing to the channel. I'm gonna be here for hours today. I'm gonna redo this board. I don't even know if I'm gonna use it. Maybe I will when there's some downtime, and I'll throw up some signings there. We'll see. My hand, I'm still getting carpal tunnel from draft day, from all that writing up and down the board. I did not work on round two of the draft. It's round 2 to 7. That's insanity. I've done it maybe twice, 2 or 3 times before, and I will never do it again. Okay. So Jay Fresh has got a map of Jake Gensel's player card here. If you want to see that, look for that on Twitter. He says what he was signed for, 7 by 9. He's a high-end scoring winger who uses superb hockey IQ to create space and get pucks to high danger areas by shooting or passing. Poor D metrics through his career, but manages the puck well. Finishing hasn't been special lately. It's funny, I've heard mixed comments about his defensive responsibilities in the last few days. Yeah, okay. Who else? What else are we looking at here? Elliot has Ottawa. Oh, Elliot Friedman has Ottawa in on Joel Edmondson, 6'5", 220 pounds. Last played for the Leafs when he was traded from Washington last season. I was really hoping the Leafs would have kept him and then paired him up with either Liljegren, who was recently signed, or if they trade Liljegren, like maybe a Zadorov or a Montour, but all those guys seem to be pretty expensive. So I don't know about that. Moving on. Freeze down latest. Yeah, Tyler Bertuzzi, Chicago, 4-year deal. Looks like around 5.5. Looking for updates on that. And what do we got here on Sportsnet? NHL signings tracker. There we go. Okay, so officially, we're still only looking at Gensel and Reinhardt for today. Yesterday, of course, we got Patrick Kane. Notably, I don't have specifics on it besides it just being a 1-year contract. And who else of notable? Isaac Lundstrom, Ho-Hum, 1.5 million 1 year at Anaheim. He's 24 centerman, 24-year-old centerman. Sean Dursey. I was really surprised at this, but not surprised at the team for giving it to him. 4 years at 6 mil. Excuse me. That's a cereal burp. At $6 million AAV. Huh. Maybe that's about right. I don't know. For some reason, it feels a little bit pricey to me. But yeah. And then, of course, there's Timothy Liljegren at 2 years at $3 million AAV. If you've seen my Twitter remarks, I'm not happy about this. I know that he could break out at any point. This usually they break out at latest around at his age around this time. But I don't know. He actually improved his play last year until he messed up his ankle, and then when he came back, he wasn't as good. And then, of course, for the second year in a row, Timothy Liljegren didn't play well in the playoffs and was scratched. And it's because he's scared to take a hit. He was as soon as he gave out one or two of them, which I was surprised at against the Bruins in the playoffs. He then turned into a scary little bunny rabbit, and then that was it for him, right? I mean, Joel Edmondson kind of saved his behind. So I maybe I'm, I get a feeling maybe I'm that's a minority opinion right now on Timothy Lilligren, but I rather have them spent that draft, that capital on someone else, on adding it to another big guy, Matt Roy or Wah, however you want to pronounce it, or Zadorov or a Montour, who might be too pricey, as well as Zadorov, or who am I missing out? Pesci, who's rumored to be signing with the Devils, one of those players, and it looks like at the very least that maybe they'll get Labushkin back. Um, I rather him there as a bottom pairing defense with like a Joel Edmondson. I also hear Toronto's in on OEL. I don't know how thrilled I am about that. If they're gonna pair OEL, if they're gonna get him at a good cap hit for starters, and then although he's a left shot, I believe if they're going to pair him with a player like Labushkin, I feel better about it. Because I think OEL is more of a similar player to Lilligren. OEL, of course, having much more experience. Okay, looking at some more news here. Ba-ba-ba-bum. New Jersey, no, nothing really happening. Surprising enough, the the uh, the Sportsnet stuff, the live channels, I thought would be up by now at 9 Eastern, are only up at 8:30 Eastern. So we're looking at another 2 hours until they go up. So that's what's happening at the moment. I'm just watching the ticker and seeing how this goes. And I'll put up the channel. I'm just gonna press play here, just in case they decide to start early. Would they do that? Start earlier than they said they would? I don't know. We'll see. What's Come on? Having some technical difficulties here. Let's go. Okay. Oh, now you're not letting me even play the channel. Okay, watch channel. I'll watch the channel on no volume just for the time being, in case anything pops up. Back to okay, signing season. They have something happening here. Oh, they're reviewing the Leafs, of course, Max Domi. Oh yeah, how did I forget about that? So Max Domi signs a 4-year deal worth 15 million overall. You should see his Twitter/Instagram release. It's hilarious and thrilling at the same time, especially if you're a Leafs fan. He does the whole Leonardo DiCaprio uh, speech on The Wolf of Wall Street. If you remember that, when he says he's not leaving, and then he pairs that to "I'm not fucking leaving." Did I just drop an F bomb? And then it bleeds into. Um, can you hear? Can you hear it in the background? Oh, that's awesome! And he paired that together. He paired that together with one of the older Leaf videos from this season, um, which is Corey guy. Anyways, it was really cool. Go watch it. It's on Twitter. It's on Instagram. Google it. Whatever. It's fantastic. Uh, this is Frank Cervelli. If you don't recognize his voice, uh, talking about Tanev. I think the question here for about Tanev, and the reason it hasn't been released yet, is how they're going to structure it and how much, because the guy's was it 34 years old. Uh, if he can keep the AAV down and stretch it out to whatever, I don't know, 6 seasons or something, and then walk him off to uh, prediction for Stammer. I'll give that to you in just a second. If they could, and then walk him off until Robidas Island, if you know what that is. I/LTIR kind of thing. We'll see if that happens with Tanev. It's been rumored so much on Twitter lately. Yeah, you have a feeling the NHL might be keeping a Sauron eye on that at the moment. My prediction for Stammer is so hard, isn't it? I mean, it's he's rumored to be going to Nashville, Detroit, Vegas. Um, Felix is also saying, I'm guessing Tanev is 3 million AAV for 6 years. That would be really cool. If that, yeah, that if that happened, that would be a sweet deal because that means they would have a little more wiggle space to go after some of the players I mentioned already. Uh, Ideally, like a Matt Roy or Pesci or Zadorov or Montour, who probably priced himself out along with Zadorov. And at the worst case scenario, like a Labushkin. And I'm also hoping Patrick Kane news. $4 million. There it is. So 1 year, $4 million for Patrick Kane. Anyone surprised by that, or that he didn't go to Buffalo? And okay, so just blah blah blah. All right. So I'm just looking at some different news boxes here. Yeah. So yeah, Stamkos, Detroit, Nashville, Vegas. Um, I believe these are the leading teams. Anyways, I don't think Toronto would be in on this. Um, I think they would love to have him, obviously, but it's not what their prime need, and he'd have to sign a real sweetheart of a deal. Which, if he wanted to throw it back in Tampa's face, he would do. He would sign with his hometown at this equal or less money that he would that Tampa ended up offering him, which is what was it? Was it like 3 million a season for 6 years, something like that? Um, yeah, Felix says if they're okay to LTIR for a few years on Tanev, I'm guessing it could go to 7 years. Right. Yeah, yeah, that would be great. Uh, if that means $3 million, obviously, I hope the league isn't uh, keeping keeping a close eye on that whole thing. Um, just because once it gets in Toronto's news cycle, it gets blown up everywhere, and Toronto news, reporting usually blows those things away out of proportion. Felix also says I could see it, um, but I could see it if Spezza, Gio, and a few did look take less to be in Toronto. Oh, you're talking about Stamkos, I assume, or are we still talking about Tanev? I'm unsure who you're speaking of at the moment. Uh, Either way, yes. Tanev, I could see that for sure. Oh, Stamkos. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's made his money. You hear that he was insulted by Tampa Bay's offering, which is to say that it wasn't enough of an AAV. So it makes you wonder why would he take one from Toronto? But again, if he just wanted to piss Tampa off, sticking not only and signing with a rival in the same division, the team that eliminated the season before that, that would be really like peeing in their eye. I think that's would be the equivalent of that right there. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate that, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. What is Felix saying here? I could see Stammer signing Toronto of a deal. If a deal for Marner happens today, yeah, I think a lot of things could happen if Marner is traded. That would make things possible. Definitely. I concur with that assessment. Marner's bonus and all pay today. I wouldn't be surprised if he moves. That's true. Marner's a lot of bonuses are coming out today. I saw a tweet on that, which I can now that we were talking about it. I can just sort of list through. Um, but yeah, that would open up a lot of space. They grab Stamkos, they would have enough money maybe to go after for a Montour. I say Montour, although I hope he wouldn't be paid more than 5.5 million AAV. Um, and I know you say that 172 point season might be a bit of an outlier, but I think it's I know he's a bit of a defensive liability, but they need a power play guy, and he also has some snot in him, which I like. So if they slide him on a bottom pairing, but use him on the first power play, speaking of Montour, I think that would be really cool because they need to change that up somehow, which I imagine Stamkos would do as well. You could see him going to PP1 instantly, right? Okay, what do we got here? We got some movement. Marner's bonus all paid today. Daniel McCrae says, "What do you think Washington should sign today?" I'll throw that question back at you. Who you think they should sign? Because it looks like they're upping. They've been grabbing a bunch of players. Of course, PLD, the big obvious one. Who else? Remind me who else they signed recently. Oh, geez. It's sorry, it's escaping my brain right now. I haven't fully woken up. Felix is saying, I read Marner is willing to be moved to Dallas, Vegas, Nashville, and Chicago. Which one do you think is the best fit, and what asset would you like back? Interesting question. Hmm. Um, I'm not sure about Chicago. I'm not sure about Chicago. I mean, I know Chicago obviously has the most space and to give him what he wants money wise. It's how competitive they're going to be, and his is he okay going to a non-competitive team at least for the next 2 years? I'd say, uh, and then Nashville. I guess that's a possibility. We've heard that a lot. Vegas. I don't like the potential return from Vegas. I hear about Theodore plus I don't know, unless he came with what's that bruiser of a defenseman they have? Oh my God, his name is not filling my brain right now. Moved to If he was moved to Dallas, I don't know what we would get back. I would want Harley. If Marner went to Dallas, I definitely want Harley to be part of the package. And I don't know that Dallas would do that. And if you're Vegas, I want at least two of their, Theodore plus one of their McNabb. That's the name I was trying to think of, and McNabb to fill in there. And I don't know Vegas would take two of their top four defensemen out of their lineup. Um, we'll get back to that. The chat is still going here. How do I have zero people watching, but the chat is moving? Okay. Washington was signed today. Daniel McCrae, I think another top six forward, maybe DeBrusque, and a D man or two, maybe Matt Roy. Yeah, I say DeBrusque is a real possibility. I think those are pretty good assessments. And Matt Roy on D. It seems like a lot of people are in on Matt Roy. He may be like the poor man's Pesci slash Sidorov. Not in the way he plays, but in terms of the AAV that he might get. Ba, 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 ba. Felix McNabb, yes, yes. Felix Harley is fucking solid. I like that. Can I? How much can I swear on YouTube? I wonder before they censor me. Problem with Chicago is they would like to move Seth Jones. Yes, I think that's a given. If you're trading him to Chicago, you gotta presume um, Seth Jones is coming back the other way. I have mixed feelings about that, honestly. I mean, I guess he's an improvement on the power play from the point. Uh, I'm not crazy about his AAV, for instance. Um, and yeah, it just doesn't sound like a thrilling trade to me. To me, I guess I'd love him to. I think Anaheim has the pieces for Marner, but I doubt seriously doubt he would go there. Because I'm looking at Gudis, for instance, um, maybe one of the top prospects, etc. Okay, problem with Chicago is a problem. Daniel McCrae, Washington just desperately needs scoring. Their goaltending and defense was relatively good last season. Yeah, Lindgren did really well. Um, it'd be really interesting to see where PLD plays if he's going to be I would think they'd start him at number two slot behind Strom. We'll see what happens with that. But I'm unsure of their cap situation. But I think you had a good eye there on DeBrusque. I also heard DeBrusque might go to Calgary. I heard there was some rumblings there. Maybe even Edmonton, depending on if they buy out Campbell, how much money they have to spend, etc. Washington is scoring, the goaltending, and defense really good. Yes, and I believe Rasmus Sandin's new contract kicks in for Washington this year too. So I'll see how that affects their cap. Felix also says they would need to retain Jones' salary. He would be a decent top four. Yes, if they did that, yeah, I would feel much better about a trade that included Jones. If they retain salary in that respect, we'll see. Um, Maybe they just end up re-signing him. Uh, I'm 90% to trade Marner, 10% to keep him. That's how I sort of feel about it. What I think is going to happen, I don't know. It just seems like with the Leafs and these big contract players, they're just the stand pat team. Even though Trevelling is in the driver's seat now, and I feel like the most likely outcome is they sign him and he stays. But I don't know. Trevelling could surprise us. I mean, look what he did with Kachuk, but he was sort of forced to do that. Blah 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 blah. Daniel McCray, as a Leafs fan, who do you want them to go after? I'll get back to that in just a second. Uh, Felix, a wild one for Marner would be Winnipeg. They have the prospect on the brink of being full-time NHLers like McGordy. I can't speak English this morning at all, so just a warning there. Yeah, I McGordy would definitely be in the trade. I can't. I'm trying to think of anyone else. I know Ellers has asked for a trade, but I don't think I'd be interested in Ellers. Um, yeah, I'd have to think about that more. Uh, Back to Daniel McCray. Who do I want the Leafs? Who do I want the Leafs to go after? Oh, that's easy. I'm just going to sort of turn and wipe this board. I don't know if I'm going to end up using it or not. But Leafs on defense, in my perfect world, they've obviously are going to ink Tanev. Um, they have. Let's just assume that Benoit and McCabe are going to be a pairing, right? So you have the need for a left shot, one left shot if Edmondson leaves. I'd like him to come back and fill a bottom pairing role and match him with like a Montour. But I have a feeling both Edmondson and Montour are going to cost too much. And I've heard Montour. I haven't heard Montour rumored much to Toronto at all lately, anyways. Um, and if that's a fact, I'd really like them to go after Matt Roy or Pesci or Zadorov. But with the exception of maybe Roy, it feels like Zadorov, Montour are going to price themselves out, and Jersey just seems to be too much fire behind Pesci being involved there. So I don't know if that's realistic. At worst case scenario, now that they have Tanev, I'd like them to get Labushkin and pair him up with like an Edmondson. But they signed Liljegren, which I didn't like. I think they doubled his salary. Um, Maybe he'll prove me wrong this year, but he's not a playoff guy. He's You can say, oh, he hasn't been played enough. There's that argument, right? But he's so timid. He's scared of getting hit. You look in the playoffs. He actually threw a couple of good hits and then got smacked once, and that was the end of that. And then he starts coughing the puck up, and then he can't. He needs someone who's a brute to play with him because he's no good in front of the net. And if you're not good in the playoffs, why? And you're a contender, why are you signing guys unless you have the the point the intention of trading him? Like a sign and trade. I don't know what else to do here. Okay, I'm missing a few things here. Sorry, I got a little passionate there, Daniel. Okay, because to be continued. To be continued. Felix, a wild one from Warner could be Winnipeg. They have a prospect brink of being full time. I read that already. Ehlers is a dollar value version of Marner, so wouldn't do any good. I agree. Daniel McCray. I'll just say Daniel. Do you mind if I call you Daniel? I feel like the Leafs could improve their bottom six. Yes, I haven't even talked about forwards yet. I've been so focused on defense. Um, I that's a whole can of worms too, isn't it? Because they're flipping a few things around. We'll get back to that in a second. Vinny DeHarnay could be a good seventh D for Leafs. Yeah, I'd be cool with that as a seventh D. Absolutely. It's because it seems that he's a UFA this season. Um, because I feel Liljegren is like a seventh D, but I'd kind of rather have DeHarnay as a seventh D. Two way too different players. Um, and of course, Liljegren has a much higher ceiling, but DeHarnay will kill people in front of the net, right? Um, Felix also says Leafs should go after the third line. Edmonton had Brown, Henrique, and Janmark. Yes, I really like Janmark for obvious reasons. If you were watching the finals, I would be. I don't know if he's a UFA. I don't know off the top of the head. If one of you want to check, I could do that in a second here. I'll just check. I'll open Cap Friendly, as we say. I should go to Puckpedia really, but I haven't honestly. I haven't really used it yet, and I will get familiar with it really soon. Um, but Cap Friendly, I'm just really confident moving around in it. All right, so okay, so here we go. Just for a few signings that have just happened recently. Sam Carrick signed with the Rangers. He's a center right wing who was with Edmonton at a for 3 years at $1 million AAV. Tyler Bertuzzi, Chicago, 4 years at 5.5 AAV. Gensel, of course, Tampa Bay at $9 million AAV over 7 years. Reinhardt. Carrick is 32, by the way. Bertuzzi, 29. Gensel, 29. Sam Reinhart, age 28. Right winger, 8 years at 8.625 AAV. Sam Steele re-signed with Dallas on a 1 year, $1.2 million. And then we start going into yesterday, Max Domi, 4 years, 3.75. Timothy Liljegren, etc. What did I come here for? I came here to look at. Oh my God, what did I come here? What did I go to Cap Friendly to look at? I was looking at Janmark is what I was looking at to see if he's UFA or not. All three of them are UFAs. I wish this emoji sign would get at them. All three of them are UFAs. I'll assume that's what you were saying. Yeah, that's fantastic. Fantastic. That would be a great third line. Brown's already re-signed. I believe it's for 1 million 1 year. Henrique would be a great third line center. I got a feeling it's going to be. He might be a little expensive though. Janmark. Ooh, Janmark. I would love. I'm going to look up Janmark here. I just need to. Janmark. Let's go. Matthias Janmark. Okay, 6'1", 195 pounds. He's 31. I didn't realize he was that old, but he can play both wings. He's got he's got a birthday in December. Shoots left. So what do we got here for? So he's a UFA. In the playoffs in 25 games, 8 points, 4 of them goals, +6, 12 penalty minutes. Yeah, so he plays wing. Yeah, I think Janmark would be a great signing. But I just think they need a more than anything, they need a third line center. I would prioritize that after the defense. You could argue, after Tanev, if it's another defenseman or a 3C, I guess you could look at that. I think also the Camp is making too much money as a fourth line center. I'd like to keep him, but I like what he does. I just not for the money. I think they could save at least $1 million on someone else, like Dewar. I think Dewar is going to be making about 1 million this season because he was an RFA with arbitration. Make him. He seems to be a pretty good replacement. Maybe not quite as good as Camp, um, but I could see him and then trade Camp. That way, you get some money out the door. I would also send Lilligren out the door with his $3 million. So that's 5.4-ish million right there that you can move. That's a defenseman. Um, and then you could also look at a 3C who I have a feeling Henrique. What might Henrique be asking for? What's he gonna make? I have no idea. Maybe he can get 4 million somewhere. Let's look at Henrique for a second here. All three of them. Henrique, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you haven't already, and if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. As I'll be here for a few hours at least. I think I could be here. I could be here for 7 or 8 hours today. It's going to be so crazy. And Reek, I mean, I've been going at this for almost an hour now, and Sportsnet's coverage in Canada hasn't even started. Doesn't even start for another hour and a half. Free agent frenzy, that is. I'm looking up Henrique. Henrique on Cat Friendly. That's my computer thinking. Brantford, Ontario, shoots left, height 6 foot. Oh, he's from Ontario. Oh, 195 pounds. He's 34 years old. So he's looking for a last ditch contract here, maybe a 2-year deal, or a 3-4 year deal. If Toronto could stretch his lower his AAV, that's a possibility. What was Yanmar? What was Henrique last making? It was $5.825 million in 60 games with the Ducks. He had 18 goals, 42 points, 22 with Edmonton, 6 goals, 9 points. Playoffs in 17 games, 7 points, 4 goals, +3. I don't know. I think like $3 million for a 3C is reasonable, and he's a guy you had to bump up to the second center role out of necessity. If Tavares drops off or something, I think that's a possibility. He has that flexibility in his game. I don't think that's a long-term thing. That's the thing. Leafs need a 2-second center line. Ideally, you push Tavares down to 3C. He's your new 3C at $11 million for one more season, or you push Tavares to the wing. We've talked this into the ground, and then put somebody else in the 2C spot. And then again, maybe you're just looking at too much movement there, and you're thinking, oh, they need to trade Marner. They need to trade Marner. They need to get a second C. They need another top 4D besides Tanev, a right shot guy who can either preferably play the power play like Montour, and not or, but and no, actually or what it's really early. I haven't had any coffee. My apologies. Or another like defensive D man like Roy, um, Pesci, right? Labushkin. And then Zadorov is kind of a nice mix of both. Although he's a left-handed guy, he's very used to playing the right side. So, wow, what if Zadorov's? Can you imagine that they sign Zadorov and then he ends up playing the PP1? Because he looked pretty good in the playoffs in the offensive zone. I gotta say, he seems to have a half decent shot. You can argue about how fast he moves, but yeah, anything new in the chat here? Not yet. Thank you for all the thumbs up, folks. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Felix and Daniel, for jumping into the chat. If I haven't, trying to see if there was a question I didn't answer here. Who do you want them to go as a Leaf fan? Who do you want them to go after? Trying to think of who else is out there as a D-man who I haven't already mentioned. I think that's about it. Where's my Sportsnet coverage? Okay, let's refresh Oh, that's who I was looking at. We're looking at signing bonuses. That was like 10 minutes ago. But for the Toronto Maple Leafs. All right, so here we go. Here's the list released by Kevin Papedi. Matthews, his signing bonus at $15.925 million. Nylander, $10 million. Marner, $7.25 million. That comes off the books today, so maybe we see a killer trade happening here. Would it involve if it was to Nashville? Here's a good question. If it was to Nashville, would it involve, of course, multiple pieces from the Predators, but would it involve Saros at his new contract of 7 point whatever million, or would it involve their rookie goaltender in the AHL, Askarov? I want to say his name is, who seems to be pretty damn amazing. And you go with two really young guys in that. Um, there could be worse things in the world than that. Of course, you'd have to have more pieces coming back. I heard about Carrier, like Carrier, for instance, another right shot D who's not big, but plays with enough grit and meanness, which would be decent. Although I think Predators were on the verge of signing him, so I don't know if that would be an option. Back to the signing bonus list here. We've got Tavares at $7.04 million. Who else? Domi at 3.5, Liljegren 2.4, Yankrok at 1.325, and Kampf at 1.325. So those are the signing bonuses coming out today for Toronto. Let's see what else here. Why is my Sportsnet feed going to sleep? Sorry, excuse me for a second. I'm just rebooting. What's happening? Why did it go dead? Why did you go dead, Sportsnet? Wake up. Let's refresh Twitter as well. Beep, 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 beep. That's breaking news. Beep, 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 beep. Friedman on Halford and Borough. Okay. Okay. I don't know who these people are, but someone is quoting Elliot Friedman on saying OEL to Toronto on a 3-year times 4 million deal is a reasonable possibility. See, the only reason I feel okay about that, it's 3 year, $4 million for OEL. I feel OEL is a bottom pairing defenseman for a contender. So why are you paying a bottom pairing defenseman unless he's got some real intangibles? $4 million. I know McCabe and Benoit are cheap, right? At least McCabe for one more year. Who they have to re-sign any day now, I would assume. Probably around $4 million. I don't think they've re-signed him yet, have they? I have to look that up on Brian McCabe. I'm cat friendly here. Brian McCabe. I don't like OEL and Timothy Liljegren. I feel that's too much of the same player. I know one's much more younger, and Liljegren may have a higher ceiling. Um, I'd only want to have one of those guys on the team, and I want him to be paired with a bruiser. Not definitely not playing with each other. And OEL I think is a left hand shot, or Liljegren's a right. No, thank you. I don't want that at all. I know OEL showed a little bit of grit in the playoffs, but I want his personality has to be mean in general. Some guy who dishes out heavy hits, clears the front of the net. I don't need two guys who can't do that playing on the same team. Never mind the same pair. Okay, I was looking for McCabe. I'm sorry, I'm just here on Cat Friendly. Apparently, I can't spell McCabe. Brian McCabe. There we go. What? Jake McCabe. Okay, I said Brian McCabe. I saw age 49. I'm like, huh? Jake McCabe. He is 30 years old, 6'1", 204 pounds. Let's see here. Yeah, so he's on his last year of his 4 million AAV. So Toronto has not upped him. I hope that happens very soon. Of course, Toronto was only paying him just over $2 million, I believe, because of Chicago retained money, et cetera, et cetera. So they need to re-sign him. This is his last year under contract with the Leafs. We'll see what happens there. Anything else in the chat? Nothing new. It's Lizzie. Lizzie. Hello. Hi, it's Lizzie. That's an interesting name. It's Lizzie. So do I just call you It's Lizzie all the time? Is that how I? Welcome. It's Lizzie. Yeah. If you have any questions, please let me know. I gotta remember to drink. Oh, I wish that was coffee or matcha. I'm not really a coffee drinker. I'm a matcha drinker. It doesn't sit well on my stomach. Okay, let's do this really quickly. And I need some, really need some alcohol. I get a feeling I'm not going to use this thing. I'm just going to keep talking all the time. So maybe I'll just take this board down. I feel I'd rather be paying attention to the screens and go from there. So I'll take the board down. It'll look better, and we can mosey on forward. Why is my iPad keeps going dead here? I have to hit refresh. Watch channel. Okay, taking the board down. Taking board down. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to move this into the corner. Here we go. I'll be right back. And we're on. Oh, let's put up some lights now. Okay, boom. Or lights. Oh, I got some other lights here too. Okay, back to just covering the news. Just taking a quick break here. All right. So I have fresh Sportsnet. Let's see what else Twitter says here. Anything else in the chat? It's Canada Day today. Yes, it is. It's Lizzie. I happen to live in Canada. I live in British Columbia. And I'm kind of happy it's happening today. But either way, it just seems so weird to have the end of the season and the draft and free agent frenzy all within like a week ish. It just I don't know how GMs are getting any sleep whatsoever. And if you're not a good sleeper, you're probably taking a lot of um, happy pills or sleepy pills or whatever you like to call them. Okay. Yes, Sportsnet is looking at soccer right now. I don't see why they haven't started their coverage earlier. Okay, so I'm scrolling through. Okay, the truth says 55% taxation in Canada equals many states less than 6%. Why would any free agent want to go to a Canadian team? That's a fair question. We'll get to that in just a second. Because I just heard something recently that will help explain the tax situation and how Canada can come very close to um, uh, getting players the same sort of discount, if you want to call that, or saving their money. It's Lizzie. My favorite team is the Habs, aka Montreal Canadiens. Yes, yes, I'm very familiar with the Habs. They had a great draft day, so congratulations there. Did you see the meme lady who was at the Kotkaniemi trade? She was also there. That was funny. They got some footage of her. Celine Dion. Wow, that freaked everyone out. I thought that was very cool. Okay, back to the tax thing. All right, so let's just see what else I have. We're gonna get to this tax question because it's a big one. Some of you may already have, and I'm not really that eloquent at all, especially right now, early in the morning. But when it comes to the tax situation. But from what I hear, that's sort of the summation of it. Is that there's an art Canadians players can put a lot of their money into an RCA, which some says some sort of savings tax fund. And if they open it up after they move to the states or when they're in the states, um, they could only pay as much as 20% tax, which is very similar 20% on that, which is similar to what they would be saving in a non-tax state. Blah 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 blah. Maybe that makes no sense. So I'll just try and get it from the horse's mouth here. If you just give me a minute or two. But before I do, let's look at Rono. If you don't know Rono, if you don't follow him on Twitter, Rono Analyst at Rono Analyst. He puts a lot of good player cards. Anyways, he says Eric Robinson will sign with it from the Columbus Blue Jackets. Will sign with the Carolina Hurricanes a 1-year, $1 million deal. This is a fair deal for both sides. Robinson is a solid fourth line forward. Okay, what else do we have? Any? Just checking to see if there's any breaking news here before we get into the tax thing. And I'm not going to get too much into that, otherwise I'll start to lose viewers. um, I'll see if I can just play what I heard from a player agent um, talking to an accountant, a player accountant in Canada. It's like I want to say it's like a 20-second clip. I'll play that for you in just a second, though. I just want to see if there's anything that's breaking. Let's refresh Twitter. Beep 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 beep. That's not. It wasn't me. That's my iPhone thinking. Um, okay. Sad news for the Leafs. Good news for Devils fans. When Brett Pesce's free agent deal is finalized with the Devils, this is by Chris Johnson of the Athletic /TSN/SDPN. It's expected to come in a 6 years with an AAV of $5.5 million. I think that's fair. I mean, Brett Pesce, how old is Brett Pesce now? Brett Pesce, Brett P-E-C, P-E-S. I always make the same mistake when I spell his name. Brett Pesce. Here we go. He's 29 years old. When is his birthday? It's in November. So he'll be 30 in November 15th. 6'3", 206 pounds. From Terrytown, New York. Terrytown. Interesting. Terrytown. Terrytown. The more I look at that and think about it, the more funny it is. Okay. Terrytown. Where are you from? So that's a bump up from his just over $4 million a year he was making with the Carolina Hurricanes. Again, he's 29, but really he's 30 because his birthday's in November. So that takes him to age 36. For a defenseman, for defensive defenseman who plays like him, that's not bad. Maybe we'll see. Obviously, couldn't another team, again, I'll bring it back to Toronto, pay him less, give him more AAV, but maybe he wanted to stay in the States. I don't know. Devils look like a good team too. This upcoming season look like they're going to have a big rebound. So I don't blame the guy for going there or anything. I'm just bitter because I'm a Leafs fan. I'm bored and bitter. Exciting day. My Oilers should acquire either Jake DeBrusk or Arvidsson. Okay, that's interesting. I've heard DeBrusk in the air. Arvidsson, I've heard he's been swirling around. A lot of insiders as well. Yeah, that'd be cool. I think the DeBrusk would be an especially cool reason for obvious reasons for you because his dad calls a lot of the games as a color analyst on Sportsnet. So it would be like a homecoming of sorts, even though I think he might be from Toronto. But yeah, that would be cool to see him in Edmonton. Arvidsson would work too. Of course, Arvidsson might have more of a higher ceiling than DeBrusk, but he seems to be more injury prone. And DeBrusk seems to be a bit more durable. Bromsley, Welcome, Bromsley, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Please give me a thumbs up if you don't mind. Subscribe as well. He also says, hopefully, having his dad there would help a team friendly deal as well. Ha. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, would that help his AAV? I don't know if it would. Maybe. But I feel like this is DeBrusque's chance to cash in as well. So it's a possibility because I think he's like 27 years old, 27. So not old, not super young either. He's kind of right in there. So if you just didn't hear it, Brett Pesci is all but official. It looks like he's signing in Jersey for 6 years at 5.5. He'll be 30 in November. Let's look at DeBrusque here on Cap Friendly. I'm just going to open it up real quick. DeBrusque. Looking at some of the new breaking news here. Beep, 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 beep. I should play some music, or something. Okay. Here's some people. Stanley Cup contender. More people talking about Anthony Stolaroz from Florida. Who's he gonna sign with? He's the backup there, who's like 6 foot a billion, 6'6", 6'5", big guy. Had a pretty decent season. I knew as soon as I saw him sign with Florida a year ago, I was like, that's a great signing because his numbers weren't fantastic out of Anaheim, but it was Anaheim, and a player that guy playing behind some half decent defense, he could probably start some more games. But I think he's older. He's not as young as we think we are. I think he might be around 30 years old. Back to DeBrusque for a second, and then we'll get back to Stolaroz. So DeBrusque is 27 years old, has a birthday in October. So he's more like 28 years old, right? 6 foot, shoots left, 188 pounds. And he is from Edmonton. He is born in Edmonton, Alberta. So maybe that is a possibility. His dad works there. He's from there. Um, yeah, but it just at that age, this is his real chance to cash in too. It's how much? What was he making last? He was making 3.675. No, no, sorry. That was the contract before that. He was making $4 million. Feels like he should at least be paid five, minimum five. I don't think he'll go for anywhere for less than $5 million. I don't. Um, Now, last season, he had 19 goals, 40 points. In 13 playoff games, he had 5 goals, 11 points. Pretty decent, -5 though. Um, and then season before that, he had 27 goals in 64 games. Season before that, 25 goals. So you're getting like I think at minimum a 20 goal guy. Probably more like a 23, 25 goal scorer. Uh, I feel like on Edmonton, he put up more points. He might put up more points than that, although he sort of was playing with either Pasternak or Marchand. So, yeah, you would assume he'd be playing with like Draisaitl on the second line there. So we'll see. So there's your Jake DeBrusque thing. Let's get back. Are there any more other questions here? Who is David Romsley? He's coming off a 2-year, 9 million in Boston. 9 million to 4.5. Well, what it says here, it was 4 million AAV, according to Cap Friendly, 2 year, but 4 million AAV. So beep, 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 beep. Oh, Red. Hey, Red. How you doing? Thanks for joining me. Do I know you, Red? Um, do you see the Habs making a trade or signings? I can see the Habs being kind of busy. Yeah. With at least signing maybe a couple of players in free agency. I think they could use maybe another defenseman to push some of the younger guys down. We'll see. Definitely a forward. Sorry, 8 mil. Bromsley, sorry, 8 mil. All good. All good. So yeah, I see the Habs doing something. We'll see. We'll see. What would you tell me? What do you think the Habs will be doing today? Who would you like them to go after, as opposed to who do you think they'll go after? Two separate questions. Let's now just look quickly at. I'm just going to Cap Friendly again. I'm just going to look at Anthony Stolaroz for a second. beep, beep, beep. Sean Simpson says, could a Chikrin trade be linked to a July 1st contract extension? Yeah, whatever. Nothing substantiating that. That's just talk. Okay. Uh, okay. Bob McKenzie says veteran defenseman Dmitry Kulikov is heading back to the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. 4 years with an AAV of $1.15 million. Good. That's a good deal. I mean, he's older. What is it? Is it anybody Stanley Cup champ? 4-year deals. I think he's 32 years old. Yeah, he could end up playing in the NHL when it's all AHL when it's all end and done. I mean, his contract. But good deal. So that's latest news from Bob McKenzie, still working at it from TSN there. Amazing. Semi-retired. So Kulikov re-signs with the Panthers at 4 years, AAV of $1.15 million. Did I retweet that? I did. Yeah, go to my Twitter account if you want to see some of the latest signings. That's at oh my god, what's my handle? Jeez, at Hockey Crash Test. They didn't have Crash Test Hockey. Someone else took it before me, like 6 years ago. So it's at Hockey Crash Test. That's my Twitter handle. You can also go to my Instagram, which is more just kind of fun promoting videos. But you can go to that. That's Crash Test Hockey. Sorry, English giving me problems here. All right. Re-signing Eric Johnson. There are young guys who should be so down. Okay. 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 Elliot Friedman believes it's down to the Rangers and the Blackhawks for Teuvo Teravainen, formerly of the Carolina Hurricanes. I'm pretty sure. He's by the way, Dmitry Kulikov, who just resigned with the Panthers, is 33 years old. So that would take him to 37. Huge reward for the man who made the game-saving defensive play in Game 7. Okay. Rono just put out a card that I retweeted on the Kulikov signing, so you can take a look at that. Let's just get back to the feed here. We got some stuff happening before I look up Stalaraz. Do you see the house? Nate Schmidt, probably. Yeah, I can see that possible. You want Tyler Myers. He already resigned with Vancouver. I want to say an AAV of $3 million. I forget the term. I want to say 3 or 4 years. John Williams. Pickle sucker. Not sure what that means. Red. Has Tyler Myers still a free agent? No. Yeah, Tyler Myers has re-signed already. I think that was like 3-4 days ago. With with Vancouver. So he's staying put. Update me on that list. Who do you think the Habs might sign? Just going through my Twitter feed here. Interesting perspective. Brad Treveling passing up on Tyler Bertuzzi at $5.5 million makes sense only if the Maple Leafs are targeting a big name or a right-handed defenseman to go along with Chris Tanev. Left wing is looking weak though, with just Matthew Nyes, McMahon, Yankrok, Holmberg as options. Easton Cowan. I know it's hard to see him in the full time in the lineup, but I believe he plays both wings. Anyways, that's sort of an option. That came from Sergei, who's popular in Toronto Twitter. Just FYI. Maybe a Matt Dumba. Yeah, that's a possibility too. Yeah, those are all good options. A right D, a defenseman who's a little, who's a little up there in age, who could step in. He could play well. He could play a second power play unit, anyways. Dumba, and give out the occasional hard hit. So yeah, I think that would Matt Dumba. I would see as um, a good choice there, or the young guys. They've got a lot of the young guys on D. Didn't they have like besides Savard? Oh my God, I'm thinking who's their PP1 guy? I know him. I had him in my fantasy hockey. I just can't think of his name right now. Um, Savard and him, and then there's a three or four really young guys on D. In for the Habs. So there's that. Matheson, yes, thank you. Matheson has done amazing for me in the last 2 years in fantasy hockey. Great late round pickup, by the way, if you happen to play. Um, Thank you all again for joining me. Thanks for the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. Subscribe if you haven't already. Um, I will be doing as many videos as I can during the summer. On free agent signings, opinion pieces, that kind of stuff, because all the professional sports hockey reporters kind of go on vacation. So if you're looking for content, it's right here. And today I'll be here for, I think, at least a few hours, even though I haven't really eaten yet. And I've gotten very little sleep. But I can't stop talking, so that's a sign. We could argue if it's English or not. But yeah. Okay, we have a little bit here. Uh, trade signings. Let me just refresh the signings page here on Sportsnet. Um, Connor Brown, Jake Gensel, Sam Reinhart. Yeah, so Connor Brown is official now. 1 year, $1 million. Age 30, right winger. Yeah, good. Third line shutdown guy slash penalty killer for them. He might even be. He could. He has the potential to be much better next year because he finally started feeling good in the playoffs after it was last year's or offseason surgery. So Connor Brown was like a 20 goal scoring guy in Toronto, and I think he did pretty half decent um, in Ottawa as well until he got hurt. Okay, I'm gonna look at Connor Brown real quick. Connor Brown, which only maybe Edmonton fans care about really at this point because he's signed with them. 6 foot. Yeah, he shoots right as well. From Etobicoke, Canada, 186 pounds. Now let's look at his stats here. So 19 games in the playoffs, 2 goals, 6 points, +4. Great penalty killer, great defensive guy. Scored very key goals, even though he only had two. And yeah, 71 games with the Oilers, 4 goals, 12 points. Going back to his last season in Ottawa, 64 games, 10 goals, 39 points. Season before that, though, okay, 56 games in Ottawa, 21 goals, 31 points, 35 points, excuse me. Season before that, in 71 games with Ottawa, 16 goals. Anyways, this guy he's sort of up and down, but he has 20 goal potential. So for $1 million, plays on your third line, can PK really well, can shut down other players. It's a good sign. Good morning from Windsor, Ontario. Happy Canada Day. Thanks for joining me. Fantastic. Welcome. Happy Canada Day to you too. The Oreo Show. Very nice. Thank you all for joining me today. I'm keeping track of some Sportsnet's updates. For some reason, their coverage doesn't start for another hour. And I'm going to be refreshing my Twitter feed, which is basically the most recent news that you can find. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of questioning the whole Sean Dursey in Utah signing for $6 million at 4 years. It's not the AAV. It's not the AAV. It is the AAV. It's not the years. Um, that seemed just seemed a little rich. I think he's more in the $4.5 million range at this point in his career. Anyways, like a bridge, gave him 2 year, 4.5. Anyway, again, Utah has a lot of space, right? Okay, just reading something here on Twitter. Bu- bu- bum. That's Kulikov signing. What else we got here? Oh, we have some Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage memes. Very nice. For any of you who watched wrestling in the '80s, that's exposing how old I am. Okay. Uh, oh, interesting. Bob McKenzie says here Chicago is looking for more veteran leadership, which is why defenseman Alec Martinez signing there today on a 1 year deal will make so much sense. So that's not official yet. That's just McKenzie saying that there's smoke in the area. Let me just remove this for a second. It's a bit of an eyesore at the moment. Oh, caught a cord. Be right back. Give me two shakes here. Uh, do I need? Beep, beep, beep. Okay, here we go. And the back. Did I lose anyone? Didn't lose anyone. You think Montreal will do nothing? Red says they usually do nothing. I would hope they at least sign another veteran. I think they are what they are. They're a young team growing. They could always use another veteran guy, be it on D or forward. I think they could use one each. Either if he's either a bottom pairing guy or bottom six, whatever. It's going to be another season, I think, of a top 10 pick. What else we got here? Through the Twitter feed. Let me just stuff a piece of dried mango in my mouth. Huh? Okay. I just saw something strange on Twitter. Okay. Anything happening here? What's going on? Um, Happy Canada Day. So I just started as I scroll through the news here, and I stuffed this mango in my face. Um, we're sort of at signing season. Something. We'll just listen to her just for a second while I stick this in my mouth. Who have big decisions to make, including the Toronto Maple Leafs and Max Domi agreeing on a 4 year deal with an average annual value of $3.75 million. The 29-year-old playing 80 games last season, scoring 9 goals while adding 38 assists, and Domi announcing he's not leaving on social media with help from the movie The Wolf of Wall Street. Okay, we're gonna listen to this again. Hold on. This is an Instagram post. You listening? It's the Wolf on Wall Street, Leonardo DiCaprio meme. Again, if you haven't heard that Twitter release by Max Domi, Instagram, go check that out. It's fantastic. Again, they're talking about Timothy Liljegren being extended. I'm not happy about that. I feel it's way too high. Could he surprise everybody this year? Sure. Is he a playoff player? No, he's not. He hasn't proved that yet. Again, you can argue he hasn't gotten enough of a chance. When he has been on the ice, he showed some spark. Giving out a few hits. But then he got hit once, and then that was the end of that. And if you can't put up points, if you can't clear the front of the net, and you're not transporting the puck, what is it you say you do here, right? Yeah, okay. Sportsnet is just replaying some old stuff now. The whole Frank Saravelli interview. Let's refresh the handle. Looks like Jack Campbell is being bought out. That's sort of old news. Yeah, he's being placed on unconditional waivers for purpose of a buyout. He was making I don't was it you have 2 or 3 years left on his contract at 5 million AAV. Hopefully that guy gets another chance somewhere else, maybe in a rebuilding market like I don't know Columbus, Chicago, whatever, as a 1B or a backup or something for little money. Good guy. Oh, Jets place Schmidt on unconditional waivers for a buyout. Nate Schmidt. Wow. Okay. So we'll see what happens there. Red had mentioned earlier the possibility of Montreal, I believe, going after Nate Schmidt. That wouldn't be a bad veteran. Apparently, he's really good in the locker room too. So that would be a good ad for the Canadians. Now they're just talking about Evander Kane and his 1 year deal. Okay, let's get to this top. Let's refresh the Twitter. What's happening? Okay, here we go. Everyday Sens says Friedman's only mention of Ottawa is Joel Edmondson, who I hoped the Leafs would sign, who simply isn't great but is big. Great penalty killer and was really good for them in the playoffs. He will cross check you in the face, and I love that. Hate to play against them. S. Antonio says OEL to Leafs per Dreger. OEL and Liljegren in the lineup, I really doesn't thrill me. Well, let's see what the. Have you heard what the AAV is yet? Matt Duchene. Here we go. Here's some new news. Matt Duchene has re-signed with Dallas. What? Duchene signed a 1 million. I don't think that can't be right. Signed a 1 year, $3 million deal by Dallas. No. I know he doesn't play defense, but really? 1 year, $3 million? I thought he'd make at least like 4.5. Uh, the Leafs have officially extended Joseph Wall at 3.66 million per season over 3 seasons. I just retweeted a Dom Lucian chart on Chris Tanev. It seems like they've come up to an agreement on an amount. Brendan Dillon, here we go. Brendan Dillon will sign with the. Thank you, S. Antonio, by the way, for the OEL news. Brendan Dillon will sign with the New Jersey Devils as well. Dillon is a very good third pairing defenseman. We don't have news on the contract yet. Let's go to NHL signings. Let's just refresh that. Okay, so Joseph Wall is official. OEL isn't official yet on Sportsnet, anyways. I don't doubt it. I'm just saying that's what I've been given off the network. Okay, so Toronto has officially said they've signed Chris Tanev to a 6-year contract. It doesn't have an amount to it yet. So we'll look at that. He's 34 years old, by the way. I should look at his when his birthday is. Chris Tanev. Hopefully his birthday already passed. Let's go. Why am I not getting Christopher Tanev? Okay, his birthday's in December, so he's going to be 35 in December. Ooh, okay. 6'2", 197 pounds. Yes, from Toronto, Ontario. In 19 games with the Stars, 1 goal, 5 points, +6. 19 playoff games, 2 assists, 2 points, +7. I think the expected goals for or something was like over 60%, whatever it was. Yeah, not known for his points, but his great defensive ability. They've got a premium penalty killer, obviously, as well as a guy who more than likely team up with Morgan Riley. Um, Pierre LeBrun says, hearing that talks have stalled between the Ottawa Senators and Shane Pinto could lead to Pinto being asked for a trade. Um, what else we got here? Some news on Shabbat from Sean Simpson. Um, he's told that Shabbat's 10-team no trade list is the following. So it looks like Shabbat could be going out the door. Maybe not Chikrin. Montreal, Florida, Tampa, Carolina, Dallas, Vegas, Nashville, LA, San Jose, and Anaheim. That's interesting list. Can anyone tell me? This is trip for 10 points. What do at least half of those teams have in common? They have tax breaks. Oh, I promised I'd get back to that, didn't I? Um, does Montour go to Jets? I haven't heard anything on that yet. But that's possible. I'm just scrolling through some stuff here. Names connected to the Kings from Elliot Friedman, Warren Fogle, Tyler Toffoli, Joel Edmondson, and Kevin Stenland from Florida. Beep, 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 beep. The Oilers have re-signed forward James Hablin to a 2-year, two-way contract. Ho hum. What else we got here? Okay, here's the Chris Tanev numbers for Toronto. By JFresh is the first ones I've seen. Now, again, you'll see his player card on my Twitter feed at Hockey Crash Test. Chris Tanev signed 6 years times $4.5 million by Toronto. Is a high-end defense first veteran defenseman who combines stabilizing play in his own end with excellent puck moving skill. Sacrifices the body to block shots and plays through pain. Was terrific in the 24 playoffs. Okay, his player card is now up on my Twitter feed again at Hockey Crash Test. Check that out. Along with Brett Pesce, Devils will add Brendan Dillon to the back end as well. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so Chris Tanev is official with the Leafs. Let's see if I'm just going to refresh the signings and trade board here. Okay, so Tanev is officially up. It's a $27 million contract, 6 years at $4.5 million AAV, age 34, birthday in December. So that's good. The only way I'm excited about, or semi-excited about an OEL signing, is if Timothy Liljegren is in a trade going the other way, because I feel that those players are redundant. Sorry, Philip Bridgman, I don't have more news on Montour at the moment, but we'll get there. We'll get there, folks. Again, welcome. If you're just arriving to the channel, please don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. And of course, subscribe if you're a noob. I'd appreciate that as well. Beep, beep, beep. More news here. Okay. There's Pajot. I heard Pajot might be on the market. I'm unsure of his status, if he was going to be bought out by the Islanders or he was just becoming a UFA. I think he might be bought out. Uh, he'd be a nice third line center somewhere. Again with this team here, you can guess who that might be. Uh, as we scroll down, what else do we got? What else do we have here? Okay, so we have some more news. Missing curfew says the Seattle Kraken are backing up the Brinks truck right now to for Montour, Brandon Montour. Nothing official at the moment. Uh, we'll see what happens there. Seattle would definitely have the space to pay this guy. They need as much offense from either side of the ice as they could get. So we'll see what happens with that. Beep, 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 beep. What else? Moving along here. Okay, Mike Commodore put out an interesting tweet, which has got Spit and Chicklets eyeballs all over it. So it's definitely worth the read. Steven Stamko says, "Had it with these insulting offers from the Lightning. He's had enough. He's hashtag packing his shit and heading to hashtag Smashville on a 4-year deal." That's Mike Commodore, though. Mike Commodore. So we'll see. That could be very true. We will see. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, I'm just going to do some more refreshing here as we go, as we're breaking the news by the newsbreakers, is more like how it should read. Okay, just refresh the page. Nothing new is official yet. So yeah, Philip Bridgman. It looked like Brandon Montour may not go to the Jets. I don't know. They have him linked to Seattle right now. Let's see if that follows through. Yeah. So back to the OEL part that S. Antonio brought up. Yeah, Darren Dreger says, unless something changes, expect OEL to help bolster the Leafs blue line as well. So the most um, that's the most I've heard on it so far. So we'll see. I'm not a fan of this unless they trade Lilligren. I'm not. Some of you may think I'm crazy for that take, but it's just my opinion. I at least OEL has proven that he can play well in sheltered minutes in the playoffs as a bottom pairing guy. I might add, a puck mover who could play a PP2 who may end up playing PP1 in Toronto if that comes to fruition. Anyways, I just don't think they can keep a Lilligren. They need another defensive defenseman. I'd much rather have a top pairing guy because OEL is not. He's not a top four in my mind. Not a contender. He's a bottom pairing defenseman for me. That's for me. From what I've watched him as well, he was effective when he played for Florida, but again, somewhat sheltered, right? Again, go to my Twitter. If you're on Twitter, go to @HockeyCrash Test, where I'm releasing all the most recent news. You can also find me on Facebook at Crash Test Hockey, as well as on Instagram, Crash Test Hockey. You can find me there. You can find me anywhere else. Find me here on YouTube. So don't forget to subscribe. Give me a thumbs up. Thank you for everyone who has so far. Really appreciate it. I'm taking questions in the feed right for the next while. I feel like I'm going to be here for quite some time today. So yeah, join the party. Bring a beer. I will probably open one up at some point Maybe I'll even do like a morning rattler. I think that's allowable. It is officially a holiday today, north of the border, anyways. So yeah, I have another report, but from the Colby guy who does coverage for the floor. He's a beat reporter for the Florida Panthers. Anyways, he says it appears that Brandon Montour is headed to the Kraken. We'll see what happens there. Beep, 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 beep. Um, that's a good pickup. If Kraken does, it's a good pickup for any team, especially if they need help on the power play and they don't have a real. Oh, they have Vince Dunn, so I don't see how they'd be taking Vince Dunn off the first power play unit. He was doing pretty well, but anyways, that's two good guys who could quarterback the power play in Dunn and Montour. If that comes to fruition with the Kraken. What else we got here? Bertuzzi expected to sign with the Blackhawks. Um, okay, so some news on Eric Johnson. He's gonna he will instead of testing free agency, he will return to the Flyers on a 1-year deal. That's by Chris Johnston, um, a, a, a SDPN TSN athletic insider. Um, Eric Johnson is also 13 games away from 1,000. He should get that, of course, that this year with the Flyers. I don't have an amount on that yet. I'm just going to refresh my signings page. Um, okay, Washington. Okay, has signed Chase Prisky. No idea who that is on a 1-year deal worth $775,000. Let's look at who Chase Prisky is. Sounds like a bottom pairing guy. I don't even know if he's a defenseman. I have no idea. If there's any Washington fans out there, um, you can let me know. Okay, Washington Capitals defenseman. Um, so he's a D. On a one, so they signed Prisky to a 1-year, two-way contract. Blah blah blah. Um, Prisky helped the Hershey Bears win the Calder Cup this season. Um, so he must be youngish. I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to give that too much more time there. But if anyone wants to look him up and let me know, please feel free to jump into the chat. Would love to hear from you all. If you have any questions, let's hear. Uh, more talks here on contract stalls between Pinto and the Senators. Sorry, I can't believe I was so silent for so long. I really could use a matcha. I need this. I need like a liquid stimulant very desperately. Beep, 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 beep. A lot. Okay, so I have more confirmation here. Anyways, and someone else, Rono at Rono Analyst, another good person to follow on Twitter. He puts up analytic cards. He has confirmed that Dallas has re-signed Duchesne to a 1-year, $3 million deal. Great value for Dallas again. Duchesne is still a top 6 forward. So that's a pretty good signing for Dallas. Sounds like that's all but done. Again, I haven't seen it as official, but it's Duchesne for Dallas for 1 more year at $3 million. Some more Washington Capital news. This coming from their actual Twitter site. The Capitals have re-signed goaltender Mitchell Gibson to a 1-year, two-way contract. Defenseman Chase Prisky to a 1-year, two-way contract, and forward Ethan Frank to a 2-year, $55 million contract. I'm not familiar with any of those players, but there's the news. Sounds like either very young players or bottom pairing guys, and or yeah. So if there's any Washington fans in the chat who want to enlighten us all on that further, please do. As we keep moving forward here, Bertuzzi, Chicago. Seems, yeah. Mike Commodore's tweet about Stamkos going to Nashville is picking up more steam. Again, we have no idea if that's true or not. It's getting picked up by beat writers around the league. But none of them have confirmed it yet. I keep on hearing the Leafs have. It's expected the Leafs will also sign OEL, but I haven't heard any more news on that. I haven't heard any opinion on that besides my own. I would love to hear if any of you, any Leaf fans, especially, what your opinion is on OEL. This is an interesting tweet by Dmitry Filipovic, who is he's a hockey guy who does analytics. Now he's talking about Chris Tanev and his AAV by year, and I just retweeted it. So starting in 2015/16, it's $4.45 million. Now that goes until 2019/20. And then it turns into to $4.5 million, just $500,000 more, at 2021, and that goes all the way till 29/30 when the Leafs contract ends, which is kind of funny. he's basically made $4.5 million for last 9 years. And we'll be making the same up and for the next 6. So yeah, interesting little stat there. News from Columbus: development camp roster is out. If you're interested in that, I don't know. Do we have any Columbus fans out there? We'll see if Laine gets traded or not. I haven't heard any new news on that at all. Buds all day says about the Leafs. I care way more about Tanev's cap hit than the term. We all know he's unlikely to play the last 2-3 years of the deal. It's a good point. If he's not worth the money, I'm just surprised that at 6 years we couldn't keep it at $4 million or less. Yeah, I guess that's a valid point. I can't get too upset about 4.5 though. But at 6 years, I think that's a valid point. It's not something I'm going to get too upset about as a Leaf fan, though. But I mean, if you're him, you want to take a run at a cup in your home city, right? So yeah, that would have helped them sign more players. I don't know. I am not going to hold that against them. I think that's still a decent deal. I think he probably could have gotten more if he just went totally on the open market. Here still okay. Max Domi speaking with the media, happy to get the stability he was looking for. Says he's had the idea of posting a video like he did yesterday for a long time. And that's the Leonardo DiCaprio video that he basically superimposed his face over DiCaprio's face in The Wolf of Wall Street while he says, "I'm not going. I'm staying. I'm not fucking going anywhere." That whole video. Yeah. Sorry for the impersonation, by the way. Uh, Again, if you haven't heard it, Brett Pesci's free agent deal is finalized with the Devils. It's expected to come in at 6 years, AAV at $5.5 million range. Let's refresh Twitter and let's refresh the trade board as well on Sportsnet. Okay, so nothing really new. James Hamblin for Edmonton at 1.455 over 2 years. Uh, with a 775 cap hit. Whatever. Bottom pairing guys. Nothing too interesting here. Do I have any questions out there? Um, I see you were tracking a lot of messages there, Red. I didn't even see what your last one said. Anywho, here we go. What do we got? Got some news in the feed. I keep on forgetting to go to talk about the tax thing. Okay, so this is just someone on Twitter who talks about part of the tax situation. Tanev says, as far as the tax situation goes, there's a departure tax to leave Canada. Never heard of that one. Anybody? This is correct. This is the reason. Tanev needed to stay in Canada. He would have had to pay tax on any unrealized gains, difference in stock price from purchase till now. Also applies if he has a home slash homes, would have been a massive tax bill. I can't translate that, so you can just take that for what it's worth. But I will get to you. Okay, what else are we seeing here in the feed? I'm just seeing quickly if we have anything that's fresh out of the oven. Uh, Sounds like more of a fart analogy than it does a signings one. Um, what do we got here before we get to the tax thing, which is just like a 20-second clip? But it'll be interesting, especially for people wondering about what's the deal with. There's been news about how Canada can compete with some of the tax haven states. That the difference is really much more smaller. Um, we can talk about cost of living, how that being different, but in terms of the no tax states, it seems to be not as a big margin as we thought it was. News here from more news for Washington. Connor McMichael, excuse me, signed a 2.1 million by Washington. Is a speedy bottom six forward who plays in all situations. That's from Jay Fresh, who I just retweeted. You can find me at Hockey Crash Test on Twitter. The Carolina Hurricanes have signed forward Eric Robinson to a 1 year, $950,000 contract. What else we got? Belief is Pesci and Dillon are locked into the Devils. However, nothing is done yet. Connor McMichael, by the way, was an RFA with Washington, who was just re-signed. Anything else? What do we got here? A lot of people talking about this tax situation in Canada. Okay, so I'm just going to stop the foreplay, and it looks like nothing's happening just for the next 30 seconds, and see if I can find this live tweet of of NHL player accountant in Canada and a player agent talking about the cap situation. So you're going to hear it. It's like a 20-second clip, maybe less. Here we go. I found it. Now this was this was tweeted by Drew Livingston. Who can you find? Who you can find on Twitter at producer Drew underscore. Okay, so it says, and I'll get to the video in just a second here, but it says before everyone goes off on the Florida tax advantage, I'd like you to listen to NHL player agent at Walsha. That is Alan Walsh, player agent Alan Walsh. I'm sure you all know him. And Sean Packard. Explain. Sean Packard, I assume, is some sort of accountant in Canada, player accountant. Explain how players in other cities can end up netting the same amount. It's not as big of an advantage as you all think. Okay, so I'm going to turn up my phone. Here we go.
This is going to be groundbreaking and earth shaking to many people listening to this podcast. Professional athletes playing in Florida, playing in Texas,
This is Alan Walsh.
paying no state income tax. Can you take an elite player signing with the Toronto Maple Leafs, just picking a team out of thin air? Can you do that and get the net tax down to almost where it would be if he played for the Florida Panthers?
It would take some planning, but it could work. RCA especially would be the way to do it. So an RCA is a scheme set up in Canada for high earners to defer some of their salary. They set it aside and it goes into an account and they don't pay taxes on it until they pull the money out.
And when they pull it out, if they've followed the rules correctly and are no longer in Canada at the time that they do pull it out, will pay a flat tax of 25%. And that is the way, over the course of a number of years, a player can end up netting almost the same as what he would net if he played in Florida. This is going to be groundbreaking.
Okay, so there it is. If you want to watch the video again, listen to it again. It's player Alan Walsh talking with Sean Packard, a player accountant, I assume, about how Canadian teams can basically come close to the same advantage as taxless or semi-taxless states can, by placing their money in a certain savings account and then opening up years later in the US or something like that. So I don't ask me about this stuff. I'm horrible at it. Again, go to my Twitter feed. You'll see it there. It's a little far down, but you'll find it. It's a video. It'll pop out at you, and it's from Drew Livingston, who's producer Drew underscore, who he works for SDPN, which is a bit of a rogue network in Toronto. Not a rogue network, but they have a lot of official insiders who work for them as well, including if you've heard of Steve Dangle, Chris Johnston, and so on and so forth. Okay, sorry for that tax stuff. Bored the hell out of you. Some of you left. Joshua Mason, what do you think Pittsburgh Penguins will do today? The Pittsburgh Penguins. That's another good team. Who did Pittsburgh just? Kyle Dubas always goes for, knowing Kyle Dubas, he always goes for the underrated guy with a much higher ceiling who he can sign on a cheaper deal. Although, who was the guy that they just signed? I'm just refreshing. Okay, nothing official in the trade board page here yet. But I'm just going to Cap Friendly and pulling up Pittsburgh here. If you bear with me for just a second. Here we go. Pittsburgh Penguins. Okay, Pittsburgh Penguins. Feels like they just signed someone recently, a center. Smith. Yeah, where's Riley Smith gonna go? That will be interesting if he. It doesn't sound like he's gonna resign there. We'll see. That's right. Kevin Hayes was basically just picked up for nothing, for future considerations, which to me still means nothing. And St. Louis retained money on that, I'm pretty sure. So he's 32, making over $3.5 million. So there's your third line center there for Pittsburgh. And you also have Lars Eller. So both of those are sort of third line centers. Will one of them be a 4C or will one of them turn to wing? We'll see. If any guy was going to be changed to wing, I would say Kevin Hayes because he's the slower skater. Um, and that would be a pretty decent third line with Lars Eller and Kevin Hayes. It looks like Pittsburgh also needs some defense as well. So I would assume they would be in on a defenseman. I'm just wondering about their cap space. Their current cap space is around just over $7 million at this point. I think they really need a D. Well, they have Ryan Graves on IR right now, as well as Noah Machari. Yeah, they still need. It feels like they still need some D, um, and a winger. Well, let's throw that question back at you, Mason. Who do you think? Who would you like Pittsburgh to go after? Who have you heard of them going after in the market? Let me know. Thank you all for the thumbs up. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe if you happen to be new. That'll be really cool as well. I'll be covering this for hours at least. I feel for another few hours minimum. It could be much longer. I could be asking my wife to bring me down some food because all I have right now is like small snacks. Okay, I'm just gonna stuff some. Why is my Sportsnet feed going to bed on me? Okay, I'm just gonna refresh that. I'm gonna refresh all Twitter here. Looks like Jason Botterill might be an assistant GM in Seattle. According to Lance Lizowski, I want to say he's a beat reporter. He acquired Montour from Anaheim in 2019, a move that didn't work out because the Sabres fired Phil Housley soon thereafter and replaced him with a coach who didn't fit, according to him. And okay, so Pierre LeBrun, TSN analyst, says all signs point to Brand Montour signing with Seattle once the market opens. 7 years and around $50 million. Wow. Okay. So he's looking for a payday. He's got his cup. He's looking for money now. And you can't blame him. He's, 30, 31 years old, something like that. Okay. Sorry. I had to stuff some food in my hole. I've only had cereal today. So it looks like, wow. So you do the math, and it looks like it's 7 times 7 for Brandon Montour in Seattle. There's talk now about Matt Roy not signing for less than $6 million a season after Montour just got 7, although they're different players. What else we got here? Okay, Saravelli, a known insider, Frank Saravalli, of course. I believe he's from Philly originally, but from Daily Faceoff. That's a good website, especially for the calendar. And if you play fantasy hockey, their calendar and their and everything they have at that site, from when it comes to roster, current rosters to injuries. It's really handy if you especially if you play fantasy hockey. It's a really good site. So you can check that. Anyways, my point is he says this is a 6-minute tweet, old tweet, and it says that Frank Cervelli says, look for Anthony Stolarz to land in Toronto. Bromsley says Bruins connected to both Elias Lindholm and Zadorov. Yes, I heard some of that too. I haven't heard much news out of Lindholm, and Zadorov is a big land for anyone. Um, Daryl Adams 331 Adams, welcome. That's a long name. First time on your channel. What do you think will Montreal Canadiens do? Anything today? Hi Daryl. I've had a couple of Montreal fans pop in and out so far. They didn't think Montreal was going to do anything today. I would think Montreal might want to get their hands on a veteran defenseman, and another veteran at least for the bottom six. I'm just going to their cap friendly page as we speak at the moment, and as I'm keeping an eye on um, well, I'm keeping an eye, brain fart. Well, I'm keeping an eye on their on the news feed here. Uh, some people are talking about the Calgary Flames. It looks like they'll hunt for a reliable third goalie with NHL experience to play behind Dustin Wolf and Dan Vladar. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, who cares? Okay. Hearing that, Chris Johnson says Kasperi Kapanen will be returning to the Blues. Doesn't sound like Blues fans are too thrilled about that. Just read something about Craig Button, about someone not liking him. I'm not his greatest fan either. Okay, so we're on the Montreal Canadiens board here. Matheson has got 2 more years. Dave Savard at 1 more year, who I would assume would be traded before the deadline or by the deadline. There's Arbor Jacki, who's an RFA. Be interesting to see what they sign him for. Caden Gooley's got 1 more year left before he's an RFA. Both of them, by the way, with no Arborites. Hudson Lane, or Lane Hudson, has got 2 years before he's an RFA. That's 3 really young kids. 4 if you include Jordan Harris. Feels like they need another veteran on the blue line for Montreal. Feels like they also are going to run with Montalbo and Primo this year. And who's in the last year of Jake Evans is in the last year of his contract. He could be flipped at the deadline. So is Joel Armia, age 31, $3.4 million. And Christian Dvorak is also in the last year of his contract at a 4.4. A lot of guys they can flip for picks. Maybe they'll be going after some more mercenaries. Maybe that's what Montreal is going to do. But I feel like they could use another veteran defenseman on the blue line. What do you think they need, Daryl? I would love to hear from you. Bromsley says, looks like Montour to San Jose. What? Really? I just heard it was almost. It seemed I haven't heard. It seemed like he was going to sign in Seattle, but okay. Interesting. Thank you, Bromsley. Philip Bridgman, does Matt Roy sign with Winnipeg? Need another right shot D? Yeah, they do after waiving Schmidt. Yeah, be very interested. Matt Roy, I haven't heard any solid news on him yet. We'll see where that goes. Bromsley, Teravainen to Chicago. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that bit of news. Let's refresh the ticker here. Okay, so nothing new on the official ticker of Sportsnet. Are these guys just slow? Why this is driving me nuts. My Sportsnet feed. Okay. I'm just going to reboot this. People think it's Corey Perry's a good bet return to the Oilers. Yeah, it's because I see a tweet from Pierre LeBrun saying It's all but done. He says all signs point to Brandon Montour signing in Seattle, but that's a 9-minute old tweet. Interesting. Okay, San Jose. Wow, if San Jose is getting Montour, they really have to be 5.4 cap hit. Oh, for Teravainen. Oh, to Chicago. Okay. Basically got the money Carolina wouldn't give him. Daryl, I think they need, speaking of Montreal, I think they need an older guy in the locker room to help out younger players. Yes. Yeah. So be it that a bottom six guy, be that a forward or another defenseman. Someone mentioned Matt Dumba. Might be someone they might look at for defense. A guy to play on PP2 as well. So that could be an option. Do you have anyone specific you'd like them to go after, Daryl? Let me know. Uh, and Bromsley is breaking Teravainen into Chicago at 5.4 cap hit. Thank you, Bromsley. More news about Kasperi Kapanen returning to returning to St. Louis. Excuse me. Um, Puckpedia reports that the Minnesota Wild are expected to sign 27-year-old UFA center Yakov Trenin, formerly of Colorado, formerly of Nashville, to a 4-year deal worth 3.5 million cap hit. He had 17 points in 76 games last season. Again, you can check my Twitter. They also put up an info page from Puckpedia. You can find me at Hockey Crash Test on Twitter, Crash Test Hockey on Instagram, or Crash Test Hockey on Facebook. Although all the recent news is all on Twitter. I would highly suggest getting a Twitter account. It's like the most recent news you can look at. Bromsley, my pleasure. 3 years at 5.4 for Teravainen to Chicago. So they're definitely surrounding, and they just picked up Bertuzzi as well. Chicago is going to be better next season. Will they still be a bottom 10 team? I don't believe. I still don't believe they're going to make the playoffs, but they're adding some pretty good players. So they may not be a bottom 10 team next year. I'll put up a video at the beginning of each year, obviously, of where I think each team is going to lie and grading each team's off season. But that's not going to happen until like sometime in August. If Daryl says if Corey Perry wouldn't retire, I think he would be a good fit for the Habs again. Sounds like he might resign with the Oilers, but that's not a bad idea. Daryl, yeah. Here we go. Okay, positive. Why is this? This is really driving me, and I'm sure it's driving you nuts that I'm keep on talking about my Sportsnet feed dying here. Okay. Anyways, it's not talking about hockey even now. So apparently, Alex Burrows is leaving the Montreal Canadiens as their coach, part of the coaching staff. I don't know if that's because he's going anywhere new, but we'll see. Daryl also says they want some veteran presence in Chicago. I bet they are a mid-pack just out of the playoffs. That's a pretty good assumption. Assumption? Guess. That's a pretty good guess. Guesstimation. Daryl, yeah, I think I would concur with that. Depending on how the offseason shakes out, so far I think they may be out of the bottom 10 of the league. But yeah, I definitely still don't think they'll be into the playoffs. Um, People are trying to link Pinto to Philadelphia. Bromsley, Montour signed in Seattle, 7 years. Um, that's what I keep hearing from from the news. Dom Lucian has a player card for Yakov Trenin if you want to see him. A strong defensive bottom six player, but 3.5 million feels a little much for that, which was just signed by the Minnesota. I almost said North Stars, Minnesota Wild. Here's some news about the Sharks. They're clearly trying to be players in the free agency. Elliot Friedman thinks they're chasing Tyler Toffoli. Do you think Tyler Toffoli would go to the Sharks? They'd really have to overpay. They'd have to overpay anyone, really, any good player. I've heard that they're checked in on Chandler Stevenson as well. Looks like the Sharks are at least being pretty aggressive out there, but they're definitely going to have to overpay. Montour signed 7.4 AAV. Okay, looks like we're getting official news here. Bromsley, Montour signed for 7.14 AAV over 7 years in Seattle. Thank you, Bromsley. Thank you for that news. I'm just trying to see if it's official on the trade board. Yes, it is official. Yep. Brandon Montour, $50 million over 7 years, 7.14 million for the 30-year-old defenseman. Okay. And Eric Johnson in Philly is also official at $1 million over 1 year. He's 36 years old. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Bromsley. So that's official. Brandon Montour is off the board. He signs in Seattle, 7 years, $7.14 million. Here we go. Apparently, Shane Pinto has reportedly asked the Ottawa Senators for a trade. That's from a beat reporter of some kind. I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, so it looks like Pinto might have been asked for out of Ottawa. Nick Robinson looks like he's been asked, or he has been asked to get out of Toronto as well. So maybe they packaged Liljegren and Robinson together for something else from someone. Picks, player, we'll see. Talking about Toronto there, Toronto Maple Leafs. Okay. What else we got? Washington Capitals, old news here. Someone talking about Eric Comrie, where he's going to land. Frank Savelli says the annual game of goaltending musical chairs will be spinning today, and as usual, there are more goalies than chairs available. Sounds like the Jets will be bringing back Eric Comrie for a third/fourth stint? Question mark. So it looks like Eric Comrie might be going back to the Jets, which means Lawrence Brossoit will be signing elsewhere. Oh, and the Sportsnet's coverage has started as well. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you all that because, hey, if you don't have cable or paid access to Sportsnet, you won't see it. But if you do, Hockey Central signing season for Sportsnet has started. Just started 8. So that's a little bit of noise I have going on the background. So we've got more things happening here. What news? Beep, beep, beep. Of course, Dakota Joshua re-signed with Vancouver as well. You can argue he might have been overpaid for a third line player at 3.5. But he kind of came out. He's a late bloomer at age 27, 28. Played really well for the Canucks this season and in the playoffs. We have some Sportsnet. Hockey Central signing season special has started. So I've just got that going on in the background here. We'll see how that comes along. What else news? Sounds like I get more new. Ryan Richard says that, yeah, it's a good bet. Corey Perry is a good bet to return to the Oilers. Gensel was asked about Stamkos, and he says, I'm not really sure what's going on or what happened. Hopefully there's still a chance he can come back. I would love to play with him and see where it goes. So, I don't know. I don't think the Lightning are completely out of the question to still sign Stamkos. Bronsley, Nashville is going to have a big day. Lots of cap space linked to Stamkos. Brady Shea, yeah, another big player on the market. A left side D who apparently he can play the right as well. Apparently they're going to interview Jake Gensel soon. What else we got here? Anything breaking? Okay, so we have beat reporters for every Canadian team up with Sportsnet right now. This is correct. Okay. All right. Refreshing. What do we got? What do we got? Wow. Yeah. Would have really loved Brandon Montour in a Leafs jersey, but $7 million was just way too high for them, anyway. And you expected him to be overpaid. Words are Preds and Stamkos at 4 years at $8 million.
There's a lot going on out there, and we'll see where it all lands.
Elliot Friedman.
There's some of the names and some of the situations we're looking at. All right, Elliot, it's going to be front and center with our coverage. That was busy stuff. Colby Armstrong, Blue Johnstick, welcome to the show. Happy Canada Day, fellas.
Okay. So that was Elliot Friedman just talking about who might be coming in. I assume I've lost some viewers because Sportsnet has started. 4 years at $8 million. As per Pierre LeBrun. Thank you, Bromsley. Is $8 million. Okay, this sounds like a stupid question, but $8 million AAV, I assume, right? For Nashville? I know it sounds really stupid, but I mean, Tampa Bay just offered him $3 million AAV over 6 years. Yeah. So that's okay. So $8 million AAV has been an offer from the Predators. We'll see how that goes. Right now, they're talking on Sportsnet. They're talking about Brandon Montour. Bob McKenzie says there's considerable interest in veteran center Sean Monahan. Columbus Blue Jackets among those interested in him on a long-term deal. They could really pay him. Again, I wouldn't mind him playing 3C for Toronto. Another player, besides Adam Henrique, who could play 3C for a lot of contenders or 2C for a non-playoff team. I'm just intermittently stuffing food in my face, so excuse me. I hope you don't get a good look. Um, but my apologies if you do. So there you so latest, yeah, Sean Manahan has been might be signed in Columbus on a long-term deal, reports Bob McKenzie. Uh, Bromsley says they are saying talks all week with Shane Gostisbehere, but he will head to market today in Detroit. Yeah, he had a really fascinating season in Detroit, really up and down. If you had him in fantasy hockey, he just drove you crazy because he'd go on a like 8-game bender and then disappear for 2 weeks, right? So um, he would be a good bottom pairing puck moving guy if you paired him with a defensive D man and gave him some power play time. Um, so I could see him being a valuable player somewhere for sure. They're talking about Stamkos now. It's not news. It's just yeah, fluff. Okay. Um, what else we got? Just retweeting Rono's Brandon Montour's chart. Um, that's a huge deal for Montour. Yeah. Then I'm just regurgitating that. Timothy Lilligren saying, "I feel good about the contract. That was always Toronto was always the place I wanted to be, and happy to get it done. This is a player who I'm not sure I want on the team, especially at that price. Um, if my mind is that Toronto should be a contending team, and they shouldn't be signing any players who they don't think could start in the playoffs. And for a guy who's making $3 million, that's a guy who's starting, and that worries me." Kevin Brom says Kevin Weeks saying Toffoli is going to the Sharks. I Maybe he's after his money now. I guess so. He's got his cups. That's got to be a massive contract. Thank you, Bromsley. That's got to be a massive contract if Toffoli is going to the Sharks. If Elliot Friedman starts talking, I'm just going to turn it up instantly. So right now they're just talking about fluff on Sportsnet, about who players are and what they do. But when Elliot comes on, I'm cranking that sucker up. I'm putting up more analytic charts about Brandon Montour on my Twitter page. You can take a look at players talking about. Um, yeah, I get. Yeah, Kevin Weeks has been told. Yeah, Montour 7 times 7 AAV. Um, a Leafs Twitter has talked how Montour would have been perfect for the Maple Leafs. Well, I mentioned that as well. But at $7 million for 7 years is insanity. Good for him for landing the contract, though. Blue Car 543. Hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'll be on for quite a few hours here, trying to break news as soon as I hear it. I'm glad to have you aboard. You're obviously a Leafs fan. We've been talking. I'm a Leafs fan as well. I've been talking a lot about them. Obviously, Brandon. We missed out on Brandon Montour. We signed Chris Tanev though, which is great at 4.5 million over 6 years. Maybe a little high, as one person mentioned. They would have liked to get it down to 4 years, especially at a 6-year deal. But it's hard to complain too much about that. And it's also heavily rumored that OEL is all but a done deal, which I'm not crazy about. If it means Timothy Liljegren is also on the team, they hope to get a goalie. Toronto's been heavily associated with Anthony Stolaroz, so we'll see what happens there. Monahan deal with CBJ or Winnipeg 5 years, about 25 million. If I was him, if I got a very similar deal, I guess I would stay with Winnipeg because I would say they're more of a contending team than Columbus Blue Jackets, who are forever rebuilding. But that's interesting. Again, thank you, Bromsley. Anyone specific you'd like to see blue car for the Leafs? If I stop, I'm just listening to some insiders talk here on the side. If there's talking about any breaking news. Okay, it's fluff now. I believe they're talking about Stamkos. Steven Stamkos is expected to leave the Lightning after spending the first 16 seasons of his career in Tampa Bay. Blah blah blah. He made an interesting list of players in history who played with one franchise for at least 16 seasons before switching clubs. I'm going to retweet that. Again, you can find me at Hockey Crash Test if you'd like to see a lot of this stuff. I tweet all year round. Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's refresh. Refreshing. I'm refreshing. 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 It's like being on a summer rain. Refreshing. Refreshing. Okay. Bada boom, bada bing here. Okay. Noah Phillip, 1-year deal, Edmonton, 775 grand. And that's about as much about that as you'll get out of me. Okay. Moving on here. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I really appreciate that. And if you're new, please hit that subscribe button. I make videos all year round, not as much as I used to. I started out in 2018, but I still put out stuff. I mostly focus on the Atlantic Division now, especially the Leafs. But I do talk about all teams as much as I can and watch as much hockey as I can against my wife's wishes. So yeah, I've been watching hockey for over 40 years. 42, 43 years I've been watching. I've been watching the league, so there's that. Anyway, that's fluff information as well. Nashville offered Marchessault 5 years. Look at you, Bromley. 5 years, around 5.5 AAV, as per Pierre LeBrun. Thank you once again. Wow, Nashville is going to be a team next year. Sounds like they're just really Jonathan Drouin hitting the open market. They must have really lowballed him. That's too bad. He seemed like to really come out of his shell in Colorado finally. Because I mean, that would be a big buyer beware sign for any other team. But who knows? Maybe it's triggered something in the guy, and he'll get some more money somewhere else. That's too bad. It was a nice story to see him play, sort of, with Nathan McKinnon. Thank you, Bromsley. Okay. Okay, yeah, Pierre LeBrun, just to regurgitate this. Okay, yeah, looks like this is, yeah. Regurgitate what Bromsley was just saying. As Pierre LeBrun and Rono. Pierre LeBrun. Okay, yeah, Rono says Steven Stamkos is set to sign with the Nashville Predators to a 4-year deal with an AAV of $8 million. Yeah, now it makes sense that Brisbois let him go. Stamkos has a great shot and is very good on the power play, but already just a middle six winger at 5-on-5. This is coming from the guy who puts up analytic charts all the time. So that's definitely an overpay, but they have the space and they're going to be a better team. And he's a great ad. So wow, Stamkos to Nashville. So Mike Commodore was right about that. So maybe I'll be looking at his tweets a little bit more closer. Brendan Dillon, 3 years in New Jersey. Okay. Thank you, Bromsley. All right. So Eric Engels, as mentioned, Tyler Toffoli is going to San Jose on a 4-year contract. Wow. They really must. I can't wait to see the AAV on this one. Um, yeah, interesting. There seems to be more talk about Lindholm maybe to Boston. Um, okay, water. Remember. All right, so refreshing. Excuse me. Matt Duchene is finally official at 3 million over 1 year. Um, there we have that. Welcome to anyone who's just joining us now. I'll be up here for many hours more. My butt is already dying. I think I might stand for a little bit here. I have the Sportsnet signing tracker on. That's the noise you hear in the background. I just got to stretch. Oh my god. Oh, they're talking about Jake Gensel being signed, and they're interviewing Jake Gensel right now. Whew. Bromsley, I'd wager Pinto to Philly, but that's from me. Yeah, that's what I've heard so far too. Jay Palmer, any Caps news? Yeah, nothing too big at this point. A bunch of small signings for Washington. I haven't heard any other rumors yet, but I mean they've signed some small players: Mitchell Gibson, Ethan Frank, Connor McMichael is probably the biggest news so far at 2 years, with an AAV of $2.1 million. So that's all for news so far on the Caps. Thank you for joining us, Jay Palmer. Please hit that like button and subscribe. Would appreciate that. I'll be here for hours today. I have to stand up, because my butt is just dying on me, and my shorts are now welding to my backside. Okay, I need some more air. I just needed a fan in here. That's what I forgot. Oh, with all these lights, I'm gonna start to sweat soon. Oh boy, that's not gonna. Thank God you can't smell through the screen. I'll tell you that much. Bromsley, yep, Cap signed McMichael, Priska, Franks, and Gibson. Okay. Sounds like, as per Frank Cervelli, sounds like the Bruins have a significant amount of legwork on both Nikita Zadorov and Elias Lindholm as free agency opens. Okay. Pierre LeBrun, there were talks all week with Detroit, but sounds like Gostisfire will head to market today. Pierre LeBrun, 13 minutes ago. Again, you can find my Twitter at Hockey Crash Test for almost real-time news. Montreal stuff here. After already adding Tyler DePertuzzi, sources say Blackhawks will also be signing Ford Terror to invite him today. A reunion with the player won a Stanley Cup there. A reunion with a player who won a Stanley Cup there. Really? He's that old? Wow. Okay. If the Predators can per Pierre LeBrun, if the Predators can finalize thing with Jonathan Marchessault, I'm hearing his deal with Nashville will be 5 years and around 5.5 AAV. People not liking the 5 years, but the AAV seems fine. Looks like we have some stuff happening in the chat here. Okay. All right, what do we got here? Bromsley, Oilers signed Noah Phillip, young guy. Bromsley, 25 minor leaguer. Thank you. Thank you, Bromsley. Bolts Jolt say, I don't think you will see a new captain named until much closer to the season. I think we all know who it's going to be. But I don't think it could be anyone other than Hedman after they announce his extension. Okay. Okay, here we go. Elliot Friedman. I'm going to shut up. Here we go.
Carolina 3 times 3.05. Sam Lafferty looks like he's heading to Buffalo. 2 times 2.
2 times 2, Sam Lafferty.
Tyler Toffoli, San Jose 4 times 6. They're trying to make Macklin Celebrini very comfortable, and Toffoli could play on his wing. And nothing's done at this point in time, but hearing that Ottawa is going to make a very big pitch for David Perron. So that's kind of what we're hearing right now, David. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's getting fast and furious, very busy. We're going to check in. As we mentioned, we have reporters embedded with every team across Canada, including Mark Spector. Following the Western.
Okay, David Perron could be going to Ottawa. Possibility. I thought it might be Toronto. Yes, I know everything's about Toronto.
Where does it stand right now with Edmonton Oilers?
Edmonton.
Well, their priorities have changed here.
Yeah,
There was a time when they were signing the Zach Hymans and, of course, Jack Campbell and Connor Browns. Now they're trying to re-sign a couple of the guys they've had. It sounds like big right shot defenseman Vinny Desharnais will not sign here. It sounds like he's going to market. Connor Brown was signed here for $1 million, 1-year deal this morning, of course.
You hearing this?
And they will now try to work on a few guys. They're not bringing in a bunch of people. They're trying to move out a couple guys. Rumors are they're trying to move. They've talked around on moving Evander Kane and perhaps Cody Ceci unsuccessfully at the draft. They're trying to make room to bring guys in, but if there's no room, they'll settle for signing the Jan Marks and some of the guys that they have here, perhaps Adam Henrique, some of the guys that helped them yet.
Well, Henrique could stay as well as Jan Marks.
Pieces were so critical, as you mentioned. The Foles, Jan Mark scored their only goal in that Game 7 loss to Florida. What's happening right now from a management standpoint?
Okay. Bromsley, here we go. Yeah, Tyler Toffoli, as I just mentioned, 4 years, $6 million AAV. Good deal for him. I'm not sure he would have gotten that anywhere else. As a little bit of an overpay. I guess most people would have given him around 4.5 on the market. Martinook stays in Carolina, a 3-year deal. Sam Lafferty, 2-year, $2 million in Buffalo. I hope we can dish Kane and Ceci. And Fogel. Yeah. Yes, it's a shame they're losing Desharnais. He's a decent bottom pairing D-man. I liked him in Edmonton, but it looks like he's going to the market. Looks a lot of stuff is going hot and heavy here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah, they're just talking about Edmonton and their shuffling lineup right now. Oops. Just refreshing. Trying to give my butt a break from that chair. Brandon Montour's $49.98 million contract is by far the biggest contract Ron Francis has ever handed out by total amount of money. Previous high was Jacob Slavin back in Carolina at $37.1 million. What do we got here? I hope we can dish Kane, Ceci, and Fogel. We can't afford Vinny Desharnais. I wonder what he's asking for. I would say I don't know. Seems like $2.5 million. He's like around a $2.5 million player. Maybe he'll get 3 somewhere in a non-contender team. Maybe he'll get 3.5. I don't know. It seems for Desharnais, he's not going to contending team for over 2.5. I think 2.5 seems would be like the maximum for Desharnais. Yeah. Okay, more news. Confirmation about Tyler Toffoli going to the Sharks on a 4-year deal, 6 million AAV. Um, Tyler Toffoli, how old is he? Oh my God. Um, let's look at Toffoli. He's 32. 6 years, 32. Oh no, the 6 years. 4 years at 6 million. 32 years old. 4 years, 30s. Yeah, that is a little pricey, but it's San Jose. You knew they'd have to overpay, so that is what it is there. Okay, moving on. He's a good player to bring for all the youngsters there. So I guess this is his sort of retirement paycheck. Oh, thank you everyone for joining me here. I'll be covering news for quite a while. I'll be going in and out of consciousness probably for lack of food and drink. Um, but we'll get the news to you. We will between me and Bromsley here. Chikrin to Washington. Really? Chikrin to Washington. Okay, so this is what we're hearing now. Thank you, Bromsley. It doesn't seem to be official yet, but I'm on my knees here because I don't want to sit down. Oh, it's a trade. Breaking news. Here we go. This must be it.
Freeman, Elliot, what do you have right now? Yeah, so Jacob Chikrin has been traded to Washington for Nick Jansen in the third round. And Washington, by the way, is believed to be the team that's also going to sign Matt Roy. So they've been very, very busy. So
That's it?
remaking themselves.
Nick Jensen and a third?
Assuming that we close here in Nashville in a couple minutes.
That's it?
5 times 5.5. But we're about to get a whole flood of signings. Chikrin for Jensen, and what was the other part of it? A 2026 third. Okay, well,
That's it?
Yeah, I'm adding it to the binder right now. So Ottawa's been.
Wow.
Remember they picked up Linus
For Jensen and a third pick, he said. A third rounder.
And they're trying to get Pinto signed. They got some action. We got to see something.
Well, he just said a third in 2026. Even if it's a second, but he's anyways. Elliot Freeman just said a third, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get some more confirmation on that.
Skating defenseman, they just don't have that rock steady kind of ability on their back end, and it's great to have all that skill and stuff. And Sean Walker's a perfect guy that can skate, move pucks, but it's you want someone to defend a little more, and be a little bit of that hard nose style shot blocking. Signing season.
I think that's a good trade for Washington. Besides dumping cap space, I don't see how it's that great for Ottawa. I thought they would be able to get more for Chikrin than that. I'm surprised. More news. Russell Murray. Any more Leaf news? Besides Tanev, that we hear they're looking after OEL and they're chasing after Stolaraz. So. And then now they're just talking about Chikrin more. I'm really surprised at that return for Chikrin. Russell Murray. So far, we just have the Tanev signing. And then we have them chasing. OEL seems to be a certainty, but there's no confirmation yet. And of course we hear they're one of 3 teams chasing hard after Anthony Stolaraz, the backup for Florida, the goaltender. So we'll see where this goes. Yeah, we'll get to the Leafs. We'll be going in and out of the Leafs, especially over today. So don't you worry. Stick around. Thanks for joining us. Please give me one of these and subscribe. I really appreciate it. I've also got Sportsnet on the side here. Breaking news happening. I got Bromsley online here, who's been helping me out. He's been really good. Washington expected to sign Roy as well at $5.5 million. At how many? At 7 years. 7 years at $5.5 million. The well, I'm not. The money is decent, but I'm very surprised by the term. I know he's a little younger. What is he, like 28 years old? Let's look into cap. Matt Roy. Matt Roy, yeah, he's 29 years old. When's his birthday? It's in March. 6'1", 200 pounds. From Canton, Michigan. He had 25 points in 81 games last season. 5 games in the playoff, 2 points plus 1. He's a pretty good two-way guy. Leans more of a shutdown defense in many ways. Very underrated. And sought after hard. So 7 times. Wow, Washington making a big splash as well. Holy cow. I kind of sat, I know Washington will definitely be competitive, but I don't expect them to, maybe I expect them to squeeze into the playoffs with these signings still. If they're lucky, win a round, I just don't see them going that far. It's more about the Ovechkin goal chase. Mantha to Calgary, yes. Chicago signs Alec Martinez. That's a nice veteran signing for them. Jets back up. I'm not sure about the Winnipeg Jets. Bromsley Mantha at 1 year, $3.5 million. Good for him. Good for him. Big boy recently from Vegas, and then before that Washington, and before that Detroit. Roy signed 7 year, 7 year with the Capitals. Yeah, $38.5 million. Wow. That's a really good sign for Washington. Now they got Chikrin and Matt Roy. They've really bolstered their D line. Good for them. Oh, they're talking about OEL now. Oh, he's official to Toronto. So it looks like OEL's official to Toronto.
And I think adapted this kind of mentality that was important to Florida. Like he was in on every scrum. He was right there. A guy that through his career, I was like, what's going on with this guy? Where does he fit? Can he play if he's not producing? And
4 years at $14 million. OEL 4 years at $14 million.
Quarterbacking the power play, and he can make things happen. So I think a huge pickup in that regard, where he can, yes, he can play solid 5-on-5 minutes for you. He can add.
So that's $3.5 million.
Power play, which I think might be needed.
I needed a calculator for that because my brain is so fried.
Power play up top, he's pretty good up there at making things happen. And depending on, do we have the 4 year, 14 million? Yeah, so I think a good number to get him in there as well. I think he's at his age, yes.
I don't mind. 4 years. That's.
With him winning now, I think
I don't like the term.
Taking TJ Roby's spot. You kind of just look at it as that. Is that too simplistic? No, I mean it's not too simplistic. I think that's probably right where he fits in. He, to me, starts playing.
I'm just pulling up Oliver Ekman-Larsson.
They probably start there. They love that lefty righty. OEL for me was a guy very much like Montreal. I got to see throughout the Cup finals. I was so impressed with his game and how far he's come defensively. I think his game benefited a lot.
Okay, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, 6'2", 200 pounds, shoots left. Oh my gosh, shoots left from Sweden. He's coming off a over an $8 million contract, which uh, was partly paid off by Vancouver when he was bought out by Vancouver. In 80 games with Florida, had 32 points in the playoffs. In 24 games, had 6 points. 4K. His birthday is in July 17th. So he's going to be 33. They signed him to a 4-year contract. That's the 37 years old. I mean, $3.5 million isn't terrible. But man, and he's a left shot. I don't know. I know he can maybe help with the power play. I don't know that I'm that excited about this. I think I'm more excited than Washington's defensive pickups than Toronto's. I love Tanev. OEL, I'm very lukewarm on. For me, he's a bottom pairing defenseman who can maybe he can play PP1. 4 years at three. I guess I don't know. It's not that I hate him as much as I hoped they would be picking up um, a Matt Roy or or a Pesci or a Zadorov or a Montour. Some of those guys just being way overpriced. I know, and that's part of the reason. Um, yeah, I'm really hoping they trade Liljegren for some assets. Obviously, Robertson should be headed out the door as well. And get another good right-handed D, please. Another good right-handed D. One of the guys I mentioned already. Chicago signing Maroon, interesting. Craig Smith, okay. And Laurent Brossoit. Wow, that's interesting. Looks like okay, Laurent Brossoit to Chicago. Flames signed. Is that Jake Bean? Yeah, 2 years. Okay. And Lindholm and Zadorov to Boston. Okay, let's see if we can get some. Thank you, Romsley. Let's see if we can get some more confirmation here. Again, Jonathan Marchessault, 5 years at $5.5 million AAV to Nashville. He's 33 years old. Oh boy, Nashville going all in, huh? Giving these older guys quite the bit of term. Wow. Sam Lafferty, $2 million. Good for him. Oh, 1 million AAV, 2 years for Buffalo. He seems to be a really decent bottom pairing guy. I'm surprised he couldn't get a tiny bit more somewhere else. Even from a contender, maybe. Jordan Martinook as well. Carolina re-ups at 3 years at AAV of 3.05. And of course, yeah, Toffoli 4 years at 6 million AAV. 4 years, 6 million. Edmonton, Noel Huffenmeyer, $775,000. There's that. Trying to Jason Slavin, Carolina, 8 years, 6 years for Pesci in New Jersey. All right. Okay, yeah. Brett Pesci is officially signed with the New Jersey Devils on a 6-year deal. Yeah, it looks like it's official that Stamkos is out of Tampa and signing with Nashville. As we mentioned earlier, it's not official yet, but
the big storyline obviously is about where Steven Stamkos will land. But there's all sorts of other news breaking as the moments go. Big. We get you right up.
Here we go. More breaking news.
Big day for the Nashville Predators. They will be the story of this year's July 1st free agency day. They have signed Steven Stamkos, Jonathan Marchessault, and Brady Shea.
Steven Stamkos.
Brady Shea.
4 years, $8 million per. Jonathan Marchessault is at 5 years, $5.5 million per. And Brady Shea is at 7 years, $7 million per.
7
Perron is signed Ottawa at 2 years, $4 million per.
Ottawa. Perron in Ottawa.
Guys like Stallers, 2 times 2.5 in Toronto. Bertuzzi is 4 years, 5.5. Chicago. Laurent Boissois is also there, 2 times 2.3. Teravainen's 3 times 5.4 in Chicago. Samantha in Calgary, 1 year, $3.5 million. I think there's an 18-note trade as part of that too. And am I missing anything, Andrew? Andrew's in my ear. Ian Cole, 1 year, 3.1 Utah.
All right, Elliot Friedman. Do me a favor, Elliot. Can you repeat that?
Okay,
You said
a lot of news we just heard there.
Sitting there like this, and then I didn't hear anything after that. So no, Nashville. So Marchessault, Shea, as well as Stamkos.
Braden Shea, 7 years, $7 million. Nashville.
Pointed out,
Wow.
Nashville Predators and Barry
They
Trotz.
just made some moves last year too. Like
Barry Trotz, a first-year
Nashville's
champion,
making the playoffs again.
the Hall of Fame
For
after
sure.
26 years.
Um,
What do you guys make of the Nashville Predators? Because a year ago the narrative was, they're rebuilding, they're getting ready to do Shea, they're getting
Stamkos.
rid of Brian Johansson. They're not rebuilding, they're going for a Stanley Cup right now. What do you make of these moves?
But one thing it tells me is they're prioritizing experience and they're prioritizing veterans that
All right.
have been there and done that. I think they made a huge
Oh,
point doing
what
that
a crazy
with
candidate.
and Schenner
Good
last
draft.
year, but now you're going after a couple more vets that have been in the league and done
David Perron, 2 years in Ottawa, 6 years for Pesci, New Jersey. Nashville signs, Brady Shea. 7 years, $7 million for Brady Shea. Wow. Good for him. Nashville just really throwing the cash around today. That's unbelievable. It looks like Anthony Stolaraz has signed in Toronto as well for I think he said 2 years at $2 million. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm getting more official stuff here. Yeah, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, 4 years at $3.5 million AAV for Toronto. He's 32. Be 33 in July. Teravainen, 3 years at AAV of 5.4 in Chicago. He's 29 years old. Who are they talking about right now? They're talking about Netchus. Stolaraz, 2 year, $5 million. So it's $2.5 million AAV for Stolaraz, the goalie to Toronto on a 2-year deal. Okay, let's go.
Okay, a couple more things here. Arvidsson Victor is going to Edmonton.
Arvidsson to Edmonton.
Okay, and what was the other one, Andrew? Lindholm's going to Boston. 7 times 7.75.
7.75 for Lindholm to Boston.
All right,
7 years for him.
Signings are coming fast and furious right now. So just to catch you up to date there, Victor Arvidsson to Edmonton. We're waiting on the terms.
Arvidsson to Edmonton.
Lindholm, Elias Lindholm to Boston. 7 times 7.5. So the Vancouver Canucks.
Wow, this is really hot and heavy.
Obviously grabbed him from Calgary, couldn't retain him, and now he's off to the Boston Bruins.
It seemed like he really wanted to go to Boston. Like the rumors there just didn't stop. Ever since before Calgary traded him, Boston was in on him. Now we're just waiting to see if Boston can grab Zadorov now as well. For you Toronto fans, again, Anthony Stolaraz, 2 years at $2.5 million. Reasonable. I think I like that signing with them. I like the money. I like the term. OEL, I'm kind of lukewarm on. For me, they have to trade Liljegren now, and they've got to get someone who's a defensive defenseman to play with OEL, because Tanev will probably play with Riley, and then you have McCabe and Benoit who are pairing, right? So in my mind, Leafs need to sign another good defensive defenseman who can play with OEL, who's a brute. who will again cross-check you in the face. And it doesn't look like they're going to get Edmondson back, which is a shame. He was a great penalty killer. I guess he's replaced in that sense by Tanev. Who are we talking about here? Ian Cole, 1-year contract, $3.1 million to Utah. Wow, this is like prime time here. I might as well just light my hair on fire. Okay. Thank you, Bromsley, for helping out. Really appreciate that. Anthony Mantha, again, is 1 year at $3.5 million in Calgary. He's 29 years old. Wow. He went by fast. Anthony Stallras, by the way, is 30 years old. And I'm going to pull up his stats and stuff really shortly as well. All 3 players on buyout waivers yesterday cleared. Flames still circling Jake Bean. Adam Bokovist is now officially an unrestricted free agent. He was put on waivers from Columbus. Breaking news. Here we go. More breaking news.
Let's go. Brandon Dillon is heading to the New Jersey Devils. 3 years at $4 million a year.
Wow.
3 years at 4 AAV for Dillon. Wow.
So
To
Sean,
Jersey.
you caught that. Brendan Dillon to Jersey, 3x4. So another hole to fill here.
That seems pricey for Dillon. I didn't expect him to get more than I guess that's not that pricey, but good for him. But
tradition tells us, history tells us, this is just not the Winnipeg Jets' time to shine. I mean, I would think that we're hearing about Eric Comrie returning in that backup goaltender role. That's very
Comrie going back to Winnipeg, obviously. Yeah, I mean, Dillon going to New Jersey. They're definitely another tough guy going on their blue line. That's another team was going to be should be much better this year. Maybe a little pricey for Dillon, but not too bad. At 3 years, 4 million. I don't know how old he is. I can't imagine he's that young. I think he's at least around. I want to say 30, 31. Wow, yeah, Nashville just signing Brady Shea. Thanks again, Bromsley, for throwing in. Anybody else out there want to get involved in the chat? If you have any questions or opinions, whatever, let me know. We're here to talk it out together. Okay, we've got some fluff happening. Just refreshing some apps here. Here we go. Anthony Stallras, already talked about him. Anthony Mantha, already talked about him. Okay, back to Twitter. So the Pens, the Washington Capitals, making some good moves. Yeah, picking up Chikrin, dumping Jensen in that trade. Picking up Logan Thompson. Okay. I'm not sure they even needed him, but from Vegas, Mangiapane from the Flames, and Dubois. So we'll see. Washington could be much better. I mean, they also, oh my God, what's the other? They also picked up, was it Matt Roy, who they signed as well? So yeah, Washington's definitely going to be a better team, and if PLD is anything like he was in, if he is just any better than he was in Winnipeg and LA, man, things could change quickly. Washington could really climb that ladder. Again, Victor Arvidsson is 2 years by 4 million AAV. In Edmonton, his player card, that's by J Fresh. Just retweeting that. Also, I'm at Hockey Crash Test. Victor Arvidsson is a middle six scoring winger who thrives off the rush, loves to shoot the puck, great secondary scorer, although it hasn't translated in the playoffs recently. So, all right, so he's in Edmonton, been injured a lot the past season. More confirmation on Stamkos. Jason Zucker has signed a 1-year contract with the Buffalo Sabres. I don't know the amount yet. Comrie goes back to Winnipeg. Blah, 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 blah. It looks like Zadorov got some term in Boston as well. I don't have confirmation that Boston looks like they got Zadorov. Okay, Darren Dreger says 6 years, 5 million per for Zadorov in Boston. You knew he was going to get around between 5 and 6. He probably could have gotten. I think that would have been a way overpay to get 6 million. I think even 5 million is a bit of an overpay for Zadorov. I feel he's a bit overrated, but he did have a really good playoffs for the Canucks. Can play both the left or right side. Is very mean. Can be very mean, and has a little bit of offensive flair to him, as we saw in the playoffs. So that's good for Boston. Another player I was hoping the Leafs might have been signing, who could pair up now with OEL. I'm still waiting for Toronto to sign another right-handed defenseman. Who else is left now? Roy's gone. Shea's gone. Montour's gone. Pesci's gone. Yikes, that's scary. Zadorov is gone. Again, Zadorov to Boston for 6 years at 5 million AAV. Unbelievable. And of course, the Boston Bruins have also signed Elias Lindholm to a 7-year deal worth $7.775. Oh,
Jason Zucker, Buffalo, 1 times 5.
1 times 5.
Brandon Duhaime, Washington, 2 times 1.85. And Luke, there's plenty of room if you want to come over here. I'll join you in a bit.
4 more signings, including another one by Washington. I think Duhaime, formerly of Minnesota.
All right, so listen, a lot of teams are really building up their blue line, including the Devils. Meanwhile, Vancouver, they re-signed a lot of their key free agents, including Dakota Joshua. We'll be talking with Dan Murphy on this.
Okay, they're going to break. We're just going to review some things quickly. Craig Smith, in Chicago, 1 year, $1 million at age 34. Seems about right. Bottom 6 scorer, formerly of Nashville, Boston. Can't think of anywhere else at the moment. Brett Pesce signs for 6 years at 5.5. In New Jersey at 29 years old. I would have liked Toronto to sign him at that much. I would have been fine for that amount of money in AAV. Completely. He would have been a great addition. Him and Tanev on the right side. Damn. New Jersey also looking good on D. Lindholm, I've already mentioned, 7 years at 7.75 million AAV. Stamkos, 4 years at Nashville, 8 million AAV. Anthony Stolaroz, 2 years at 2.5. So those are just the super official ones up on the Sportsnet tracker there right now. And the most recent is Zadorov at 5 million at 6 years with Boston. Again, look at my Twitter feed at Hockey Crash Test for all these updated signings. I'm just gonna get back to my knees. I don't think my butt hasn't woken up yet from being on that chair for so long. Okay, the Flames have signed Igor Sharangovich to a 5-year extension. Apparently, I don't have anything at $5.75 million. 5 years at 5.75. Now he really came out of his shell with Calgary. I hope he stays that way. I mean, it's not a terrible for Calgary, especially. It's not terrible money. But the player does make me a little nervous. That's all. But I mean, they're rebuilding, so it shouldn't be a problem. And this is from a Flames radio talk show host, Pat Steenberg. Yeah. So Flames re-signing Igor Sharangovich to a 5-year extension at 5.75 AAV. Connor Brown, 1 year, 1 million. People talking about Arvidsson being a nice winger for Draisaitl. Again, Arvidsson assigned 2 years at 4 million AAV. That's okay. If I'm an Oilers fan, I think I'm okay with that. Let me know how you feel though. If we have any in the chat, I would love to hear from you. I just feels a little. How old is Sharangovich? Okay, Sportsnet is back on. Let's look for Sharangovich. Brendan Dillon, 3 years at 4 million per. Here we go.
Jake DeBrusk, 7 times 5.5. Vancouver.
Vancouver signed Jake DeBrusk.
Yeah. And then
7 years times 5.5.
Sean Monahan, 5 times 5.5. Columbus.
Wow.
7 years.
5 times 5.5 for Monahan. Columbus, they could afford it, but wow, good for him.
Westernmost team in Canada. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's great. Not just a news.
Wow. Another decent third line center off the board, though.
Sets us up nicely. That's the perfect segue because we have Dan Murphy joining us now. As we mentioned, we have reporters embedded with every Canadian team, including Murphy.
DeBrusk, $5.5 million, 7 years.
Wow, did he? Maybe he broke the news. I don't know.
Wow.
Steal my stuff all the time. He's stealing your stuff. Jake DeBrusk, 7 years, 5.5 million. Did you see this coming?
7 years, 5.5 million for Jake DeBrusk. That term, yikes.
We knew that once word got out
Yikes.
that Gensel was likely not going to be coming to Vancouver, I think the focus shifted to trying to find some.
$5.5 million seems like a bit of a I don't know, for Jake DeBrusk, who's so up and down. I mean, he should be a good at least for I think we talked to him about him already. He should be good for anywhere from 20 to 28 goals ish a season. So maybe 5.5 million isn't that pricey. 7 years. Wow. That's unbelievable. Wow. I've still haven't heard them talk about Zadorov on Sportsnet, but DeBrusk. Yeah, okay. Elliot Friedman confirming Zadorov. Boston at 6 years times 5 million. 6 years at $5 million for Zadorov. That feels like that could bite them in the tooth as well. It's I feel like Zadorov is really more like a $4.5 million player. 6 years as well. Mm, how old is Zadorov? Let's see. I'm just refreshing here. They're talking about the Canucks at the moment. I'll just turn this down a little bit. Yeah, so David Perron, if I didn't mention it already, 2 years at $4 million per in Ottawa. He's 36 years old. Feels like the Leafs need to sign a left winger still. I think, but more so they need like a third line center. Right now they have like Dewar and Camp. Who's playing? I mean, they could both play 4C, but I don't see either of them playing 3C. Holmberg? Oh, I don't know, but I don't know. I don't see them going into the playoffs with Holmberg as their 3C. Yeah, wow. Okay. Yeah, Zadorov 6 years, 5 million. Zadorov's 29 years old. 6 years. To solid taking the 35. I guess they could, LTR the guy at some point in the last 2 years. So maybe that's not terrible. It's definitely a bit of maybe it's an overpay, definitely in the years. Um, Good for Boston. You got Lindholm and Zadorov. Those are pretty good fish. They really needed the center depth. So Boston could be another very competitive team next year. I'm not sure they're going to come first in the Atlantic, but I would say they're definitely still making the playoffs. I feel, anyways. If you're asking me right now, David Perron seems a decent add. Losing Chikrin and adding Jensen. Jensen's a good player. Don't get me wrong. He's a good defensive defenseman, more of a bottom pairing guy. Cheaper, veteran. But to only get like a third round pick in 2 years away from now, I don't know. I don't know if that's enough for Chikrin. How many was it? 1 or 2 years left on his contract. Yeah, it feels like they could have gotten more for him from another team. Let me know what you think about that trade, that Capitals trade for Chikrin. Oh, it looks we have something here.
Yes, I see your Elliot Friedman tweet at 12:29 Eastern saying Jake DeBrus to Vancouver, and I raise you the Jason Bukala prediction at the end of the season saying his fit in Vancouver would make a lot of sense.
I had him as a fit. Yeah, like at the end of the year, kind of forecast for what the Vancouver Canucks could do in the offseason. He was on my grid as an ad there, and assuming that a bunch of balls fell in the face. But I really like this signing. Here's my breakdown on him up here.
They're talking about Jake DeBrus.
At the NHL level, obviously, you can play in a lot of different situations. Secondary scorer.
Again, he had 19 goals, 40 points last season with the Bruins. I think he's capable as much as, I don't know, like 27 goals. I think that's sort of his ceiling, 28 for DeBrusque. It's just 7 years. The AAV isn't terrible at all, but the term anyway. Tocchet likes him. I'm sure he'll do well there. Maybe he'll play with Ekman Larson. Pedersen. Let me know if you're 5 Vancouver fans in here. Let me know where you think DeBrusque will play with. I don't think Senators fans like the trade, the Chikrin trade. They're still talking about DeBrusque. Okay, here's some news from Saravelli. Sounds like Canucks are adding defenseman Derek Forbort, formerly of Washington, formerly of the Jets, and they're working on term. So interesting. Yeah, and it looks like they're talking about Pedersen, DeBrusque playing with Pedersen. So there's that. Uh, there's some talk here about the New Jersey defense now with Pesci, Siegenthaler, Hamilton, Hughes, Nemec, and Dillon. I really liked they added two good defensive D. One of them who will fight. New Jersey's going to be doing well. Talking about Carrier. Oh, looks like Vancouver signed Carrier from Nashville. Comrie to 1 year, 825,000 to Winnipeg, by the way. But it looks like Carrier, was it William? No, William Carrier. The defenseman from Nashville has been signed, is in Vancouver now. Now they're talking about Chandler Stevenson. I'm not sure. I think they're just talking about guys who are still left on the table here. That would be a great third line center for the Leafs, Chandler Stevenson, or second line. If you switch him with Tavares. He's 30 years old. Had 16 goals, 51 points last season, and was making 2.75 million. So I wouldn't mind the Leafs picking him up at all. He's a fast skater still. They just talked about him for Toronto or Vancouver. Winnipeg. Yeah, someone said a year ago, Trotz said he didn't want Nashville to be a place where vets went to retire. Okay, so there's a chance. Stevenson, that could be an exciting signing somewhere, and I'm not sure Carrier. I'm not sure Carrier has signed or was traded or whatever to Vancouver. Don't quote me on that yet. Maybe they were just talking about him being available. Okay. Okay. So Bromsley, I feel like I don't know if Bromsley's still around, or the news has just died. Okay, Sportsnet's going to commercial. Yeah. Okay. So sorry, I went quiet there. I'm just looking through my feed. Oh, I'm gonna get off my knees. Oh. Okay. Maybe I can sit back in the chair now. I think my butt has finally woken up. I don't know how people do the 9 to 5 office jobs. Okay. So as we're going through the Twitter feed here, it looks like things have calmed down for a hot second. So we'll just look to see what's been updated or if anything's new. Again, Brendan Dillon signs in New Jersey, 3 years at $4 million AAV. He's 33 years old. So yeah, I think that may be a little much for him. I think $3 million is more him, maybe even a tiny bit less at that age, but 3 million, so that's an overpay. But he should be a bottom pairing defenseman. I would defensive D for them, and a guy who will punch you in the face. So that's good. Another one, Jersey picks up. Sean Monahan really banks in going to Columbus. Probably the only team that would definitely go that high on an AAV of $5.5 million. I know he had a good year last year, but he's 29 years old, coming off a bunch of injuries. Hey, he's good for the team, so I'm happy for him. 5 years, $5.5 million. He definitely is not looking to win a cup, just looking to bring in some money. Arvidsson, 2 years at $4 million AAV with Edmonton. David Perron, 2 years at $4 million AAV at age 36 with Ottawa. He could still play though. Power play, top six, should be in your top six, maybe your third line even. But yeah, a good veteran, a good pro that they needed to bring in. I like this for them. Zadorov, $5 million AAV at age 29 for 6 years in Boston. I mean, we knew he'd get around 5 million. I still feel that's a bit more. I feel he's more of a $4 million player, but whatever. It's free agency, right? 6 years is long in the tooth, especially for a player that size. He's going to be really slow in a couple of years, but good, he's still playing well, and he had a great playoffs with Vancouver. Brady Shea really cashes in at age 30, $7 million AAV over 7 years. Wow. Wow. Okay, so after just refreshing here, okay, all right. So we got some. Okay, so Brandon Duhaime, which I think goes to Washington. He's a bottom six guy. Really nasty though. So him and Wilson will like each other. 2 years at 1.85 million AAV. Not bad. Not bad. I don't mind that. We're back to the Sportsnet here. Okay, they're just interviewing Steven Stamkos. Yeah, I'm not too interested in players' interviews for the most part. You can probably catch him more on Twitter if he happens to say something interesting. That is, will he say anything about Tampa? Oh, it's not a FaceTime. It's just a voice interview. Okay. So yeah, Brandon Duhaime was, I guess, a UFA, age 27, 1.85 million to Washington. Decent signing, good, mean bottom sixer. Yakov Trenin to Minnesota was signed. Similar kind of player, 4 years at $3.5 million. That's the term, and the AAV is very high there for that kind of player. I don't know about that. He's also 27. He does play center though, as opposed to Duhaime, who is a right winger. Brendan Dillon, we've already mentioned, 3-year deal at $4 million AAV, and yeah, that's just the signings. Brady Shea, 7 years, $7 million AAV. Wow, Brady Shea really got a big payoff. And he is how old? He's 30 years old. That whole quote from Barry Trotz about not wanting to sign players, not wanting to bring in players to retire there, has really gone out the window with the Brady Shea and Steven Stamkos and the Marchessault signing. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Brad Pesce, of course, 6 years at $5.5 million per, age 29. I don't know why the Leafs couldn't grab this guy at that same amount of money. Maybe it was just his choice to go there, but I felt they could have been competitive with that price if they didn't sign Lindgren to what they did. And of course, OEL, and kept someone like Edmondson. The Stamkos got 4 years. Marchessault, wow, how many years? 5 years? 4 years, $8 million per. Wow, I can't believe. Wow, Stamkos. Okay. Anyways, where are we here? They're still talking. Oh, they're still talking to Stamkos at the moment on Sportsnet. I'm just gonna put some of my snacks aside here. Let's refresh the old Twitterverse here, and see what we get in the line. Oh, Jonathan Drouin has re-signed with the Colorado Avalanche on a 1-year deal. I don't know. I thought he was leaving. Okay. So we'll see what that turns into later. I don't know the money yet. I felt like we might have already hit the climax of free agent signing, but we still should be. What time is it in Eastern right now? 10, 11, 12. It's almost 1 p.m. Eastern time, North America. Okay. So, I mean, we should still have at least a good, strong couple of hours minimum, I would imagine, here. Brandon Duhaime, Jay Fresh put out a stats card on him. He says, yeah, he signed 2 times 1.9 million AAV, is a 4th-line winger, one of the most prolific hitters in the NHL. So 1.9 million, it's not too bad for a guy who's one of the biggest hitters in the NHL. That's good. He's not as defensively responsible as we thought he might be. So that's not terrific. So you know we could all argue about that. But yeah, you can look for his stats card in my Twitter feed at Hockey Crash Test. Oh, Cam Talbot just signed 2 times 2.5 million in Detroit. So Cam Talbot, breaking news: Cam Talbot just signs a 2-year deal with a 2.5 AAV in Detroit. I really prefer if bringing this back to the Leafs. I'm really happy that they got Stalaraz instead. I would have been happy with either Brossois or Stalaraz at the same amount of money. So at 2.5 times 2, exact same contract, I think. Yeah. Oh, here's Friedman. Elliot Friedman. We're just going to listen to some breaking news here.
A couple of things. Jonathan Drouin is returning to Colorado. Don't have exact terms yet. It's a 1-year deal. And Cam Talbot is going to Detroit 2 times 2.5. And there'll be some more coming in, but that's what we got for you right now, DA. All right. Again, the signings are coming quickly.
Okay, we just talked about that.
As well as we sent out to Sean McKenzie.
1 second.
Happy Canada Day, Sean. We have reporters embedded in every city.
He's talking about the Maple Leafs here.
Pretty busy day so far for Brad Treliving as well.
Let's see what he says.
David, a very busy day for Brad Treliving and the Maple Leafs. A quiet day here, though, at Ford Performance Center, because normally Brad Treliving or the Maple Leafs general manager, whoever is at the time in the brass, is here on site. That's not the case this year. They actually stayed behind in Vegas to conduct their business. And what do you do when you're in Las Vegas? So I've heard you spend a little money, and that's exactly what Brad Treliving has done over the last 24 hours. Taking care of some business, locking up Joseph Wool, the number 1 Maple Leafs goaltender, Timothy Liljegren, Max Domi. But of course, the biggest attention getters are the newcomers. Chris Tanev locked up to a 6-year deal that'll take him to 40 years old. Of course, there's lots of talk about the term and was it the right term? Is it too long? Is it too much money? But you just have to look at the fact that he is a top 4 right shot defenseman that very well could slot in beside Morgan Rielly and be one of, if not the best players that Morgan Rielly has played with in a very long time. That is something.
If you're a Leafs fan, it's interesting. If you're not,
coming off a great year with the Florida Panthers, hoisting a Stanley Cup, very well could.
This will end quickly, I promise.
With Timothy Liljegren. It's going to be a busy offseason, though, for Brad Treliving. after July 1st, and it's going to be a very intriguing one because the question still remains: what do the Leafs do with Mitch Marner? Do they sign him to a contract? Do they try to make a move? Do they go to next year without a contract done? Brett Levy's made it very clear that Marner really does control the shots with his no movement clause, also saying though that he is a superstar player and they're not going to make a move just to make a move. So we'll have to wait and see what comes with that.
Yeah, that is the big question, Sean.
So they still expect some moves by the Toronto Maple Leafs here. Sorry, bear with me. I just want to see what they say about the acquisitions of the new Leafs.
That's a good thing, getting some value there because you have those other big contracts. But I do think, and we'll get to Stolarz in a minute, but Sean brings up maybe the biggest question mark. These signings are all great, but all eyes are on the Mitch Marner situation. How do you see this unfolding?
I don't know how it unfolds, but it certainly will cause a domino effect when it does. And we're kind of waiting for that to happen. It looks like they're almost going to be running this thing back very similar to how it was. And they're kind of plugging in the holes as they have to. Now, what happens with Mitchie, in my opinion, I think he stays. I don't see him going anywhere. I know it's been out there that whether it's the team wanting to move him or the player wanting to move, he holds the cards. I think he's a Maple Leaf through and through. This team is better with him no matter what the number is. And I don't see him going anywhere. But no matter what happens, the dominoes will fall depending on where.
Oh, Kevin Stenlund from Florida signs with Utah.
Right? That's also on the table as well. That much money coming off for next year, along with renegotiating what Marner would be. So I'm sure they're going to tread very lightly on how to handle this and risk of saying, okay, are we done with this guy? Should we move on?
Colby Armstrong.
Up after this year, and I think there's frustration over that as well, just because it's been how many years that we've seen, this core four, or the big boys, and how much money's allotted up front to those players. When you look around at other teams that are winning, and it's like $8 million more total for those guys. So I think he stays too. Yeah, I think he stays too.
What? They signed Matt Murray for 1 year at $875,000?
This is your window right now.
Okay.
While Austin Matthews is in his prime, you have a
He's their new third string goalie, I guess.
I understand there's some questions and concerns about the durability and the health, but at the end of the day, Chris Tanev makes your team.
Didn't know that. Matt Murray signed a 1 year deal worth around $800,000. Will be a third string goalie.
I thought he had an excellent series, and filling up your backup goalie, like talking about the goalie team, getting that backup goalie.
Stolarz, you played with him. What can you tell us about Anthony Stolarz?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he was in the minors with 6-7. I was shocked at his durability, his flexibility for how big that he is. 6'6" on skates. This kid's 6'8". One of the most flexible guys that ever played with. Makes some athletic, crazy circus saves. He could be a starting goaltender in the National Hockey League. Gets the experience down the playoff run with Florida. You got to have a guy that's going to look to play probably 40, pushing 45 games.
I'm really excited about the Stolarz signing. I really like that
job and position
for Toronto.
To want to come here too. He can prove himself. He's going to play a lot of games where maybe other teams in the league with a bona fide starting goal.
I'm very happy with that. Happy with Tanev. Not so happy with OEL.
116 games for the Panthers.
Matt Murray is a third stringer, $800,000-ish. Whatever, sure.
Right? Like, injury happens, something pops up, confidence goes down. He's a guy that can come in and run with it a little bit. That's all you ask from a guy like him, especially I think the sturdiness of his size as well can save a lot of things, especially when you've got the legs of Tanev in front of him. We've seen that kind of combination with Markstrom. I'm not comparing him to Markstrom, but just that big style, similar style goaltender. Some of these guys, it's always been forever, right? Yes, goaltender, it's been defending. It's been the way they defend. Can Berube come in and fix that? Can these deep additions help that? And can Stolarz come in and solidify some kind of openings or weak spots through the depths of this lineup, goaltending wise?
And he's 30 years old. People think he's young. He's not. He's been around the league a little bit here. So it'll be a nice friendly competition. Wall and Stolarz, they're both going to want to be the number one. And now you have a little friendly competition. Maybe you split that crease a little bit like they did with Boston with Swayman. and I'll mark and see how it shakes down. So
It's healthy, a little friendly competition.
the Leafs, it's probably not done, but certainly have made a dent so far. So much more coming up on signing season here on Sportsnet.
Okay. So, yeah, just to sum that up real quick. So, no one thinks the Leafs are done yet. I really think they need a third line center, and another defensive defenseman now to play with OEL. I don't see anyone. I'm not sure I see anyone left on the open market besides like Lyubushkin, who's a defensive D, who they might be able to sign for, like 3 million or less, to play with OEL, and I'd be fine with that, I guess. Um, Benoit, McCabe, OEL, Lyubushkin, Riley and Tanev. That's definitely an improvement. But again, I don't even see Liljegren in the lineup, so I don't see how they do that. They're not paying a guy $3 million over 2 years to be a number 7 defenseman. I mean, I don't see Liljegren playing with OEL. I don't see that happening. So maybe I think if there's anyone who could be traded out the door, I feel like it's Liljegren, and maybe Kampf. That's over. That's how much? That's around 5.5 million ish off the books. That's a good. That's a decent defense. That's Brett Pesci almost. In New Jersey right now. So if they could get another really good D, we'll see what happens here. But it feels like all the big boys. Zadorov's off the board to Boston. Montour's off the board to Seattle. Pesci's off the board to New Jersey. I'm trying to think of any other. Bruiser. Edmondson. I haven't heard Edmondson signed anywhere. Kevin Stenlund, by the way, of the Florida Panthers, signed a two-year deal at $2 million AAV with Utah. So a pretty good fourth line player. I was actually out. I think he would be great for any contending team to pick up. Utah is going to be a better team. Definitely be a better team this year as well. So that was released by Darren Dreger not long ago. What else we got here? Just looking through Twitter, saying lots of Panthers departing. Huh. Interesting quote here by Max Domi. He says part of the of that video he put out on Twitter and Instagram about being Leaf, the whole Wolf of Wall Street thing. He had that in his brain for quite a while. If you haven't seen it, go and Google it. It's fantastic. It's hilarious. If you're a Leaf fan, close the blinds because you'll be dancing around and stuff as you watch it. But he says part of that, as referring to the video he put out, part of that of me bouncing around was always trying to end up here in Toronto, and was lucky enough to get the opportunity last year and had a great time. Enjoyed every second of last year. Anything breaking here? Yes.
Kings, it's a 3-year deal, and it's in the mid-3s. That's I don't have the exact number yet. Also, still waiting to figure out an AAV2 for Michael Amadio, but it looks like he's joining the Ottawa Senators also on a 3-year deal. All right.
Michael Amadio to the Senators, and he mentioned one other player I missed.
Chetwynd, BC, Compton, California, Beijing, China. Not exactly hockey hotbeds. However, at this year's NHL entry draft, they were front and center players from those cities.
I missed one of the players Elliot Friedman talked about there. I'll just go to his Twitter feed. Let's go to his Twitter feed. Okay, Oilers have re-signed forward Noah Phillip to a 1-year, 2-way contract worth 775. Okay, the Ottawa Senators have signed Noah Gregor, former Toronto Maple Leaf, former San Jose Shark, to a 1-year contract. Don't have a number here. Okay, this is the player I missed with Elliot Friedman. Warren Fogle to Los Angeles. I hope my mic's working properly here. Warren Fogle to Los Angeles on a 3-year deal. In the mid $3 million range. Really, formerly of Edmonton, formerly of Carolina. That feels like an overpay for Warren Fogle. I'm just gonna search him right now. By the way, Igor Sharangovich, who signed with Calgary on the 5.75, how many years was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 5.75, is 26 years old. He's coming off a really good year. He seemed to really work in Calgary, so you may think it's a little risky, but hopefully he can do it again. Hopefully he's at least a perennial 20-goal guy. Where was I? Squirrel. I was looking at Warren Fogle. I wanted to look at Warren Fogle. All right. Warren Fogle, who had just signed with Los Angeles, formerly of the Edmonton Oilers, is 28 years old, 6'2", 198 pounds, age 28, from Markham, Ontario, shoots left, plays both wings though, yeah, I was right. Yeah, Edmonton and then Carolina. So he spent the last 3 seasons with Carolina. No, he scored that much? Wow. Okay. I'll eat my shoe on that one. I think I sounded a little bit unsure. Okay, that's an outlier though. Okay. In 82 games last season, Warren Fogle for the Edmonton Oilers scored 20 goals. Huh. And had 41 points. In the playoffs, in 22 games, had 3 goals, 8 points, -7. Now, that's by far his highest goal total in the NHL. The closest, the most he's put up was the year before, and another year was 13 goals. He's done that twice in his career. He's put up 13. So I don't think he's a 20-goal guy, is what I'm saying. So it's $3 million. You're probably going to get around 15 goals maximum from him, I would think. And 41 points. The closest he's come to that was like 4 or 5 years ago in Carolina, which was 30 points. So I feel like that's definitely an outlier for Warren Fogle. We'll see what exactly the contract. It says mid $3 million for 3 years. I'm just refreshing my Sportsnet page here. Anybody in the chat? Not at the moment. Okay, so we have some other stuff that. Oh, interesting. This is a player I wish. Another player I wish the Leafs signed, which good signing by Carolina. You might argue maybe it's a tiny bit of an overpay, but for what he does, probably he's been in the top hitting in the league for the past 5 years, and that's William Carrier, who just signed a 6-year deal at age 29. That's 6 years, though. Wow. For $2 million AAV. He does get injured. I want to say he averages around 60 games a year. So he does hit a lot. He's always, again, it seems like 5 years going back, he's always in the top 5 in hitting in the league. He was one of the original Misfits. I don't remember where he came from before that. I want to say Washington. But that's 6 years seems really long for a player like that. $2 million, maybe a tiny bit of an overpay, but definitely a Brindamore kind of player, and he'll put in good minutes for you. He's 6'2", 218 pounds from Quebec, by the way. And let's see what kind of points totals he has. We're looking at him versus the Dallas in the playoffs, where he totaled 1 point in that, and he had a goal. And he was even in the plus minus category. He averaged I want to say he averages around 11, or no, maybe around 10 and a half minutes ish a game for William Carrier. So a good player, maybe a bit of an overplay, definitely a long 6-year AAV for a 29-year-old whose average games seems to be around 60 the past few years. So, anyways, that's kind of minutia. You can argue about that till you're blue in the face. Calgary Flames. Just gonna listen to them just for a second here.
A little bit into that as well. Happy Canada Day to you. What can you tell us about the Flames, where they are and where they're going?
Well, yes, the Calgary Flames, you mentioned some of the money. They came into the day with just a hair under $30 million to spend, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to. They have been very busy, as we have been reporting, and they've addressed a couple of needs, and there is a rebuild that everybody knows is taking place here. The timeline, you got to think maybe in that 3 to 5 year range as far as where they want to be, a new building in hopefully 3 years, and they want to have a good competitive team when that whole thing gets going. But this is a process for the Flames, and today they dipped a toe in here. We're talking about a couple of key pieces. They get a little insurance in the goaltending position. They got Dan Vladar coming off of hip surgery. They also have Dustin Wolf. So what does that mean? Well, they go and add Devin Cooley, who was with San Jose, another California goaltender, Jake Bean, the son of former Flames president John Bean, on that blue line. So they shore up a little bit there, a couple of year deal there. Anthony Mantha, you just heard from the gentleman talking about how big the draft is. Well, this is a big player, and Anthony Mantha that's here for a year. So that, along with the re-signing of Sharon Govich, who was acquired in the Tyler Toffoli trade
Okay.
some time ago, that just seems for Craig Conroy. So he's got a little bit of money to play with, but with the timeline and the direction and this youth movement that's here, kind of filling in some holes.
Just letting my fantasy hockey group know that I'm doing a live. Talking about Sherognovich, I think. Okay. Anyways. I'm just doing this again. Bear with me for a second here. I'm just going to turn up the background. Sportsnet's still talking about Calgary.
Around that player, and I think this is a smart player. This is an upside, a lot of skill set, dynamic player. I think there's a lot of buzz in this market about that player. Time will tell. There's a lot to like there with his game. There's Andrew Bashaw, who also is a Calgary guy. There's a lot of excitement around that player. They got him at 41. Some thought he might go in the first round. Good young player out of Medicine Hat. So there is a little bit of buzz, certainly, about what Craig did and his team did at the draft. So
last we talked about Noah Gregor signing with the Ottawa Senators. We don't know the contract length yet. He was a fourth liner for the Leafs. Fast guy, fights once in a while. Has stone hands though. Can't really put the puck in the net. But it did well. I mean, they didn't play him that much in the playoffs. But I think he could be a contributor. So I think that's a pretty decent pickup for Ottawa. Depending on how much they paid him, of course. Okay, so Jonathan Drouin is official here. He signs a 1-year, $2.5 million deal at age 29 with Colorado. I think that's good for both teams. I think that's definitely good for Colorado. Druin gives him another year of still stability to see what he can does to prove it. Maybe sets him up for a bigger contract the year after. We'll see. Danton Heinen, formerly of Boston, I want to say, signs a 2-year deal at 2.25 AAV at age 28. He's a left winger. So is Druin, by the way. Yeah, 195 pounds, 6'2". Decent enough player. Formerly of the Bruins. Was he playing on Florida? Heine struggled in the playoffs. Anyways, I'm not gonna sit on that for too long. Kiefer Sherwood just signed a 2-year deal as well with Vancouver, $1.5 million. Kiefer Sherwood. Oh, formerly of Nashville. Very strange guy. He can score some flashy goals. They're talking about Stevenson. I think he's still available though. Chandler Stevenson on the Sportsnet at the moment. William Carey, I just mentioned, 6 years at $2 million AAV. I wonder if it sounds like maybe Calgary is very interested in him. Hopefully my Maple Leafs are too. Look to see if there's any new trades. So just to rehash the Jacob Chikrin trade, it's for Nick Jensen and a 3rd-round pick. I feel like they could have gotten more for him. Yeah. Anyways, we can debate that more later. That's the only actual trade that's gone through today. All the other trades are from yesterday. The rest is all signings for today. Okay, so here's Warren Fogle. It says a 3 years deal, age 28. Still doesn't say how much. The Noah Gregor is $850,000 for a 1-year deal with Ottawa. He's only 25 too. And he mostly plays wing. They have him listed here as a centerman. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess you could play both, but I think he's more of a winger. I don't know why they have him as a centerman. Warren Fogle in LA, 3 years. Don't know how much yet. So that seems to be some of the newest stuff that we're looking at here. They're talking about Edmonton right now on Sportsnet. We're just going to go to, let's see what else we got here. Stefan Noesen. A lot of people are after this guy. 3 years at $2.7 million AAV to New Jersey. Formerly of San Jose. I want to say. Elliot's on. Okay, we'll listen to him. He probably.
$1 million plus spent in the first hour, and now
Gritzlick in Pittsburgh, 1 year, 2.75.
Okay, Dave, I don't know what this contract is going to look like yet, but I've heard that Sean Walker is going to join the Carolina Hurricanes. They had some openings on defense, losing Shea and Pesci today. Matt Grizzlick is Colby. You'll be broadcasting his games next year. Matt Grizzlick is joining the Penguins.
I might be playing next year.
Wonder Crosby hasn't signed yet. $2.75 million in Pittsburgh, and Stefan Noesen is signing in New Jersey 3 times $2.75 million. Biggest name we're still waiting for is probably Chandler Stevenson. He was on Nashville's radar before they exploded today. I still think Vegas could potentially re-sign him. I think Seattle's interested in him, and I wondered about St. Louis as well. So that's what we're all keeping an eye on. And New Jersey, again, adding another player. They've been busy. It's been a busy hour 15. We have much more coming up, though, on signing season. top available goaltenders, that's been kind of a quiet market to some degree. Of course, Talbot, Brossois, and Stollers have team. What about Samsonov? What about DeSmith? We'll keep an eye.
Yeah, Samsonov and DeSmith are still out there for goalies. Reimer, Jones, Hickalainen. A lot of goalies out there, not enough chairs. Wow. Someone's going to get some cheap goalies. That's some cheap backups, that's for sure. Michael Amadio, 3 years at $2.6 million AAV to Ottawa? Huh? That's a fourth liner who maybe could fill in on the third line from time to time. I don't know. It's not horrible. I feel like 3 years is a little long. I feel 2.6 million is too much by almost like $1 million. He's a, I don't know about that one, Ottawa. He was barely making minimum with Toronto before he made to end with Vegas. So, okay, Matt Gritzlick, as you heard Elliot Friedman there talk about it, is signed with Pittsburgh on a 1-year deal for $2.75 million. Looks like Sean Walker is going to sign in Carolina. We don't know how much yet. Stefan Noesen has signed a 3-year deal, AAV of 2.75 with New Jersey. And it looks like Chandler Stevenson is the biggest fish out there. Edmonton have re-signed forward Noah Phillip to $775 grand. Still waiting to hear on what Warren Fogle is going to make in LA. If you just joined us, a bunch of new signings. Cam Talbot, 2 years in Detroit at $2.5 million. That was just listed here. He's 36 years old. Lawrence Brossois, we heard about earlier, 2 years at $3.3 million at 31 years of age in Chicago, which is one of the reasons why the Leafs went for Stolleraz at $2.5 million for the same term. So really glad they did that. Still don't know what Fogle is making in LA. Noah Gregor, $850,000. Jonathan Drouin, 1 year, $2.5 million in Colorado. Thought he wouldn't resign there. And that's where we're at the moment. Trying to see if we can see what we can refresh here. I kind of want to find out more about Stefan Noesen as well. Stefan Noesen.
As far as getting a team they feel comfortable with running next season towards the playoffs. And,
talking about the Canadians for a second here on Sportsnet.
It's a good way to welcome in Eric Engels. Happy Canada Day, Eric. And we want to know what's going on with the Montreal Canadiens. They have some money to spend. They have some players to sign. How do you see this shaking out?
Yeah, you're right. They do have some money to spend, but I'm not sure that free agency was ever going to be the main avenue they walk down here. Trades potentially down the line here as the offseason rolls around, but what they were really looking for in free agency was potentially to get a veteran who can score a few goals and be a good influence on this team. And a lot of those guys kind of went on shorter term deals here. 3 that are still available are Tarasenko, Skinner, and Anthony Duclair from Quebec. But I'm told there's kind of an outside chance that the Canadians are looking in those directions. We'll see. It's quiet. I know Canadians fans have been extremely patient with this rebuild so far. I think they're going to have to be a little patient with players.
Okay. So Eric Engels, beat reporter for Montreal, doesn't seem too optimistic they'll sign anyone. Maybe go after a winger. They talk about Tarasenko again, amongst a few other players. We'll see what they do there. But back to Stefan Noesen for a second, who was signed in New Jersey on a 3-year, $2.75 million. Now he plays both wings, bottom six guy, 6'1", 205 pounds, 31 years old, birthday in February. Okay, so definitely the highest he's ever made. He usually has made under a million. He's under $1 million. Um, New Jersey did sign him 1 year at 1.75, but otherwise, most of his career is spent under $1 million. So this is a big score for him. We'll see. Now he seems. I know he's looked at as a sort of a playoff mean guy, irritating guy to play up against. Let's look at his numbers here just briefly. He spent the last. Oh, I thought he was. No, he's. Oh, why did I think he was from San Jose? Because he did play for San Jose at one point, sort of over the span of 2 seasons. But he spent the last 3 seasons with Carolina. In 81 games last year, put up 14 goals, 37 points. In 11 playoff games, put up 4 goals, 4 points. With Carolina, year before that, with the Hurricanes, had 13 goals, 36 points. Played a lot of games with the AHL with the Chicago Wolves, put up some really good numbers, but it's just never translated to the NHL. He played 1 game for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Was in and out of San Jose over the span of 2 years, including their AHL affiliate. Has played for Pittsburgh before. Has actually played for New Jersey before through the span of 3 seasons. He was traded from his original team, the Anaheim Ducks, after 3 seasons to New Jersey in 2016-17. Wow. So it's quite the traveler here. Definitely a big payoff for him, so good for him. We'll see. This is hard-nosed player. He definitely played some positive key roles for Carolina in the playoffs. So I think this is a decent signing for New Jersey. I mean, you could argue or not if this is a bit of an overpay, but yeah, we're talking about some of the smaller players here that we're just jumping back and forth to. The chat has gone cold here. Please give me a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. Oh, breaking news.
Super
Oh, no.
I think the team.
No, they're just interviewing Brendan Dillon, who was signed by New Jersey Devils on a 3-year deal, $4 million AAV, formerly of the Winnipeg Jets, formerly of the San Jose Sharks. Yeah, I think that's a decent pickup. Maybe a tiny bit of an overpay, but I think that's a good pickup for New Jersey. So things are settling down a little bit here after the big fray. Okay. Oh, Chandler Stevenson news. Wow. Chandler Stevenson to Seattle Kraken for 7 years at $6.25 million AAV. He really cashed in. Holy cow. Wow. I'm betting no one came close to that, especially the term. And probably people wanted to pay him around anywhere between 4 and 5.5 million. So it looks like you could say Seattle overpaid him by about $1 million and gave him probably at least 2 years more than any other team would. I imagine that's my guesstimation. I think it's right. So, wow. All right, Chandler Stevenson, probably the biggest player left on the board at the moment, goes to Seattle for 7 years at 6.25 AAV. Unbelievable. Seattle making some big additions, trying to get some scoring. Another team that might sneak into the playoffs. next season, or will at least be battling hard for it. Uh, ooh, Seattle's in the Pacific. That's going to be. Let me pull up the NHL divisions here. NHL.com. Oh, excuse me. Oh wow. Pardon me. Scores, players, playoffs, schedule. Teams. Okay. All right. So yeah, they're just interviewing Brendan Dillon here on the Sportsnet, but Edmonton looks like they'll be around the same. That they might do trying to buy out some players. Their team should be changing. I think they'll still be active over the next few weeks. Los Angeles has modified their lineup, but I still think they're a playoff team. Vancouver will be a playoff team. Vegas will be. So it's Vegas, Vancouver, Edmonton, Los Angeles, maybe even Seattle. So there's 5. You could say Los Angeles and Seattle will be fighting it out for the last spot in the Pacific. I would imagine. That's my guess. And in the Western Conference, Chicago is not going to lose as many games. That's for sure. I don't think they're making the playoffs. So you got making the would be Colorado, Dallas, Minnesota, and then you have Nashville and Winnipeg. How much of a step back is Winnipeg going to take? Who else are they going to sign? They lost, Monahan. They lost Dillon. They just bought out Schmidt. It smells like they've got some. Oh wait,
That's good. I like that. So Chandler Stevenson has a new home. He's joining the Seattle Kraken on a 7-year deal at $6.25 million per year. I think a lot of us thought he was going to go to Nashville. The Predators obviously had a huge day, and Stevenson stays in the Western Conference, not far from his previous home of Vegas. Dave. All right, so we are coming off the books quickly. Still a few names though on the books. Let's check out our best available defenseman.
Gostisfire's out there. Walker is not signed yet. Carrier is still available. I wouldn't mind at least picking up Carrier. Yeah, I wouldn't mind him. Carrier, I believe he's a right-handed shot. Not the biggest guy, but definitely has some meanness to him. Let's just bring him up here. Beep beep beep. Carrier. Carrier. Yeah. Carrier. And it's Alexander Carrier. Yeah. Right shot defenseman. He's 27 years old. He's a UFA. I imagine he's only 5'11", 174 pounds, from Quebec. He's got a birthday in October, so really he's 28 starting next season. He's coming off a 1-year, $2.5 million deal from the Predators, but also played the previous his whole career there. Yeah, his whole career has been spent there. But that's the most he's ever made is $2.5 million. I would imagine he's looking to cash in. He's been with Nashville since 2016-17, although he only played 2 games that year. So really, the most games he played with Nashville was 19 in 2020-21. So you could say 2021-22. He put up 77 games. So that's really when his NHL career had a full season start, full-time minutes. Last season with Nashville in 73 games, he had 4 goals, 20 points, plus 7. In the playoffs, in 6 games, 1 goal, 3 points, minus 1. So I wouldn't mind him in a third line spot with the Leafs. I got a feeling he's going to be too pricey though. He's probably going to want at least 3.5 million. And although he really just tops out, he's defensively responsible, but he tops out at probably around a 30-point max kind of player. And being 28 years old, right around his prime, we'll see. I'd almost rather, if I could get Labushkin for about $1 million less, I would do that instead. If he's going to be a bottom playing defenseman with OEL, for instance, as long as they don't overpay too much for Alexander Carrier. I keep on wanting to say William Carrier, who formerly of Vegas, who just signed a new deal with someone else. Who did Williams sign with? Was it Seattle? Chandler Stephen, the Seattle. Stefan Nelson, New Jersey. Grizzly, Pittsburgh. Looks like Sean Walker could be signing in Carolina. Michael Amadio, Ottawa. Noah Gregor, Ottawa. Fogle, Los Angeles. Talbot, Detroit. Drew in Colorado. Danton Heinen, Vancouver. Stenland, Utah. William Carrier to Carolina. Okay, yeah. I don't know if they're related at all. They're talking about Brandon Montour now, who really cashed in. 7 years. Unbelievable contract. Okay, so I'm just refreshing the trade board here. Yeah, they're talking to Brandon Montour now. They're just interviewing him over the phone. Gretzlick. Gretzlick, 1 year, 2.75 in Pittsburgh, age 30, formerly of Boston. Ian Cole goes to formerly of Vancouver, formerly of Tampa Bay. 1 year, $3.1 million in Utah, 35 years old. A nice veteran presence there. Stefan Nelson, New Jersey, 3 years, 2.75 AAV. Stenland also signs in Utah, another mean guy, 2 years at $2 million AAV. Brandon Montour really cashed in. Wow. Michael Amadio, 3 years, Florida, blah, 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 blah. So that's nothing too new. Okay, so we're just going to refresh some of the feed here, see what we get. Oh, so we have an extension news. We have Garnet Hathaway, another guy I wouldn't mind for Toronto, signing a 2-year, $2.4 million deal, 2.4 AAV in Philadelphia, formerly of the Capitals. Who wouldn't want that guy as a mean bottom sixer? Casey DeSmith signs for 1 year, $3 million in Dallas. So he's Dallas's new backup. Not bad. DeSmith's played really well last season, regular season and playoffs. So I think that's a good deal. Maybe a little pricey for DeSmith, but another goalie off the board there. Boston signs Max Jones. Not even 100% sure who that is, to be honest. Max Jones, formerly of Anaheim? Bottom sixer, anyway. Okay. Dallas signs Sam Steele re-signs him to a 1 year, $1.2 million contract. Decent deal, the way he played. Good bottom sixer. Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah, Hathaway would have been. That's another player. Hathaway, didn't he? He played for. He went from Washington. Oh, he went to Boston, and then he signed in Philly, and then Philly just read up with him. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised Hathaway didn't sign for more term. I'm just looking up to see uh, Hathaway, see where he is at age wise. Hathaway. Oops, spelled his name wrong. Here we go. They're still talking to Brandon Montour on Sportsnet. Garnet Hathaway, 6'3", 210 pounds, plays both wings, shoots right, from Florida. Okay, he's age 32. He's a nasty player to play up against. I would love to have that guy in the bottom six in the playoffs. So, so he gets 2.375. Mean, nasty guy. I think Torts likes him. So I feel like that's about right for the kind of player he is. He's like a third slash fourth line. If he's a fourth liner, you could say he's overpaid. But for what he does, for the nasty he brings, I feel it's worth it. So I guess that's a decent signing. Oh, here we go.
Hopefully they have T-shirts in Calgary. He hasn't been wearing very many of them lately. And then Garnet Hathaway signed an extension in Philadelphia 2 times 2.4. Also, there are reports of Ilya Lyubushkin in Dallas, so we're just working on checking that one too.
All right. So again, that's from the Florida Panthers. Lomberg goes past Montour. Let's check in with the Ottawa Senators.
Another defenseman I was thinking for the Leafs. It looks like he might sign in Dallas, and Ilya Lyubushkin. Gotta say, I'm really worried about one of the pairs. I'm officially starting to get nervous about the Leafs' bottom pairing. OEL is decent, but yeah. Anyways, I'm not going to go over that again. I think you've heard me talk about it the entire day. So far, I've been on. How long have I been here? Almost 4.5 hours. Wow. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate it. Just on Sportsnet here to my right, your left, they're talking about the Ottawa Senators and their signings. If you didn't hear it already, here we go. Ryan Lomberg, that's the one I missed off the bat, signs in Calgary for 2 years at $2 million per. Lomberg this is another Florida player who got more money than he would have there. Ryan Lomberg, yes, that was the bottom line player for Florida. I sort of had a question at the end of that. I'm just talking about Ottawa more now. Ryan Lomberg. Okay. Yes. So yeah, I was correct. So he's whoa, he's only 5'9". He's a ball of hate though. Okay, so Ryan Lomberg, age 29, who was just signed by Calgary for 2 years at $2 million AAV. Is 5'9", 187 pounds, left shot, plays both wings, 29 years old, birthday in December, so from Richmond Hill, Ontario. Yeah, you could say that's a little more. I mean, what's his biggest cap hit before was right around 700 grand, 800 grand was what Florida was paying. So he over doubled his contract. So wow, the Florida pieces are just flying away. OEL, Montour, Lomberg, Stenland. We'll see who else. I even heard Florida signing any players. So, anyways, yeah. So Calgary signing Lomberg. Tanner Lisinski signs a 2-year, $775,000 with Vegas. Yeah, Ottawa lost out on that Chikrin trade. I can't believe they only got what they did. A third rounder and Jensen. Jensen's not chopped liver, but still, just I don't know. It feels like they could have traded him in the trade deadline day for more than that. I don't understand. They're looking at the depth chart. They signed Perron, obviously, and Amadio. They don't even know if they're going to sign Pinto. It sounds like he wants out. They signed Noah Gregor as well. They got Shabbat, Zub, Sanderson, Jensen, Harmonic. I don't know. Who's their goaltender now? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, Allmark. Allmark is now an Ottawa Senator. Their defense seems to have gotten, well, less offense, but Jensen is a good defensive defenseman. They have him as a second pairing guy, though. I don't know about that. They got Perron. Good veteran. I don't know. Overpaying Amadio, I don't know why they did that. They could have spent that money better elsewhere. I don't know. Ottawa can't be done. Oh my God, did they even get a new coach? Who's coaching in Ottawa now? I'm totally drawing a blank on who's the coach of Ottawa. I know, what's his name? Retired. Oh, Travis Green. That's right. Travis Green seems like a wild card right now for Ottawa, for the Senators. We'll see what happens. I'm I mean, Perron, Allmark, their goaltending should be better. I don't know. I'm not convinced Ottawa will be a playoff team next year. Um, but with a change of coach and a couple of players, it's possible. Will we start hearing Brady Tkachuk rumors again? Although they only really started this season. I don't think there's a chance in hell they trade him unless Brady comes out and says he wants out. That's the only way. So yeah, so there's that. Just refreshing the feed here. Sorry, I'm just trying to snack a little bit. I had like a bowl of cereal for breakfast, and that's what I'm running off of. I didn't have much sleep, and don't drink coffee. I could use a matcha right now, though. What time is it? It's 10:45 my time Pacific. So that's 1:45 Eastern. Excuse me. Oh, I'm just gonna sort of move around here. Change the screen. My butt is dying. again in this chair as I try and de-stick my shorts from my crack. Okay. Oh, I should just do touch my toes once here. We'll be right back. Oh wow. Okay, let's do a couple of leg. There we are. All right. Okay, so refreshing the feed. I would see all the Sportsnet insiders doing this in between commercials and stuff too. I don't see they can sit at a desk the whole time and just not do anything. They probably have people also bring them snacks, which must be nice. The Sabres have signed defenseman Jacob Bryson and Dennis Gilbert and forwards Nicholas Abel-Kubel and Jason Zucker and Sam Lafferty signings are also official. Elliot Friedman.
The Oilers signed Josh Brown, 3 times $1 million. He was in Arizona before. It looks like Matt Dunbar to Dallas on a 2-year deal, and I think Brendan Smith is going to Dallas as well. Dave, they're coming off the board a little.
Dumba to Dallas. So maybe Labushkin's not in there anymore. Dumba to Dallas.
All right, in February, finally, it's taken 9 years, but we're going to have best on best because it's the Four Nations face-off. Who will be on Canada's roster?
Okay. People still trying to link Marner to Vegas. Anyway, so they're talking about Team Canada at the moment. They have McDavid, Crosby, Barzal, and Stone down the middle, or at least Colby Armstrong does. Hyman and Marner are with McDavid. I feel like they've got Konecki on this team as well from Philly. Anyways, come on, who cares about? Go back to the page. Anyway, okay. So people are speculating the Marner deal could happen tomorrow because his bonus is paid today. All right. Okay, they've got McKinnon beside Crosby as well as Marchand. They got that as a line. Points with Barzal and Konecki. They have Thomas on the bottom line with Stone, and I don't know who the left winger is there. I can let you know that in a second. All right. Might as well just stay on Friedman's page here. Twitter page. Okay, Eric Gustafsson gets 2 years at $2 million AAV in Detroit. Eric Gustafsson, formerly of, I'm not trying to figure out. Very familiar. Is it Chicago? Anyways, looks like Brendan Smith is signing in Dallas. You heard Elliot Friedman just say that just a second ago. Verhaeghe is playing. Oh, now they're just playing around with different. They're just playing around with different lineups from the two insiders. Okay. Anyways, Josh Brown is signed to a 3-year contract with an AAV of $1 million, formerly of the Arizona Coyotes. They also say that Matt Dumba it's not in here. Matt Dumba has signed in Dallas, which is interesting because that means Labushkin may not be signing there after all, whom he was formerly linked to. So yeah. I don't see it's funny, I don't see the Dumba thing on Elliot Friedman's page. but he did mention it when he just came on. So yeah, I almost just want to keep Elliot Friedman's page up all the time. It's so much easier. But it's cool hearing other people's opinions, and sometimes you do get the occasional spin from somebody else. So, okay, here's the defense for Team Canada. Taves, Makar, Theodore, Pietrangelo, Morrissey, Doughty, and goalies Skinner and Hill. Oh, good God, man. Goalies were just hurting. Yeah, anyways, this isn't official, obviously. This is just two guys, sportscasters, speculating the lineup. Let's see what else we got here. All right. Welcome all. Thank you for joining me. We've now been going at this for over 4.5 hours. And we're trying to break news as it happens. I've got some Sportsnet live feed happening to my right, your left. And I've I've got Twitter going, obviously, and I've got some other online stuff updating me of trades. Okay, so the Matt Murray signing in Toronto is official. It looks like he's going to be their third string goalie. For he's signed at 1 year at $875,000. So I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to put him on waivers. Would anyone claim him? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, it'd be worth the risk. He's still only 30 years old, right? So, I mean, although he didn't play last year, I don't mind it. If he's in the AHL, though, I kind of don't want him playing much. I want the Hildaby to be playing and getting the reps than I do Matt Murray. I assume if he's in the AHL, he'd be playing at least 30 games, though. If he doesn't have to come in for Toronto, because Wall's injury status, blah blah blah. It's very possible we might see him for a certain amount of time. So thank God they picked up Stolaraz. I'm really happy with that. Latest on the board again, Ryan Lomberg, formerly of Florida, little ball of hate, fourth line player, signs a 2 years at $2 million AAV. With the Flames, now 29 years old, by the way. He's a winger. Garnet Hathaway signed a 2.4 AAV over 2 years with Philly. Another great nasty bottom sixer who would be good in the playoffs, although didn't seem like he was that effective for Boston when he was traded to them from Washington. I didn't see this one snuck by me. William Legason, former Toronto Maple Leaf defenseman. He's already 28 years old. I didn't know he was that old. He played okay for Toronto, filling in as sort of a eighth defenseman. Anyways, he signs a minimum deal for 1 year with Detroit. And if you haven't heard Chandler Stevenson, probably the biggest fish, if not the biggest fish left so far in free agency. He signed 7 years at 30 years old at $6.25 million with Seattle. They needed speed. They needed scoring. Good for him. Good for him. And Seattle. Jason Zucker, 1 year at $5 million in Buffalo. He's 32. He's a left winger. Kind of surprised. I mean, that's a lot of money for him. He probably could have gotten, in the $3 million range for a longer contract for a contender, I would imagine. But I guess he's just betting on himself at this point, trying to set him up for maybe a trade at the deadline if Buffalo doesn't make the playoffs again. Although I don't see them they haven't been that busy. Nothing has really surprised me that comes to mind for Buffalo at this point. Yeah. Matt Grzelcyk 1 year in Pittsburgh. Ian Cole signs in Utah. Nosen in Jersey, Stenland, another former Panther. Besides Lomberg, that is signs in Utah. Yeah, Florida's not keeping any of their bottom defensemen, including Montour, and their bottom sounds like their bottom line is like gone. Yeah, Warren Fogle to LA. So far, Edmonton hasn't been so busy, besides a couple of small signings, including Connor Brown and Arvidsson. Arvidsson was the big one who should be playing with Leon Draisaitl. Just checking the trade. Nothing new in trades at the moment. And we're just going to refresh. Jake DeBrusk, of course, if you haven't heard, signed with Vancouver, which was a bit of a surprise to us. It was a big deal as well. Was it 5.5, 7 million? I can't remember. It was a big deal, a big signing. People thought he might sign in Edmonton. Let's see. Let's check the old Twitter box here. Eric Gustafsson. Yes, that's right. Formerly of Washington, of Toronto, and the New York Rangers. Oh,
It's being traded from Pittsburgh to the Rangers. I believe draft picks are the return. So that's the
Riley Smith to Rangers.
Now the Rangers were trying to get some players
From Pittsburgh for picks.
Some of the available players, so they go out and do it by trade, Dave. Yeah, the Rangers have been kind of eerily quiet for a team that has Stanley Cup aspirations. Elliot Friedman's been all over the breaking news. Luke and Colby on the analysis. So let's start with the forwards, guys, because the day started with a splash before we were waking up. Sam Reinhart signing that huge deal to stay with the defending champs, and then all sorts of big other news broke.
Jake DeBrusk, 7 years at $38.5 million. Sean Monahan, 5 years, $27.5. Joe Pesci, 6 years at 33. Jacob Slavin re-upping in Carolina.
Especially when you're talking about forwards. I think so. I think it's got to be them.
Stammer and Marcia. So
yeah, they went after all the big fish, pretty much.
Yeah, they're talking about how obviously Nashville feels like the winner so far. Trade deadline day. They went up and got a bunch of veterans and paid them well into their retirement, which Trotz said he wouldn't be doing. But they're definitely going to be much more competitive next season. I wonder if they're still going to trade their AHL goalie. Is it Askarov? Who looks like he could be really good. Has been playing really well in the AHL. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. Thanks for the thumbs up. Really appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the channel, and say hi to the chat. Oh my God. Russell Murray, any truth to Marner to New York Rangers or Vegas? Russell, I heard Vegas mentioned today, just in random Twitterverse, nothing from insiders. I've never heard Marner to the Rangers, but I don't know. I mean, they want Trouba out of there. They want Trouba out of there. Marner could be moved. Maybe there's a fit there. I'm just looking up some Trouba stuff here for a second. Bear with me. Trouba just feels really overpaid though. And Toronto just, I guess if they move Marner's cap, they'll be more likely to fit him. Like a Jacob Trouba. I think he has somewhat control over that. I don't know that he would go to Toronto, maybe. I thought he wanted to stay in the United States initially when he had left Winnipeg. He is a right shot D. He's signed for 2 more seasons at $8 million per. 6'3", 209 pounds. I gotta say, Leafs would have a couple million dollars extra this coming season. That would give three and a half, 3.5, 4. So that's not a bad I mean, as a Toronto fan, I don't hate that because we've got Tanev and Riley having OEL play with Trouba, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. That could, um, yeah, I think I might like. I think there would have to be more players involved on obviously on the Rangers side of things. Maybe prospects or picks or something. But I don't hate that. If Trouba, yeah, if Trouba is coming up, I mean, he's only signed for 2 more seasons, but it's opens enough of a window, and then it just opens cap space for them later. If they could get some picks with it slash prospects, I don't mind it. I don't mind that as a Toronto New York trade. Interesting. Dagger cards. Go Leafs go. Welcome. Welcome. The most recent news was them signing Matt Murray to a 800-ish $1,000 deal as a third stringer. We'll see if how long till he gets called up for the Marlies. If he gets past waivers, will he get past waivers? It's interesting, seeing as how he didn't play last season, right? So, so yeah, one, can he make it through waivers? He should. I don't know because there's a lot of goalies left in the market right now. I don't know that I see any teams really grabbing him. So so yeah, so I think it's possible he sneaks through waivers and he plays in the Mollies for at least 30-ish games as Hildeby takes the gets most of the run there, and then if they need Murray as a backup, if Wall goes down, they call him up. Matt is a solid third stringer, sort of like Martin Jones was last year. Yeah, who by the way, Jones is still available in the market at the moment. There's a lot of goalies. I don't think there's going to be enough chairs here for all the goalies. So yeah, so I think Matt Murray will safely slide through waivers. And then of course we picked up Stallraz. How do you feel about Stallraz? Let me know. I'm happy about that. I know there are bigger fish out there, but I feel Stallraz has potential um, to be even better than he has for Florida. Leafs should have a half decent defense this season. Maybe not quite as good as Florida's, but remember he was in Anaheim before that, and he's a giant goalie. So I'm excited. All right. The Islanders say they've signed Anthony Duclair to a 4-year deal. I feel like we're going to go to Elliot Friedman soon. So that's the newest. Anthony Duclair, 4-year deal to the Islanders. Alexander Carrier still available. Sean Walker still available. Shane Gostisfire still available. The only one from that list, anyways, that inspires me is Carrier. But if the Leafs made a trade with the Rangers, and Trouba came back the other way, I wouldn't hate that. Depends on what else they would give Toronto for him. But I wouldn't hate it. Huh. Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, so we just heard about Duclair, 4-year deal to the Islanders. The Islanders, I don't. Anyways, we'll see what the AAV is on that. They do need some scoring, but they've just been giving away way too much term, way too much money to like bottom 6 players like Peter Engvall. It's what are you doing? Lamoriello, I don't know. It seems like he should be. So Nate Thompson, this is an interesting quote from Nate Thompson, who spent like 5 seasons with Stamkos in Tampa. He says the Tampa Bay Lightning will have this stain on the organization forever. Successful or not, next season is still a huge mistake. Lost a captain and one that produces. That's all on the surface, not even mentioning his off-ice impact, which is bigger. Smashville is laughing now. A lot of people saying that was just a bad contract. They love Stammer, but that was a bad contract by Nashville. I mean, $8 million does feel. I feel like I know Tampa offered him. Was it $3 million over 6 years? I think you needed to pay him at least 4.5, 5, maybe even 6. $8 million feels like yeah, yeah. Out in the open market, it doesn't surprise me that he got that, but I feel like Tampa should have been able to maximum at least been able to offer him 6. I don't know. We'll see what they're doing. They traded out Sergachev. Don't forget that. They kept McDonough. I'm trying to remember if they signed. Did they sign any defensemen at all? Tampa Bay. Okay, here's the news on Anthony Duclair. Okay, he's 28 years old, left winger, signs with the New York Islanders, as I mentioned, for an AAV of $3.5 million over 4 years. The years probably a bit more than you want. I feel like 3 years would have been max for him. 3.5 is okay. He has the potential to be a 20. He has been around a 20 goal scorer. Let's look him up. Oops. Tarasenko is still is still out there as well. Okay, Islanders. Duclair.
Dallas, that's a 2-year deal at $3.25 million per. And earlier today, the Islanders announced that they had signed Anthony Duclair to a 4-year contract. I can tell you the AAV is $3.5 million. Now the Islanders never announced the money, and Lou Lamoriello is going to be wondering where everyone found out. I'm here to tell him it was Colby Armstrong who told me. So if you've got a problem, Lou, call Colby. Call me, Lou.
I've never seen him.
I want to talk to you, Lou. Give me a ring. Because I know you're probably scared to call Elliot because he's the big deal breaker. And everyone's scared of him. I didn't know Elliot was going to throw me under the bus like that. But,
Oh, you should know me by now.
Yeah.
Hockey Central signing season brought to you by Bet99. Elevate your experience with the Bet99 app. And it's been quite an experience the last
Damn.
4 hours. As we said, 77 plus deals. Maybe Labushkin makes it 78 deals now for close to
Dallas signs in.
$1 million.
Dallas signs Labushkin.
Right, because so many teams have actually changed the total.
2 times 3.25.
Right. If there's a player that jumps out or a team that jumps out, who is it?
For me, it's Jersey. I mean, you defend from the goaltender.
I don't know. Some people will crap on me for this take, but I rather have Ilya Labushkin at $3.25 million over 2 years than Timothy Liljegren at 3. Now, Timothy Liljegren can obviously prove me wrong this year by, he's still very young, so this could be, who knows, this could be a breakout year for him. But he's just too tentative in the playoffs. If you're not putting up points, if you're not defending the front of the house, and if you're not moving the puck, what is it you say you do here? And he wasn't doing any of that. Now, and he did make a couple of nice hits in the playoffs, and then he got hit once, and that was it. I didn't mind the pairing of him in Edmonton, but I find it redundant with OEL in the lineup now for Toronto. I don't. Liljegren and OEL. No. I was really hoping Labushkin would slide in next to OEL and they would trade Liljegren, but we'll see what happens there. I almost put a video out about the Liljegren thing yesterday. I just didn't have time to to do it. People are talking about Goss's fire now and where he might land. Okay. Labushkin really hopping around. Wow, he went from Buffalo, Anaheim, Toronto twice. Now Dallas. Yeah, Duclair and Duclair signing. Oh, that's who I was looking up. I was trying to look up Duclair until Elliot Friedman so rudely interrupted me. Duclair, he's not as tall as I thought he was. He's 5'11", 198 pounds, 28 years old, from Laval, Quebec. Plays both wings, although he's a left shot. The most he's ever made in his career was $3 million, and that's a contract he was coming up off of. That was originally signed by the Panthers, who had traded him. Was $3 million, surprisingly. And what did he do? He put in 17 games for Tampa. He put in 8 goals. In 5 games over the playoffs, he put in 2 assists, and that was it. San Jose in 56 games had 16 goals this past season. So that's what's that total? So that's 24. We had 24 goals last season. The season before that, he only played 20 games. So I'll scratch that with but he played 20 games in the playoffs and had 11 points, 4 goals. I'm going to talk about goaltending when they come back on Sportsnet. I wouldn't mind hearing about that. So we'll listen in about a minute or so. Okay, so back to Anthony Duclair's best season was with the Florida Panthers 2021-22, where he scored 31 goals. 31. The closest he's ever come to that was 23 goals with the Ottawa Senators one season. And then, was 24 between San Jose and Tampa Bay last season. So he beat that by a goal. So he should be able to put in at least 20 goals. I don't see him as defensively responsible whatsoever. So although he finished with a +4 in the regular season, -3 in the playoffs for Tampa, I know you can only put so much value in that in the plus-minus category. So we'll see how that goes. So I don't know. I guess that's an okay signing for Duclair. Lyubushkin signing in Dallas. I'm jealous. Yeah, I mean, he's a good bottom pairing guy who can lay some good open hits from time to time. Was hoping the Leafs would be able to resign him, but I guess after whiffing on Tanev, they pick up a couple of defensemen. Who else did they pick up besides Lyubushkin? Just looking at the signings again here. Dallas. Sam Steele. Where's the lot of player movement today? I'm just looking at Sportsnet signing board. You can easily do that online, obviously. You don't need to pay for it. What's the other defenseman Dallas landed? I could just go to their page. Dallas. Where are you, Dallas? Dallas Stars. Washington now has the biggest cap hit of any team. Just snuck ahead of the Leafs, who are in second. The Islanders are in third now. Huh. Vancouver in fourth. Vegas in fifth. Dallas. There we go. Oh, that's right. They signed Matt Dumba. Okay, so they took that money and signed Matt Dumba at 3.75 at age 29 for 2 seasons, as well as Lyubushkin at 3.25. So they got 2 defensemen for the price of 1. Both right shot defensemen. So they got 2 players, yeah. And did they also picked up Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith. Samsonov, Driedger, Reimer, Lankinen, Jones, all still available in terms of goalies. So Brendan Smith is formerly of the Devils. Talking about Anthony Stolarz.
Athletic, flexible goaltenders I've seen for his size, probably 6'8" on skates. Could be a starting goalie in the National Hockey League. I think with enough games, and this is basically his runway to do that. This is one of the only spots where he's going to get to play, call it 35 to probably 45 games, where it's going to be more of a split, more of a 1A, 1B. Like I said, very athletic guy, and now has the Stanley Cup pedigree experience to bring along with it. I think this is
okay. Something new. Give me something new here.
They have to find the veteran guy that can come in with role and be,
Pittsburgh is retaining 25% of Riley Smith's salary, by the way, to the Rangers.
Guy that's used to playing that position, and can he push and steal some more games than he otherwise would somewhere else? I think that's a possibility too, but I think he has that background that he can pull that off as well.
Well, listen, those weren't huge names that are getting added today for goaltenders, because the 2 big names got added earlier, Jacob Markstrom and Linus Ullmark. Does Steve Stales deserve a bit more credit? That this was the problem with the Senators last year. Dead last in the league in save percentage, leaky defense in front of them at times. But could this be the difference here between the Senators making the playoffs and not making the playoffs?
This was the difference last year, I think, from them being a competitive hockey team to where they were. Was goaltending. This is a home run for Steve Stales. I love this deal for Ottawa. Moving the Corpusalo contract back the other way with a little bit of retention is huge. This changes.
Yeah, I think they're making a good point. Ottawa's big score was getting Ullmark and getting rid of Corpusalo. And even though you may think that they've lost talent on the blue line, they've got more defensive-minded players back there. So we'll see if they pick up a winger now. I'm just still not sure with Travis Green what we'll see in terms of making the playoffs. Okay, so Chris Tanev is going to be interviewed next. If that interests you at all on Sportsnet, I'll have it off here to the side. In the meantime, I'm just going on a few things. Elias Lindholm said that he heard good things about Boston from Joachim Nordstrom. I don't think I've heard a bad thing about anything there. Oh, we're pumped. Okay, whatever. So we're looking at the return for Riley Smith, and it looks like it's a second rounder plus a 5th as a return. And who is that? Sounds like someone who writes for The Athletic. So a second and second and a 5th for Riley. Considering what they pay, I think they paid a 3rd round pick for him. But yeah, we'll see what Pittsburgh is going to be doing there. Welcome if you're just joining me right now. Thank you very much. We're breaking news as it happens. I've got Sportsnet going. I've got Twitter going. Got a lot of things happening at the same time. Let me know what you think of what's happened so far. Which team you're rooting for? Who you hope they pick up? Who you're happy they pick? Who you're happy that they picked up? etc., etc. Yeah, just I wouldn't mind chatting with you all in the chat here. Sorry, I'm just stuffing my face because all I've had is a bowl of cereal today. Okay. And of course, in the Riley Smith trade, they get the fifth, but they retain 25%. What else we got here? It looks like Islander fans don't mind the AAV on Duclair, which is good for a guy who could score you, upwards of 20 goals a season. I mean, I think it was a 4-year deal. Uh, with some, might feel is a bit long for a guy who doesn't pay much attention to defense at all. But I think that's okay. I mean, I've seen a lot worse for the Isles, e.g., Pierre Engvall, for instance. But yeah, moving on. The Riley Smith era in Pittsburgh lasted 369 days. Of course, and with Riley Smith, it's 25% of a $5 million cap hit. So the Rangers are on the books for $3.75 million next season. And the 5th round pick will be the worst of the Rangers and Minnesota's pick, which the Rangers own from the Ryan Reeves trade. Okay, thank you, Peter Bogue. Retweet. Check me out on Twitter at Hockey Crash Test if you want to see some of the breaking news. I'm retweeting all the stuff that I see from all the insiders. Oh, they're talking to Jake DeBrusk at the moment on Sportsnet. So we'll just keep on filing through here. Moving on. Oh my God, what are we on? Let's just refresh this. Okay, Jake Bean. Oh boy. Oh, a bunch of stuff happened here. Okay. So Derek Forbert signs with Vancouver 1 year, $1 million. He's 32 years old. Good bottom pairing D-man. Looks like he's got a $500,000 in bonuses signed here. Joel Edmondson. Wow. Signs in LA. 4 years with a $3.8 million AAV. That's a good deal for him. I was one of the players I wish the Leafs had picked up on. Maybe that was a little bit pricey for them. He's 31 years old. He does seem to get injured a lot in the past, ever since his cup run, really. Through Carolina, Montreal, although he went deep with Montreal in the playoffs. And he's an excellent penalty killer. And he has surprisingly the odd little offense. Knows when to jump into the high circle pockets during scrums in front of the net. So good signing by LA there. Maybe they took an extra year and went a little bit higher than they wanted to, but it's a player I had hoped signed with my hometown team. So there's that. Again, I would have taken him, I think, instead of OEL. I think I might have preferred Joel Edmondson instead of OEL. Anywho, Eric Gustafsson, again, signed 2 years with Detroit, formerly of the Rangers and Toronto and Washington. And it's a $2 million AAV. He's 32. And he's a D, obviously. Oh.
We're waiting for. Adam Henrique is another name that we're waiting for. Actually, Janmark too, who had a great Stanley Cup final for the Oilers. Sean Walker, that's not officially yet, but we're hearing it's going to be Carolina. So we're waiting for a few things to trickle in as we go off the air this afternoon, Dave. Yeah, more than $900 million spent, more than 75 signings have been completed. All right, that's from Elliot. Let's head to Border final chat with Kyle, Jason, and Sam.
Yeah, a lot of money changing hands here. I guess.
Yeah, they're just talking about Sam Walker, as you heard, just maybe probably going to Carolina. Adam Henrique is still out there. Another guy who I wouldn't mind in a Leafs uniform if the price is right. Jake Bean, formerly of Columbus, 26-year-old, signs 2 years. Defenseman signs 2 years at $1.75 million AAV. Not bad for a player like that who's maybe have a bit more of a ceiling onto him. They said they were going to talk to Chris Tanev on Sportsnet, but I guess they've had to delay because that hasn't happened. Let's just refresh. Just refreshing everything. Talking about Nashville. All of a sudden, Nashville's going to be able to score now. Chris Tanev is here. We'll interview him. Let's listen to this just for like 30 seconds. I'll interrupt if I have to.
I guess, yeah, definitely played a factor to be able to play for Toronto, be able to play for city I grew up in. Family lives here. Played a huge role, and obviously coming to a good team with elite players was really important to me.
Chris, it's Luke Gazdick. Are you having a celebratory dinner in the city tonight? And if you are, can me and Ari come? It's got a lot of money.
Well, if I do go out, you guys can join for sure. That's no problem at all.
I'm just going to bump my flight back, bud. Congratulations. Been a little bit all over the place. How's your body feeling heading in now into Toronto?
This is fluff.
And kind of what are the, I guess, emotions of the movement here?
Okay, it's just fluff, so we'll get out of that. He says he's feeling good health-wise, which is great news for Toronto fans. His teeth just look mangled. Mangled. How many pucks has he taken to the face? Unbelievable. Okay, free agency. Yeah, free agency has got to be the most exciting time of year, even more than the draft, I feel. Depending on which team you are, obviously, but okay, so we've got a list, a nice little list here from Cat Friendly about what teams have done what so far. So I'm just gonna race through this. I'm gonna race through this really fast. So going alphabetically: Anaheim, no players signings. Boston, Lindholm and Zadorov. Buffalo, Lafferty, Zucker, Gilbert, Bryson, Obi Kubel. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Calgary, Mantha, Cooley, Bean, Sherognovich, who just re-signed, and Lomberg. Carolina, Martinic, Carrier. So Carolina did sign Carrier. Oh no, that's the other Carrier. That's not the defenseman. That's the from Vegas. They also signed Yost, Robinson, and Slavin. Chicago signs Bertuzzi from Toronto. Martinez, Brossois, Teravainen, Smith, Maroon, and Anderson. They just got tougher, and they got some more scoring. And yeah, for Chicago. So they could be a bit more interesting, at least for the fans, to watch them next year. Colorado re-signed Druin for a really friendly price on a one-year contract. Columbus, Monahan got paid over a big deal there. Dallas, Duchesne, DeSmith, Smith, Dumba, and Lyubushkin. That's the only one not on that list. Detroit picked up, re-signed Kane, signed Legason from Toronto, Talbot for the same as Stolaraz, and Gustafsson. Besides Kane, I'm not too thrilled about those signings. Edmonton, Arvidsson, Brown, Connor Brown, Josh Brown, and Hamblin, Philip and Hoifenmayer. So of note there is Connor Brown, I guess, and Arvidsson. Florida resigns Kulikov for a good price. Nosek and Asplund. Their bottom six is kind of taking a big hit, Florida. Los Angeles Kings signed Edmondson, who I had hoped Toronto would re-sign for 4 years, $3.8 million. Minnesota, Trennan and Boyd. Montreal, Barre-Boulet. I didn't even know Montreal made any signings. Nashville, Marchessault, Stamkos, Shea, and Wedgwood. Wow. Wow. Yeah, before I saw the squirrel, where was I at here? New Jersey, Pesci, Dillon, Nosen. Nice bit of business there. Islanders, Riley and Duclair. New York Rangers signed Carrick, Sam Carrick. Ottawa, Perron, Amadio, Gregor, Noah Gregor. Oh my God, has the sports coverage for Sportsnet finished? It looks like it might have finished. Philly signed Johnson, Hathaway, Pittsburgh, Grizzlick, and Hollowell. Ho-hum. San Jose, Toffoli. Nice signing for them. Seattle, Montour and Stevenson. Really paid those guys big time, but those will definitely help them out. They're both their power plays. Seattle should improve now. Stevenson is a nice guy up the middle to have. So they're looking better. Maybe battle for last playoff spot / wild card for Seattle this season. St. Louis, Kapanen, okay. Tampa Bay got Gensel. They did get a big fish, but Stamkos walked. Wow. Still bizarre. Just coming out of my mouth seems weird. Toronto signed Tanev. Woohoo! Signed Wall. Yay! Ekman Larson. Murray. Okay. And Stolaraz, I'm happy about as a Toronto fan. I was hoping they would sign a Lyubushkin. There's still Carrier who's out there. I got a feeling he's going to be too pricey, though. I got a feeling we could see a trade from Toronto. Dagger, who popped in Dagger cards into the chat here, mentioned he's heard something about the Rangers and the Leafs. The Rangers are looking to move Trouba. So would he go to? I know he probably has a lot of Canadian teams off his list, but maybe Toronto is might be the exception there as a contender and being really close by to New York. So, and if there's a Marner trade that includes Trouba coming the other way, plus picks or prospects, I think I might be into that. I really like then if you say, OEL with Trouba, I like that a lot better as opposed to Liljegren and OEL. And then you have Tanev, Riley, and McCabe and Benoit, and that sounds like a really good defense core. So, but then of course you'd have to fill out the offensive side of things. Maybe Easton Cowan would do that. I think that's a bit premature for me to say, but yeah. Anyway, so there's the list from Cap Friendly. I retweeted that. You can check me out on Twitter at Hockey Crash Test. That'll give you a little bit of recap on what's mostly on what's happened so far. I'm looking through here and looking for anything new that's popped up. Chandler Stevenson, by the way, was at 7 years, $6.25 million Seattle Kraken. If you didn't catch that already, and let's just reload here. The Alex Barre-Boulet signing by Montreal was very recent. Washington just signed Taylor Radish, formerly of Tampa Bay. to a 1-year, $1 million contract. 26-year-old right winger, bottom six guy. Was it? I know he's originally was from Tampa, but I wonder if he was in Chicago last. Anyhow, Dallas also signed Ilya Lyubushkin and Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith, I want to say formerly of the LA Kings, sort of a bottom six pest there. Maybe he wore out his welcome. They signed the Dallas signed Ilya Lyubushkin and Matt Dumba, sort of as a 2-for-1, as missing out on Christopher Tanev. Now, but just yeah, I'm just rebooting this. And you got anything in here in the chat? Yeah, don't be afraid to hit me up in the chat as well. Would love to talk to you. What have you liked? What have you not liked? Who are you hoping your team still signs? That kind of fun stuff. Let's go back to Elliot Friedman's page for a second here. What else do we got that's new? Okay, so Philly has made it official, and they have signed Matiev Michkov, their prospect, to a 3-year entry-level contract, which is nice because he's going to play next season. So it's not going to be one of those guys who signs at the end of the season and burns 1 year off the contract. At least this guy is going to play the first year of his contract. And he seems to be more than capable of doing that in the NHL. So you're going to see this will really help Philly boost its eyeballs during the season and from nationally, of course. I'll be watching more Philly games for sure, just because of it. So there's that. The Rangers. Here we go. A bit of an update on Sam Carrick, who the Rangers signed. It's 3 years times $1 million, 1 million AAV for Sam Carrick. So not a bad signing, decent for a bottom six guy. So there you go. We have another update here. Oh, really? Okay, you're gonna want to hear this. The Red Wings have signed Jack Campbell to a 1-year contract with an AAV of $775,000. Really happy for this guy. Played obviously for the Oilers the last little while, formerly of Toronto as well. Before that was Dallas. So glad someone's giving him a chance. He deserves one. I know he put in some good numbers in the AHL in his last 20 games or so there. So hopefully he can rebound. Not too much because Detroit's in Toronto's division, so I don't want that. But yeah, really happy for this guy. Okay, Jack Campbell is now signed. It's funny because there's still a lot of goalies left on the board there, but I think Jack Campbell would be the cheapest in terms of matching it with a possible high ceiling that he might have. He could, who knows? I mean, it's all mental with these guys, right? He could come back and be really good for a year for Detroit and help them crack the playoffs. So maybe that's going to scare some teams in the Atlantic Division. I'm just going to stand up here because my butt is going to sleep on me again. I don't know how these insiders do this all day long. Oh my God. Sorry, it's stretching. Okay. All right, and I'm done. All right, so again, just going through some feed. It looks like the Sportsnet coverage has of Hockey Central signing season. It might have finished. It looks like they've gone to baseball, but obviously things are still happening here. It's 11:40 a.m. Pacific, my time. I'll probably keep this up for at least an hour, I want to say. And we'll see here if Sportsnet goes back to baseball or if they stick with the hockey. It looks like they have gone to baseball. Wow. That's amazing. Okay. So we're on our own here, folks. on her own. I mean, just going through Twitter and using Sportsnet's site, anyways, amongst other things. So far, so far we're totally updated. So if anyone has, jump in on the chat if you have anything to say about your favorite team or any other club for that matter. How do you like the signing so far today? Who do you think has done the best so far? It seems like the consensus is Nashville will be the most improved team. Looking at who they picked up in Stamkos and Marchessault, and who else? I'm forgetting. Oh, in Brady Shea as well. So, but it looks like they're going to lose Carrier. I think is still on the board. But let me know who you think who's done the best job at the moment. A lot of teams not many non-active teams. I want to say like Anaheim and Montreal have been the most one inactive teams. Let me know who you're disappointed in so far. I think for me, I feel like Ottawa still needs a top six forward that they need to go after, someone who can score. Also, I don't know what the Islanders are doing. I think Duclair is a nice ad, but that's about all they've done so far. They haven't done much else. I feel like they're kind of locked in with a lot of their contracts, so there's not much they can do. And then who else? Yeah, Anaheim has done nothing, but they're Anaheim. They're a building team. I had always wondered about looking at Anaheim and all their prospects about a Marner trade there. I would kind of really love that because of I would love to of Radko Gudas. I like him patrolling the bottom pairing and just laying people out. I thought he would be a good ad, and then getting a bunch of blue chip prospects for them. But there's also talk about the whole Rangers. Could the Leafs and the Rangers be a fit? Because it looks like they want to move on from Trouba. But if they think they're overpaying him and they need to clear some money, I don't know. Bringing in Marner, he's making $2.5 million more now a season, at least this season, coming season, and then they'd have to pay him. So they'd have to move out more players. So I don't know. I don't know how that would work for the Rangers. We'll see. I mean, all the bonuses were paid out today, so we'll see how that goes. In terms of maybe we'll see a lot of movement tomorrow. I'll be trying to put out some. Maybe I'll put out a video tomorrow. Maybe I'll go live. I don't know. Maybe just some quick, really short videos on my opinions of certain trades and certain players. News of the day kind of thing. So keep your eye open on that. Just restarting everything here. I mean, how much? And Twitter. I got to remember to eat too. That's important. Okay. All right. All right. So let's reboot Sportsnet. Let's see what's out there. Let's grab a snack. What snacks do I have? Okay. So the latest. Okay. Yeah. So Casey DeSmith. They're no longer. Casey DeSmith, of course, I mentioned this earlier, but he signs with Dallas on a 1 year, on 3 years, a 3-year deal for Casey DeSmith at $1 million. Wow. For me, that's a steal. Casey DeSmith is 32 years old. I feel like he could have gotten $2 million. At least he had a pretty good year last year. and he was always decent for Pittsburgh. I feel like he should have gotten at least $2 million. Wow, Dallas got a bit of a steal there with Casey DeSmith. 3 years at $1 million AAV. Buffalo just signed some bottom six guys. Of course, they bought out Skinner. I was expecting to hear them make some more moves, but I mean, there's still time, right? So for those teams who haven't done much, especially it's not like free agency ends after today. So yeah, Buffalo just signed Nicholas Abidubel, formerly of Toronto, Colorado, and some other teams. Oh, oh, are they just replaying signing season? That would suck. Okay. Anyways, instead of continuing to shoot, it looks like Sportsnet is just replaying their signing season. All right, seems like we've kind of come to a standstill here. I know I said I was going to go on for. This is funny on Nikita Zadorov, who signed with the Boston Bruins. Zadorov said he used to be called Big Z. And he says, please do not call me Big Z now. He said, noting that Chera has long been one of his role models. So that's funny. I don't blame him. All right, I'm just going to turn off one of these lights. I'm starting to really cook here for a second. If it keeps up at this rate, I may end. I mean, we're over 5.5 hours. I've done this so far. That's unbelievable. So I don't know. If we're going at this rate, I may stop in like 30 minutes or less. We'll see. Sportsnet is back on, but I don't know if this is a replay or if this is back to their coverage. I'm just going to turn off the lights. Be right back.
Then on to the Board of Governors, then on to the draft, and here we are now. Signing season officially begins, and it's off to a very fast start. Lots of movement in the last 24 hours. Plus, look at some of these names that have found their homes, including.
Okay, it's not a replay. Okay, this is fresh. All right, we still have legs here.
Again, we're going to have Luke Gaston and Colby Armstrong in a matter of moments with full reaction. And we have reporters embedded in every Canadian.
No, maybe this is a replay. No, this sounds like a replay. Sportsnet is just replaying. I can't believe they're just replaying that over again. Okay. All right, so we're just digging into Twitter here, into the depths that is Twitter. I will not ever call it X.
Officially, this all doesn't start until 30 minutes from now, but there's a lot going on. All eyes are on the Nashville Predators. They are the favorites to land Jonathan Marchessault from Vegas.
Yes.
They've also become one of the favorites to land Steven Stamkos from Tampa.
Yeah, this is a replay. This is a replay on Sportsnet. So now, as you know, a lot of the hockey insiders are basically going on vacation after this. So a lot of the signings you may only hear from guys like me on YouTube, which is great for us because we get more eyeballs. So if you happen to be hungry for hockey content, you know where to go because I'll be putting out videos amongst a bunch of others, obviously. When it comes to news coverages, I don't think I'll be going live for a while, but I'll definitely. I'm anticipating doing some news of the day, which will cover new signings, trades, that kind of thing, because it's probably going to still be hot for the next couple. I want to say week at the very least, and then it'll start to get slower from then on in. But signings go in as far as August at some point, sometimes. So yeah, the big rig signing with Chicago after making his 1 year debut with Boston, 1 year debut or his debut with them. What else we got here? I'm just scrolling through the deep dark universe of Twitter. People are when it comes to the Sabres. People are talking about some depth ads they might still be looking at after they picked up Lafferty and Obo Kubel. We'll see where that goes. The Boston Bruins. This is probably the most recent one that I have here. The Boston Bruins have signed forward Max Jones to a 2-year, $2 million contract with an AAV of $1 million. I feel like Sportsnet already had that listed, and I already mentioned that. Anyways, so that's news from the Bruins. The Devils contract breakdown of Brendan Dillon, $5 million, $4 million, $3 million over the 3 years. I really like what the Devils did as well. Obviously, the Nashville made the biggest splash, but the Devils and adding Pesci and Dillon to their lineup on D did a pretty good job today. I gotta say, it looks like the Penguins have just added, have signed forward Anthony Beauvillier, formerly of Chicago, formerly of Vancouver, formerly of the Islanders, to a 1-year contract, which carries an AAV of $1.25 million. This guy was making almost $5 million at one point. So, taking a bit of a it's worth a gamble at that kind of amount of a money. It's a perfect sort of Kyle Dubas signing, with potential high ceiling, low risk. With the money. So who knows? That may pay off for Pittsburgh at some point. The Avalanche I think they only really signed Druin today, if I'm not mistaken, and it looks like Walker is on the market. Doesn't look like they may not re-sign him. So we'll see where this goes. Ottawa has made a couple of other very minor moves. More great quotes from Nikita Zadorov, who says, "Boston is a city of winners. It's always fun to embrace high expectations. I will fit in for sure." Here's some speculation on some Leaf potential fits that are still left for signings. Although Leafs don't really have a lot of money left. But some people are talking about Adam Henrique, which would be a really good third line center. Jacob Verana, Victor Olofsson, Alex Wenberg. I wouldn't mind Henrique or Alex Wenberg as third liners. next season. Third line centers. I think that would go Wenberg formerly. Then you go from Seattle to, is it the Rangers? Yeah. In the next few days, if players run out of teams, I still don't hate Klinberg at the Murray deal, but probably nothing further. Yuck. No, no, thank you. No Klinberg. Do not want to see him again. I didn't want to see him in the first place. Some free agents still available out there. We've got Jeff Skinner. We've got Nate Schmidt, Cam Atkinson, Adam Henrique. I like Jacob Verana, TJ Brody, Vladimir Tarasenko, Victor Olofsson, Alex Wenberg. I like Wenberg. Tyson Berry, John Klinberg, Matt Dumba's already gone. Chris Drieger is also out there as well. Formerly, didn't they sign him for like, was it 5 million over 3 years? Seattle? Did they buy him out? Trying to remember. You can chip in if you know. Just some more deals trickling in here. I just told you about Jack Campbell already, signing 1 year in Detroit for minimum. Sam Carrick in New York, and Matiev Michkov signing his entry-level contract with the Philadelphia Flyers. Someone in the chat here, Joe Fisher, Flyers signed Michkov to his ELC. Finally, can't wait. What shocking signing you didn't expect that happened so far? I guess Nashville surprised me a little bit about how hard they went after. I mean, I was surprised they gave Stamkos. I wasn't surprised Stamkos went to Nashville. I was surprised how much money they gave him. I was also surprised at the term and money they gave Brady Shea. That was a good addition by him. I was surprised how much money Montour got. Seattle must have been in the term that he got. I think it was 7 years, at 7 million or something like that. That's unbelievable. I don't think there's any team that came that close to that. I could see unless they were a non-contender, and Seattle is like a borderline playoff team right now. So I know like Frank Cervalli put out a list of what he thought UFAs would be making, and they were all way over inflated in my opinion. He had Montour picking up 8 million. And I was like, Montour is like a $5.5 million player, especially if he goes to a contender. And so he goes to a borderline playoff team who missed the playoffs last year, and he gets 7 million plus. So him going to Seattle maybe surprised me. I guess the money surprised me a bit. But again, there's reasons behind that. Jack Campbell just surprised me just recently, getting signed for minimum by Detroit, which is a nice little story there. Marchessault also being signed by Nashville. Maybe I was slightly surprised. OEL in Toronto, I was slightly surprised by that. It's not what I think Toronto needs. Although I could see that thinking, because if they were priced out on Montour and were thinking about an offensive defenseman that they could use possibly on PP1, I see the reasoning behind that. He is a left shot though, and they also re-signed Liljegren to $3 million. I don't see them being compatible at all on the line, because it's Tanner Riley, it's Benoit McCabe. I don't see OEL playing with Liljegren. OEL is kind of like an older, better version of Liljegren, and Yeah, I just I have a feeling Lilligren might be traded at some point. Um, I don't know. What about you, Joe? You tell me what surprised you most so far. What else can I go on about here? Washington. I was surprised by the Chikrin trade to Washington, and I was surprised at how little Ottawa got back. They got Jensen, who's a good defensive defenseman, but he's more like a bottom pairing guy on a contender, who will probably be in Ottawa's top four, but still a good player and a third rounder. I thought they'd be able to get more for Chikrin than that. Um, I think maybe they missed their window at the trade deadline. They could have gotten more for him then. So, so that surprised me. Um, yeah, Washington. Besides, who else did Washington pick up? Um, that surprised me. I'm just going to Washington's page right now. Give me a second here. Okay, they now have the highest cap hit of any team. Um, they have minus over $14 million in cap space for the Capitals. So we'll see what they do here. Somebody's got to move out. Uh, I was surprised that the Capitals went and got a goalie in Logan Thompson um, of Vegas. I thought they were going to go with one of the younger guys in the AHL who had already had a few cups of coffee to back up Charlie Lindgren. Um, but it looks like they're trying to make the playoffs next season, and that's probably as far as I can go. But they added Chikrin to their defense core, um, which has improved it a bit, although less defensively speaking, especially with Rasmus Sandin. Yeah, I don't know. Ethan Bear, Jacob Chikrin now. Although they picked, oh, that's it. They picked up Matt Roy. Matt Roy, I was very surprised. Went to Washington. I was surprised another like a real contender didn't pick this guy up for the same amount of money. He got what? How many years did Matt Roy get? He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He got 7 years. So okay, so that's where I see it goes. Maybe teams didn't want to go 7. He's 29 years old, but he doesn't. His birthday was in March, so he'll be 36, which is reasonable by the time this contract finishes. He's 6'1", 200 pounds, very underrated two-way defenseman who's really good defensively and on the PK. I thought 5.75 was a reasonable signing, maybe a little bit pricier for some teams, but I would have thought that like Dallas, Toronto, uh, even Nashville, uh, Seattle. Like, there's so many teams who I thought would have gone after this guy. Um, I guess it was the term that Washington added, but yeah, I'm definitely surprised Matt Roy ended up there. I'm just going to as we're in the middle of the conversation. Um, just some old news here about the LA Kings signing Edmondson. I was a little bit surprised. Edmondson signed with LA 4 years at 3.8 million. Um, Probably more years and a little bit more money than anyone wanted to pay him. Really good body. He played really well for the Leafs in the playoffs. Really good defensively, amazing on the PK. Even had a little bit of offense to him. Um, so, uh, so yeah, that's going to help their D. So yeah, maybe they overpaid by a little bit, and definitely went maybe a year too long on him because he's gotten injured a lot past couple of years or so. So he's a bit injury prone. What do we got here? What does Joe say? The Hawks and Caps making signings and moves. Yeah, the Hawks also definitely a team who picked up a lot of players like Teravainen, Bertuzzi, Pat Maroon. Um, Trying to think of another one. Yeah, the Hawks. Yeah, definitely made some moves. I'm not sure the Hawks are going to finish in the bottom 10 of the league. Didn't they pick up a goal? They picked up Laurent Bossois as well. So they made like 4 or 5 signings that I think will be better for them. So they may. Still definitely don't think they'll make the playoffs, but I think they'll get out of the basement of the NHL anyways. Um, bottom 10, maybe bottom. Maybe they'll be in the bottom 11. Okay. I'm a Flyers fan. My home team. I also love hockey. I also love the hockey draft. Free agent day and the trade deadline day is like Christmas to me with all the moves. Yeah, yeah. I guess trade deadline day. I definitely agree with trade deadline day. If I could say the best time of year for me would be trade deadline day. You could argue between that and free agency. Those are the top 2 days of the year that I think are Christmas for everybody if you're a hockey fan. And then the draft comes sort of as a third after that, especially depending on, where your team's sitting at in terms of draft picks. Although I really enjoyed it this year at the Sphere. I did a live video on that. You'll be able to find that on my channel as well if you want to watch that. I thought that was cool. I know they're going remote next season, but maybe after seeing how well it went this season, they'll do something else with the Sphere. Like at least have, and maybe the teams won't be there, but maybe still have the players there, and some NHL personnel, and some broadcast teams. So maybe all the major networks and the players might still be there along with the NHL, but the actual teams will be back, working at their war rooms or whatever. I don't think that's a bad idea at all, because I think it's one of the biggest watched drafts in a very long time. So hopefully they really consider that. So what did the Flyers do? I'm just looking at the Flyers. Let's take a look. They re-signed Hathaway, which I thought was a decent signing. Um, he's a lot of nasty, which who doesn't like that on their team? Formerly of the Capitals. Beep, 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 beep. Let's go to Philly. Their cap hit is much higher. They signing Mishkov to an entry level deal and having him actually play out a year, supposedly for the Flyers, is huge, as opposed to players only playing the last 10 games or whatever. So they're sort of getting more for their money, and it should definitely boost their ticket sales in Philly for him as well. Is Sean Couturier going to stick around after the rough ride he had with him and Torts? I know his contract would be really hard to move. Also, after giving him the seat, be kind of weird. It looks like Travis Konechny, according to a lot of people, is going to make Team Canada, which is fun. What else? What other moves did they do besides re-signing Hathaway? That's the only forward move that they made here, and then having Mitchkov on his entry level deal. Philly, and then they re-signed Eric Johnson to a 1-year deal. Didn't really do much here, and Philly's defense looks set for a while because it's Zamula's the only guy who's like an RFA. Yeah, but looks like they could use at least one more defenseman. So I could see them maybe looking for a D. Their goalie tandem seems questionable to me. We'll see if they can trade Rasmus Ristolainen. We'll see if he moves with 3 years left on his deal at 5.1. And yeah, that's sort of my 2 cents on Philly. It's kind of just stay the course. It's for me. It's like, are they really going to stick with that goalie tandem all season? Is Couturier going to be traded? Although that'll be super difficult. How big of a step is Owen Tippett going to take? Can he do that for 2 years in a row? How good is Mitchkov going to be? Etc. Is Morgan Frost is still with the team? There were a lot of trade rumors swirling around him. So yeah, So yeah, what do you like? Let me know what you like about your team this year as well. Years ago at the draft, there used to be more player trades. The last couple of years, not so much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it kind of fell flat the past few years. Uh, and Johnson, yeah, I think he was still healing last season. Yeah, Eric Johnson. Yeah. After that, well, the Flyers have a young decor, but like you said, they need another vet. Yeah, I think they need another vet in there. Um, just taking a quick look at Chicago. Anaheim did like nothing, absolutely nothing so far. Um, yeah, Chicago, Tyler Bertuzzi, Teravainen, um, Patrick Maroon. Yeah, I think I already mentioned Craig Smith. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like Chicago needs to add another D though, but their goaltending talent looks better. Um, so yeah, so that's Chicago. Uh, who else was I thinking about? I'm just rebooting the trade board here. And Twitter, Anthony Beauvillier, yeah, we know that already. 1 year, 1.25 Pittsburgh. Jacob Bryson, Hoham, $900,000, 1 year in a re-signing in Buffalo. Max Jones in Boston, blah blah blah. Okay, so stuff still sort of trickling in here. Thank you everyone for joining me today. Really appreciate it. I think we'll be about I'll be less than 30 minutes here before I sign off. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I really appreciate it. And yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel. That would be great too. I will be trying to do some news of the day, especially over the next week or two in terms of signings, stuff like that. So stay posted for that as well. Um, just looking for any little pieces of leftovers here. If I don't lose my voice today. Beep beep beep. Beauvillier. I mean, Sportsnet has already rebooted their last coverage, so Mitchkov, for anyone interested, has it's a 950,000 cap hit. 855,000 is base salary, $95,000 in signing bonuses in 3 yearly installments, 3.5 million in performance bonuses, and 4.45 million potential value. Joe says here the team is up and coming. Seems they are going to let the younger guys play more on both offense and defense. I think the goalies they are going Harrison and Fed. They're giving time to see how they fit. Yeah, I have a feeling though that could, especially with the goaltenders, um, that could go. It's got the potential to go sour. I hope not. I know Fed is new to the league and he's still getting accustomed to it. Harrison had some bright spots. Maybe he'll grow after another season. I just feel like they need another defensive D to help some of their goalies out there. Um, I think that would really help. I mean, having Torts in the system that he plays uh, is one thing, but I think another defensive defenseman there um, to help out the goalies would I think would be a plus. Oh, excuse me. Well, ah, um, that's funny. Holla and Nosen fought this former season, and now they're on the same team. in New Jersey. Um, that's funny. Um, Nikita Zadorov said, "Please don't call him Big Z anymore, in respect for Zadar Ochara." He goes, "I will, however, wear number 4 this season." This guy is maybe one of the best quotes in the league, besides some of the coaches. Still looking to see who else out there. Walker is still out there. What else we got here, folks? Amongst signings, let's just do a little refresher. Okay, Tyson Jost or Yost, formerly of Colorado. Did he play for Montreal last season? I can't remember. Or was it Buffalo? Anyways, he was signed to Carolina on a 1-year, 775, 100,000 deal. He's 26 years old, a centerman. I think Carolina feels like they're going to take a step back here with all the players. They lost Pesci, they lost Brady Shea, they lost Nosen. Wow, wow. And I don't see anything of that much note that they've pulled in so far. I think maybe the biggest disappointment so far in this offseason for me, going the other way, has been Carolina. They're supposed to be contenders. And excuse me, they haven't seemed to have done much to replace some of the big pieces that they lost. And their owner being Mr. Cheap. Yeah. So just to regurgitate the New York Rangers Riley Smith deal to the Rangers from Pittsburgh Penguins. Penguins get a second round pick in 2027, a fifth round pick in 2025, and the Penguins also retain 25% of that contract. Zach Aston Reese has just re-signed with Vegas, ho hum, on a 1-year deal worth $775,000. Was that a re-signing or a new signing? Maybe I'm mixing him up with Amadio because they're similar kind of players. Where did Aston Reese play last season? I know he played in Toronto the season before. Anywho, just middling about bottom 6 guys. What else we got here? Walker. Did Walker sign with the Canes? Okay, so that's news. Oh, there was news of him signing to the Canes. They said it was likely, but I haven't heard anything official yet. Yeah, I've heard him. It seems like they're working something out, but I haven't heard anything official on Walker. But that is correct. Yes, thank you for bringing him up. Elliot Friedman's feed has gone dead after the Mitchkov signing. It's like he's completely unplugged. I got a feeling I'm going to unplug as well soon in the next 15 minutes or so, I think. I'm just going to see if there's any stragglers left behind. Again, if you're joining me, thank you. It's been a really busy day. It's been over 6 hours I've been doing this on just a bowl of cereal and some of these banana snack things and some of this. It hasn't been just snacks. Oh, no worries, Joe. It's all good, man. Dagger cards. Not a bad day for the Leafs. Yes. I am I'm pretty happy with Stalaros. I'll give that like a B+ signing for the Leafs. The Tanev signing, I feel is at least an A, although we kind of knew about that already. The OEL signing, I feel like it's a B-. when they saw they couldn't sign Edmondson, who went to LA, who I really liked Edmondson to come back. I don't feel you could play him with Liljegren. So to me, the Leafs still need like a Ida Labushkin, who just signed with Dallas, but they need another defensive defenseman. Carrier from Nashville, I think, is still out there. I think, I'm just hoping they trade Liljegren. In my opinion, anyways. Who else do they get? They signed Wall. We all sort of knew about that already. They signed Matt Murray as a 30-string goalie. Not bad. And am I missing anyone? Joe, who signed with the Flames? FRK. FRK. Listen, don't make me think too much. I haven't had much sleep. No coffee. I've barely eaten. Martin Frook. Oops. I just saw it and I lost it. Martin Frook is a right shot winger. Turns 31 October. So Flames bringing in Martin Frook on a 1-year, 2-way deal. Thank you, Joe. Okay. Just some remnants of some bottom 6 guys here, I guess. Martin Frook is a right shot winger. Turns 31 in October. Spent last season in the Swiss League. Was last in North America with AHL Springfield in 2022-23. Frook has 124 NHL games to his name with Carolina, Detroit, and Los Angeles. Okay, hoop-de-da. Yeah, I really don't consider back to the Leafs things for a second. I don't consider OEL. I don't know. I for me, the Leafs really need another a solid defensive defenseman. And that's I'll stop beating the dead horse there. Anyways, but yeah, let me know how you all feel about your own teams, or who you felt won, who do you feel won the free agent day today, who you felt was very underwhelming. Obviously, for me, it's underwhelming is Carolina, considering they're a contender, and although they might sign Walker, I feel they've lost too much and haven't done enough to replace those players. Okay, some more news. The Panthers have agreed to terms with forward AJ Greer on a 2-year contract. Not a lot of details there yet, formerly of the Calgary Flames. On how much they're paying him, don't know. Anyways, another bottom sixer. We don't have to spend too much time on that. I'm just rebooting sport. Okay, here's some interesting news. Really? Okay. So Scott Wedgwood, the former backup goaltender to Dallas, was just signed to the Nashville Predators on a 2-year deal worth $1.5 million. That's fine money for him and fine term, whatever. But this means that their high blue chip goalie prospect Askarov has got to be on the move out of there now. He's got to be moved out. There's no way that guy is going to spend 2 more years in the AHL. Not a chance in hell. This really surprises me. I thought at the least, I know they had Lankinen in there last year, but at least they would bring Askarov to back up Saros to see what they have, But maybe they're trying to. Maybe they're like, oh well, his value is really high now in the AHL as a blue chip prospect. If he comes in and he plays and doesn't play well, maybe we won't get as much for him. But still, blocking him by signing Wedgwood, wow. How does everybody feel about this? Yeah, the Wings have Talbot and Campbell in goal now. Um, I'm not that confident with that. What about Husso? Isn't Husso still signed there? Did they wait, did they buy him out? I mean, Husso to me still has potential um as a goaltender. Uh why would they just throw unless Campbell is a third string goalie for them? Um I'm just looking him up. Oh my god, they still have so yeah, so they still have Husso signed for one more year at 4.75. He's 29. Not as young as I thought he was. 29, but goalies peak at different times, right? I feel you still got to give him more of a chance. And they still have Alex Leon signed for one more year at 900,000. So they've got four NHL goalies. So Calvert's going to be wow. So they got to be trading one of these guys. But the goalie market is so overfluxed right now. I don't see how they're going to get. Jack Campbell to me now should be playing in the minors with their AHL affiliate at least to start. What are they doing with Alex Leon though? This is crazy. Wow, I wonder if they try and move out Ville Husso in his last year because of his cap hit and retain some money, and then try and do something else. Because Jesus, their defense needs some work. I don't know why they traded Wallman for next to nothing. But wow, Moritz Seider, and then that's sort of it. Eric Gustafsson, William Legason, Jeff Petrie, okay, decent veteran. Oli Mata, Justin Hull, guy who was benched a lot last season, still 2 years left on his contract. Ben Sherratt, okay. But I only see like one guy who's a top 4 even here. You could argue me Jeff Petrie up to like a number 4, but holy cow, Detroit's all of a sudden got way too many goaltenders and got 4 goaltenders all signed for a year, except for one signed for 2. Who's the 2 year Cam Talbot signed for 2 years. But the rest of them, Ville Husso, Alex Leon, Jack Campbell, have only got 1 year left on their contract. That is a weird situation for a team that desperately needs some defensive defensemen. And they need a top 4 D badly. Badly. Wow. Okay. What else we got here? Don't know how true it is. Trouba maybe on the move too from Rangers. Yeah, they asked Trouba for his no trade list, his 10 teams or whatever it was, and he was shocked by it. We all heard the news, so we'll see what happens there. Again, just briefly, I mentioned it earlier, but it's just been rumored out there. The Leafs, with Marner maybe on the move, Trouba maybe could be a fit, but I feel like the Rangers would still have to move money out, and the Leafs would want some blue chip prospects and more back than just Trouba. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Paul. Paul Heider, are you a grilled cheese type of person or a hard boiled egg? I love grilled cheese, but I can't have dairy anymore. Well, I can have lactose free stuff. I think more boiled eggs I like too, but I have to go with grilled cheese just for the sake of the question. Paul Heider is. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Please, guys, don't forget to give me a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already. Paul also says, is it likely that Trouba gets traded to the Wings? I've heard there's smoke here. I've heard this is also a good possibility. Detroit desperately needs another top 4 defenseman. You just heard me rant about it. Jeff Petrie is barely a number 4, I feel. And then there's Moritz Seider, and that's it. they got a bunch of bottom pairing guys. So yikes, Sherratt, Hall, with Gustafsson now. Like, why do they sign Gustafsson? I don't know what they're doing with their defense. Huge trade will happen pretty soon with the Wings. I got a feeling you might be right. I think there's definitely some smoke there. Paul, are you a Red Wings fan, or are you just interested in the chatter? Let me know. Okay, Eisenman is on drugs right now. Yeah, Eisenman kind of confuses me. Has been confusing me a lot lately. Um, I mean, if you go back, I feel like he prematurely jump started the rebuild a bit. I thought they could have bottomed out for one more year, to get another, top 5 sort of pick, and then he went and signed all those players, what was it, 2 or 3 seasons ago now, um, a bit prematurely. Yeah, I think the Detroit I feel like the Detroit fans are hardcore fans, and they would have understood at least one more year of doing something like that. So it feels like they have to do a trade to improve their defense. Because I don't see them getting into the playoffs at this point. His FA signings are terrible, and yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what. Yeah, what was he doing? Why do they have 4 goaltenders when there's an overflux of goalies in the market right now? Right? Um, mind you, most of them are just signed to 1 year, but still, why does why do they trade Wallman? Well, can you have any insider news about what happened with Wallman? Why was he traded to San Jose? Was it for like a 3rd round pick or something? Like, what? What happened there? I don't get it. I don't get it. They could use defensemen, and they're trading away half decent ones anyway. It's just really bizarre. And then their goalie issue. Yeah, I guess they re-signed Patrick Kane. I guess you got to be happy about that. But woo. Cap Friendly says that 105 players signed today. Some of them resignings. Great day. Yeah, it was a great day. Definitely. Yeah, it was definitely worth, as it usually is. I think free agency day, the first day is usually a lot of fun. Some years are better than others, but this one was a good one for sure. It was for future considerations. Oh, for Wallman? It's even worse than I thought. Why did Wallman sleep with all the other players' wives or something? Did he sleep with Eisenman's wife? I mean, that seems kind of. There's 2 weird things about this. 3. That they got rid of him. 2, that they got rid of him for future considerations. And 3, that they sent him to San Jose. Like they banished him to the netherworld. What did he do? What did Wallman do? I don't get it. Why? This is really bizarre. Really bizarre. You figure some big news is going to come out about that sooner or later. Very strange. Husso was rumored to be traded to San Jose, so that is probably the future considerations. Yeah, but they traded Wallman for future considerations, and then they're going to trade Husso for future considerations. I'm not sure I understand. Niels Lundqvist signed with the Stars. Thanks, Joe. Lundqvist, another bottom pairing guy. I honestly don't even. Niels Lundqvist, 1 times 1.25 million. Yeah, with Dallas, that was just confirmed. Okay, here we go. We have some other quick confirmations. Corey Perry is confirmed. A 1 year at $1.4 million. Not bad for the Oilers. I see that's a win-win. for both parties. Okay, so we got at least a few things happening here. What else we got? Sorry, interview with the Brusque, blah blah blah. I thought Boston had just off to the side. Boston had a decent, half decent day with Lindholm and Zadorov. I mean, Zadorov's definitely upgrade over Forbort and Gritzlick, who they lost. And he fits, the mentality, obviously. Lindholm, they've been hearing about for a while. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, Ryan I thought, wasn't that mentioned already? Ryan Lomberg, yeah, the little ball of hate is signed to Calgary. I thought I mentioned that earlier. I'm pretty sure I did. Feels like, but the Calgary Flames just broke the news. So he's leaving Florida. Apparently, he's going back to Calgary. I didn't even know he came from there. So Calgary gets defenseman Jake Bean, 26 years old. Sorry, I just got to look into this. This is bugging me. I feel like this news was broken a while. Yeah, Ryan Lomberg. Yeah, that was broken a while ago. Age 29. Why is it only 55 seconds old on Twitter? That's by the Calgary Flames. Super official? I don't know. That's bizarre. Neil Look signed with the Stars. Yeah, the Stars. Yeah, they patched some holes. I mean, they got Dumba and Lyubushkin for basically the same money as Tanev. Those are Lyubushkin is a defensive bottom pairing guy. Matt Dumba at this point in his career is as a bottom pairing guy as well. But one of them is going to play in the top six. But Lyubushkin played played with Morgan Riley and did half decent in Toronto. So I mean, Dallas did a decent job, especially the signing of Matt Duchene for so cheap. That was pretty good. Yeah, here we go. What else we got here? Steve Stais on the Chikrin trade. I was looking to balance out our defense, and I was able to do that with Nick Jensen. That still feels an underwhelming package for Jacob Chikrin. A third and Nick Jensen. Maybe I'm undervaluing Nick Jensen a little bit. I know he's a good defensive D-man, and he's going to help Senators, and maybe that will balance out their D. I think he's right. It just feels like they should have got more back for him. I don't know, like a second and a third or a third and a fourth. I don't know. It's just a little, yeah. Someone joked about the Corey Perry signing in Edmonton, saying it's back-to-back final losses incoming. Obviously, because he's been to the finals for, was it 5 years in a row now, and has lost in every single one. Of course, winning way back when he was younger with Anaheim. Okay. There's a little bit of smoke here with the New Jersey Devils and Tarasenko. Paul, Red Wings just signed Eric Gustafsson an hour ago for 2 times 2, and I think a different player just signed 7 minutes ago. Yeah, why? Why did they sign a guy who's awful on who's basically, he's like a big gamble every time you put him on the ice. He's 50-50. Either makes something big happen one way or the other. I don't get that signing by Detroit. Why do they need this guy? I mean, Petrie can. I mean, Seider can provide some offense. Gostisfire was able to. Why not just keep Gostisfire? I mean, maybe Gustafsson was cheaper, but still, they need some defensive D. Chicago just signed Joey Anderson, ho hum. re-signed him, I think, former Leaf, to 2 years at 800,000. Yeah, in Florida, signing AJ Greer. Yeah, Eric, I don't get what why did they need to sign Eric Gustafsson so bad? And William Legetson is like he's a number 7 guy. Maybe he could be a number 6 guy. Um, he played for the Leafs. I know him well enough. Gustafsson, yeah, I don't. These aren't the kind of defensemen I feel they should have been going after. Justin Hall and Ben Sherratt, the more defensive D in their lineup. Hull was benched quite a few times last season. I don't understand what's going on here. Truba has to be going there. It's got to be the answer. I don't get it. And he gave Gustafsson $2 million for 2 seasons. What? So he can play on the second power play unit and never in his defensive zone? I don't. I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So we're going almost 6.5 hours here. Any news on Tarasenko? Well, I hear that New Jersey might be interested in him. So there's that. But I think Ottawa could still use another guy in their top offensive guy like him in their top 9. Rono from Rono Analyst has said that Niels Lundqvist has re-signed with the Dallas Stars to a 1-year, $1.25 million deal. We mentioned that already. You did, Paul, that he could be a low-risk, high-reward signing. Good enough on offense, not so much on defense. Okay, as we go through here, let's reboot Elliot Friedman's page. Nothing new. Let's see what else is out there. Oh, I stretched my legs. My legs are cramping here. Canucks. Canucks have agreed to a 2-year, 2-way contract with Yuri Patera, formerly of the Vegas Golden Knights. Okay, third string goaltender that they got there. What else new? Steos. Huh. Not interesting enough to talk about. The Pens signed Emil Benstrom to a 1-year deal, one way, 775 against the cap. Had 16 points in 56 games. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, Anthony Beauvillier with the Penguins. The Sens have signed defenseman Jeremy Davies to a 1-year, 2-way contract. Okay, not a depth guy. Depth. Okay. What else? Ba 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 ba. Nice deal for the Stars, yeah. Oh, in terms of Lundqvist, yeah. Yeah, true. Reminds me of a Kyle Dubas signing almost. Okay. Huh. DeBrusque tells NHL Network that informing his Bruins teammates about signing with Vancouver were tough conversations. Blah, 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 blah. Greer's 2-year deal has an AAV of $850,000 per Puckpedia. Excuse me. Ugh. What else? What else we got here? It's going dry. Might be time to wrap it up soon. Some people talking about Skinner to the Leafs. Jeff Skinner, don't like that. He's just too much of a liability. I know he could score 20, 25 goals, but we don't need more guys. We need to shelter. Why did everyone get signed in 4 hours? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've been on here for over 6.5 now. And Corey Perry also has 250,000 in performance bonuses, as per Ryan Richard. Beep beep beep. Great post. Okay. What we got here? Does that apply to the salary cap? I think if they go over, it applies to the following year. I think the bonuses apply to the following year's salary cap, just like Connor Brown's did for the Edmonton Oilers this year. Don't ask me about the technical too much about how that works, but I think that's what happens. If they don't have enough space and it goes over, then it applies to the following year. Former Philly goalie Felix Sandstrom signed a 2-way deal in Buffalo. Penguins have signed forward Jimmy Huntington on a 1-year contract. Yeah, minimum. Sens have signed Garrett Pilon to a 2-year, 2-way contract. What do we got? Okay. How about we move over to Sportsnet here, and we refresh. And okay, yeah, Lundqvist, Perry. Okay, nothing new that we haven't already talked about. What about trades? No new trades. Yeah, well, I guess the Jackets. Crazy how the Jackets got Monahan. I guess they're the only ones who came close to that kind of money in term, right? Because although Monahan had a great bounce back year, and he would have fit well in a lot of places as like a third line center. A lot of places, Toronto and Winnipeg, just the top of mind. But he probably wouldn't have gotten over. I mean, 3.5 million max, maybe 4, and maybe like a few seasons. But what did he get? Like, what did he get? 5 times 5.5, something like that. So, but to go to Columbus, yeah, you have to be mentally prepared. You don't know who's the coach they're going to be. By the way, have they even hired a new coach? I know. Whatchamacallit is now the GM, formerly of Carolina. I can't remember I don't know if they've named a new coach or not yet. They were struggling to meet the salary cap minimum, that's probably a good point too. But I don't know, Johnny Gaudreau, Patrick Laine. Now they might move on from. There are some interesting players there, some really young, interesting players, but I don't see them even coming close to sniffing the playoffs again. And I haven't heard them. Have you heard them signing anyone? I don't know. Have they done any signings? I don't know if they have. I know they've lost a couple of players at least. Well, so they made the Monahan signing, and that was it. Yeah. I don't know what Columbus is doing. It's they've got to get a big name coach in there. I think they should make Nash at least the assistant GM or something, associate GM, whatever. They need to bring some eyeballs to that place because uh, yeah, it seems to be spinning out of control right now. Good luck to the new GM. They got a few good names in the system. Yeah, yeah, they got some good names in the system, but they're all so young, and their veterans are just not doing anything. Get Gaudreau and Line are imploding there. Uh, now Provorov. Now they're thinking there's been a lot of talk about Provorov being traded as well. Um, and ever since the whole pride thing day that he had in Philly, he's kind of tanked his value in dressing rooms across the NHL. I don't know. I mean, he seems to be still a pretty good top four defenseman, but it doesn't seem to be working there now. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, why can't I think of the GM's name from formerly of Carolina? Was he the one who didn't want to put the rainbow tape around his stick? No, no, or some he didn't want to wear the Pride jersey on Pride Day. I think he was one of maybe the first or second player who openly said he wasn't putting on the Pride jersey, and that started the whole snowball of everything. The tape you're thinking about, Arizona defenseman Travis Dermott, who told the league, who the league said not to use the tape, and he said, "Well, I'm doing it anyway." Um, that was well. I think that's what you're thinking of when it comes to the tape. Uh, but Penguins have signed defenseman Matt Grzelcyk. We already knew that. Matev Michkov is expected to wear number 39. I just dawned. What else we got here? Stefan Nelson, yeah, New Jersey, 8.25, 3 years. Canucks signed Derek Forbert, Denton Heinen, and Kiefer Sherwood. I don't know about those signings for Vancouver. We'll see. Bunch of depth guys. Let's see if they can overperform in Vancouver. Also crazy how Nashville got all of those big names. Yeah. Maybe, having, Trotz coming in, just being a name in himself, being the GM, and then convincing O'Reilly to, that was sort of the start of things. Re-signing Saros and not saying we're just going to go with a AHL goaltender who's relatively unproven in the NHL so far, and then signing another backup goalie in Wedgwood, and maybe that helped bring in and definitely overpaying for Stamkos, year term, Marchessault. Yeah, you thought they might be going into a rebuild. Trotz gets there and turns the ship around right away. So it's going to be really hard when I do my predictions for next season on where Nashville is going to end up. By the end of the regular season, because that's a pretty hard division with Colorado, Dallas, who haven't really. You may say Colorado and Dallas got a little bit weaker, but they could easily get better as well. But they should be just as good. Let's say. Then there's Utah got better. I'm not saying they're a playoff team, but they got better, so they should win more games in that division. St. Louis just lost players. It feels like they didn't really do much. They lost He gave away Hayes to Pittsburgh, and then they re-signed Kapanen. Minnesota Wild should be a half decent team. We'll see. Chicago got a little better. So, Winnipeg maybe is taking a bit of a step back, but I mean, you can never, as soon as people start counting them out, Winnipeg does something. But I mean, it's Colorado, Dallas, Nashville, Winnipeg. So those should be your top 4 teams, and then Utah might be giving you a hard time too. So Nashville should be a given for the playoffs next season instead of a bubble team, right? Because you look in the Pacific and you think of, is there anyone in the Pacific who could fit both wild card spots? And I don't know. You got Vegas, Vancouver, Edmonton, who are definite playoff locks, and then Los Angeles should be the other one, and then Seattle should be contending for a spot. So, Seattle might be contending for a spot. So I guess Seattle is sort of the only outside team I see who could push out, maybe more like a Winnipeg or Nashville. Yeah, because Calgary got weaker. Anaheim, nothing. San Jose got a little bit stronger. They shouldn't lose as many games, but obviously they're not going to win the playoffs. Seattle is is maybe a bubble playoff team because they got a little bit better. Anyway, see what I want. Put the name. All right. Also crazy how Nashville got all of those big names. They're going to be a good team this upcoming season. The defense got a massive upgrade. Yeah, Paul. Yeah. Calgary should go and rebuild instead of it feels like they're rebuilding anyway instead of retooling. The names they've brought in are just like meh. I mean, they re-signed Sharagovich, brought in Jake Bean, and brought in the fourth liner, Ball of Hate from Florida. I forget his name. Lombard. Yeah. Okay, so here's an interesting tweet by Cap Friendly 40 minutes ago. And that is the top remaining UFAs ranked by points last season. Number 1 is Joe Pavelski, who seemed to have really run out of gas in the playoffs last season. Shane Gostisfire at number 2, who didn't he just sign somewhere? Didn't Gostisfire just sign somewhere? I feel like he was at least mentioned being of interest somewhere. Oh wow. Okay, some big news here from Montreal. Slavkovsky was just extended on 8-year deal at $7.6 million for the 20-year-old left winger. He really started to blossom in the last half of the season. We'll see if that continues. They're betting on him. If he continues to blossom, this will be a great deal. If not, they're screwed. But it should be okay. It should be good. That's breaking news right there for you. Slavkovsky. Anyways, back to the cap-friendly list here in terms of top remaining UFAs ranked by points last season. After Gostisfire at number 3 is Vladimir Tarasenko. Number 4 is Adam Henrique. Number 5 is Jeff Skinner. Number 6 is Daniel Sprong, who's usually good for almost 20 goals from the fourth line. I can't believe Detroit didn't sign him. I can't believe Seattle didn't keep him. I don't understand. I know he's not great defensively, but for 20 goals on your fourth line. James Van Riemsdyk, formerly of Boston, number 7. Number 8, Tyler Johnson, formerly of Chicago. Number 9, Jack Roslovic, formerly of the Rangers slash Columbus. And number 10, Alexander Wenberg. Whew, excuse me. If I'm as a Leafs fan, I'd like them to pick up Adam Henrique as a third line center. After that, it would be Wenberg. That's my 2 cents on that. All right, moving on here. Okay, we're just starting to run on fumes a little, but we still have some news. That's some big news with Slafkovsky signing that 8-year deal at $7.6 million per season. If you didn't hear that already, so some news coming out of Montreal. Oh, we have some news here. Bob McKenzie, a big insider, saying just now that 2 Canadian teams are interested in Jeff Skinner, who could be had on a shorter term deal at a club friendly number. People are saying Oilers and Leafs. So 2 potential destinations for Jeff Skinner. That depends on what. I mean, he's a 25 goal scorer. If you can get him for, I don't see. The Leafs have to prioritize third line center, and they have to prioritize another defensive defenseman. So I like Skinner and the price point that he might come in under, but steal of the offseason, if Skinner can turn down a phone call from Conn Smythe winner Connor McJesus saying, "We're running it back and I need you for R1 losers, the Toronto Maple Leafs, he's got a spot on Passion Row." That's a Twitter. That's a tweet from a avid Leaf fan. I don't know. Skinner to me has never played in the playoffs. We have no idea what's the deal, and to me, that's third on the Leafs needs list right now. What else we got? Yeah, Casey DeSmith. We already know about signing in Dallas. That's a good pickup for them. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Wow. You don't look at Elliot Friedman's feed for a second, and things start happening. Okay, so there's a Leaf signing in here that I'm happy about. I've actually wanted them to sign this guy years ago, if they can get him on a good price. Yanni Hakanpää is a right shot, massive defensive defenseman who can be mean, who signed for 2 years at $1.5 million AAV in Toronto. I don't mind that. That's kind of a Labushkin-like, but bigger. He was playing Dallas last season. I think he got injured during the playoffs. But I like this. He's a defensive D. Really happy with that, actually. And really happy with that price and the term. And I can see him playing with OEL on the bottom pairing. I can see that. Okay. All right. We have Capo Kakinen, the goaltender, signs for 1 year, $1 million in Winnipeg. So much for Comrie, I guess, there. Kapanen Kakkonen, formerly of San Jose and the Devils. Alexander Wenberg signs a 2-year deal with a $5 million AAV for San Jose. A guy I was thinking of as a third line center for Toronto who still needs one. And yeah, there you have it. So that's some interesting news. So Montreal signs Slavkovsky to that 8-year deal, 7.6. Alexander Wenberg signs 2 years, $5 million AAV in San Jose. Capo Kakkonen signs as a backup, $1 million 1 year in Winnipeg. And Toronto signs Yanni Hakanpää to a 2-year, $1.5 million deal in Toronto. All right. I'm a Toronto fan, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Another big bruiser. Okay. Love it. Let's refresh the feed here. I'm just going to go to, let's look at Cap Friendly. Beep, 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 beep. All right, so I think Toronto's officially done with defensemen right now. That should be it. And I have a feeling, yeah, Liljegren will probably still be traded at some point. Let's look at Toronto's lineup just for a second here. Let's see if Cap Friendly has already changed it. It just came out, so maybe it's not in. Yep, it's already there. Cap Friendly's fast, boy. I'm going to miss them so much. Okay, so so yeah, Yanni Hakanpää. Let's just look closer at him for a second. He's a right shot defenseman who's a huge human being. Now he's 32 years old. Again, 1.5 million over the next 2 seasons. He's from Finland. He shoots right. He's 6'5". So I guess he missed out on Zadorov amongst Lyubushkin, and this is where he went. I'd sort of forgotten about Hakanpää and that he was a UFA. 6'5", 218 pounds. The most he ever made, was $1.5 million. He's never made more than 1.5 million. Again, I remember a couple years back before Dallas picked him up. Where did he play before? Was it Carolina? Yeah, it was Carolina. I was like, oh, the Leafs could use this guy at the playoff deadline. And I think before that he was with Anaheim. And they never got him. Carolina grabbed him. And then he was signed the next year by Dallas. And I was like, damn, he's a good bottom pairing bruiser, right? So this guy kind of replaces Edmondson / Lyubushkin as a bottom pairing D. So I'm content. I am. I would have rather had, a Zadorov, maybe, or a Matt Roy or Brett Pesce, but this is decent. So it's 64 games with the Dallas Stars last season. He had 12 points. He was a +10, and he didn't play in the playoffs this season because he was injured. So that was a thing. So I wonder how healthy he is now. I don't know what the injury was. Last year with Dallas, in 82 games, 16 points, +18. I know plus minus isn't everything, but it sounds like he's good defensively speaking. In the playoffs, that was in the season before this past one, in 15 games, 2 points, -3. It's funny, Hakanpää and Tanev both come from Dallas. So he's got 33 games of playoff experience between the Carolina Hurricanes and the Dallas Stars. So that's good. He's relatively a good defensive defenseman who's usually on the right side of the plus-minus margin during the regular season. during the playoffs. He's -3, +1, -3. So there's that. And then he didn't play this past playoffs because he was injured. So, and at 1.5 million, yeah, for a player like that, I'm happy with that. I really am. Did anyone go to bed because I was talking about the Leafs here? No. Good. So that's good. So that's a good little flurry of signings. Just when you think you're gonna get out, they bring you back in. There's my movie reference. That for the day. That's my Pacino reference for the day. Excuse me. Godfather/Godfather reference. Okay. Okay. I feel a little bit more lively now. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what else we got here. Let's do some refreshing. Wow, that was just like a flurry of things happening all at once. It's funny. Can't someone just tell them to spread it out just a little bit? For don't they think of YouTubers anymore? So I don't think I'm not sure Alex Wenberg would have gotten more from anyone else at that price. They needed a defensive center. They need anyone who could play defense on that team, really. Not much for points, but at $5 million over 2 years, age 29, I could see no teams wanting to give him more than, I don't know, 4 maximum for Wenberg. So yeah, there's that. Back to here we go. Where are we sitting? Where are we sitting here? So so far the Leafs in. We have Chris Tanev, OEL, Stolars, Domi, Hakanpää, Liljegren out, Lyubushkin, Edmondson, Bertuzzi, Samsonov. Oh no, Murray was re-signed. Robertson has requested a trade, and Brody's not going to be re-signed. Tarasenko to the Sens, really? We were just talking about that, how Sens could use a Tarasenko kind of player back in the top 6. Maybe they'll do the same. I wonder what's the term on it. Another big piece of news here. Okay, so Friedman hasn't announced the Tarasenko deal yet. 5 years at $9 million AA. What? No. Are you pulling my chain here? Tyler? Are you welcome? By the way, thank you for the news. Are you? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me here? No way they signed Tarasenko to that. That seems way overpaid. That seems overpaid and too long. I don't see it. I don't see it on Cap Friendly yet. And Elliot Friedman hasn't tweeted about it yet. There's some other big news. I'll get to in a second here. Okay, we'll stick a pin in the Tarasenko thing just for a second. I'm not seeing. Okay, well, we have some Sean Walker news. So he is signed, like we thought, by the Carolina Hurricanes to a 5-year deal worth $18 million, 3.6 mil AAV. Not bad AAV for a player like that. 5 5 years seems a little long though, but the AAV seems fine. So maybe that's what brought it down. I'm He's an offensive player. He's to me he's like an offensive D man slash truck puck transporter who plays like a bottom pairing minutes on a contender. So um so yeah, so I guess that's decent, but yeah, for Carolina, ouch. Still, um, so Sean Walker, yeah, 5 years, again at 3.6 million AAV. Um, uh, that's interesting. Um, some interesting news about Tanev here. Toronto was 10th in shot blocks per game, 14th in D zone puck recoveries per game, and allowed the 19th most rush scoring chances against per game. They look to improve in all three categories with the addition of Chris Tanev. That tweet was sent out in a chart by Megan Shaikaya at Megan Shayeka. I'm butchering the last name there. Again, check my Twitter at Hotmail Crash Test if you want to see some of those stats she just put up. Okay, so the other. Okay, so I haven't been able to find anything on Tarasenko yet. They also say Sean Simpson is saying they were smart, of course. Then, but I'm lost on the Perron signing with little room to get Pinto done, to get him extended. So I don't know. Tarasenko, you were trolling. Okay, don't get me going for too long here. You were going on a tangent. I thought you were. That didn't make sense because yeah, 9 million was way too. The giveaway should have been 9 million. Anyways, okay. Thank you for coming clean. All right. So, big announcement here. NHL announces that of July 10th, Joel Quenneville and Stan Bowman and Al McIsaac are eligible to seek employment in the NHL. They had been suspended because of their inadequate response upon being informed in 2010 of allegations that Blackhawks player Kyle Beach had been assaulted by the club's video coach. How does everybody feel about this? I could read what the NHL put out on this if you want as well. Why not? Fill a little time here. While it is clear, this is Bettman speaking apparently, while it is clear that at the time their responses were unacceptable, each of these three individuals has acknowledged that and used his time away from the game to engage in activities which not only demonstrate sincere remorse of what happened, but also evidence greater awareness of the responsibilities that all NHL personnel have, particularly personnel who are in positions of leadership. Moreover, each has made significant strides in personal improvement by participating in myriad programs, many of which focused on the imperative of responding in effective and meaningful ways to address alleged acts of abuse. The league expects that they will continue this commitment in any future capacity with the NHL and or one of our clubs. That was released by the NHL just now. So I'll be interested to see, especially where Joel Quenneville goes as a coach. Will he start in a place like Columbus? Wow, wouldn't that be weird? They hire Babcock, fire him after 2 weeks, and then this year they hire Quenneville. Yeah, I don't know if Columbus is going to go down that road, but I think Quenneville could still be a good coach. I'm not sure how I feel about him coming back into the league as of this moment. Stan Bowman, I have even harder time with him as well. for some reason. Feels like ultimately it was more his decision on what to do, on what was, so. And then there's already people talking about because the Edmonton Oilers need a GM, right? And well, I mean, they brought in Evander Kane and Corey Perry. Why not, finish the I can't even English. I'm not speaking it properly. So yeah, so that's okay. Interesting. More interesting news here. Another fresh release. Are you ready for this? Speaking of Edmonton, sort of. Vincent Desharnais is signed by the Vancouver Canucks at 2 times $2 million. So 2 million AAV over 2 years. Maybe that's part of the reason. Maybe the Leafs were poking around Desharnais as well, but when they saw they could get Hackenpah for a $500,000 less over the same term, they went that route instead. So there's that. So I still only have cereal and some pieces of mango in my stomach. And we're going on over 7 hours. Over 7 hours. Wow. Okay. What else we got here? Let's hit refresh. Usually the Sportsnet trade tracker is behind. Okay, I see a couple of new things here on the Sportsnet tracker. So, all right. So, Ima Book Bungie, I believe who was a bottom sixer for Ottawa last, if I'm not mistaken, just signed a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Penguins at league minimum. And then Colin Delia, a goaltender, I want to say formerly of Chicago, signs a 1-year deal at league minimum. So I thought, didn't the Oilers re-sign Calvin Pickard? I'm pretty sure they did. So Colin Delia's got to be like their third stringer, their first call up. From yeah, so I think that's what that is. Let's just look at Edmonton here real quickly. Yeah, they did re-sign Pickard. Yeah, to 2 years at 1 million AAV. Stuart Skinner still has left 2 years on his deal as well. And now Pickard, or excuse me, Delia gets 1 year from the Oilers. James Neal still has 1 year left on his buyout from the Oilers too, at just under $2 million. And so Jack Campbell, this is what his buyout on the Oilers looks like over the next 5 years. So instead of paying him $5 million for the next 3 years, I think it was, he's got 1.1 next year, 2.3 the year after, 2.6 the year after that, then back down to 1.5 over the next 3 years. So 6 years of 2.6 million or less. 1.1, 2.3, 2.6, and then 1.5 for the last 3. So there's that. So yeah, so I'd expect Colin Delia. Yeah, he's already on their minor league AHL roster list there. Okay, there you have it. Anything else going on here? Beep, 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 beep. Okay, refresh. Got nothing. Let's see if we got anything through Elliot Friedman. No, nothing after the D Harnay signing. So Frank Saravelli, who can be a bit of an alarmist. Anyways, he tweets that uh, Bowman will become a top candidate um, for the Oilers GM vacancy, which I mentioned already. I believe he was on Edmonton's radar when Jeff Jackson was hired last summer, though still ineligible then. Okay, well, there you have it already. Some people talking about how good of a deal the Carolina got for Sean Walker. I thought it was definitely a good AAV. I just don't think he's good as the players they lost, obviously. Uh, Daniel Briere met with the media to talk about Michkov. Pity people. I'm scrolling through Twitter here, just to pick up any. Starting to lose my bit of my energy, but because I'm running off of fumes. The Detroit Red Wings have re-signed forward Christian Fischer to a 1-year, $1.15 million contract. So Matt Larkin, formerly of the Hockey News, now with Daily Faceoff, makes a good point. Makes a really good point. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. About the NHL, about the news, the NHL coming out with news of Quenneville and Bowman and the other dude, McIsaac. And he says if the NHL had no reservations about reinstating Bowman, Quenneville, McIsaac, then why news dump it on July 1st in the middle of free agent frenzy? Very good point. He goes, you know what you're doing? Embarrassing behavior. Yeah, it's very hard to argue with Matt Larkin there. Like that was very strategic. They were hoping it would be glazed over by everyone and lost in the news. So not cool. NHL, yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's some news. 3 minutes old. Alexander Carrier is not going anywhere. He's re-signed to a 3-year contract with an AAV of $3.75 million. That's a great deal. That is a very good deal. This is going to be a very good Nashville team. It's amazing how Trotz, at least for a couple of years, this is going to be a very good team. Wow, it's amazing how they went from, oh, they're definitely rebuilding to, my God, they kind of look like they might be kind of contenders now. The Nashville Predators, again, Nashville just re-signed Alexander Carrier to a 3-year contract with an AAV of $3.75 million. Really good deal. Really good deal there. Wow. Okay, I gotta just get up out of my chair for a second. Oh wow, stretch my legs. Uh, what else do we have? So yes, Alexander Carrier, probably one of the best defensemen left on the board, is now gone. And of course, Sean Walker was just officially confirmed to a really good deal to Carolina. I want to say, was it a 5-year, 3.75, something like that? Good deal for them too. Um, yeah, Vincent Desharnais signed a 2-year deal. We talked about that already. St. Louis Blues have got to be one of the quietest teams out there, along and one of the most disappointing. I would say. I would say they're up there. Um, what else? Talking about who might. Kent Hughes says Trevor Lotowski and Stefan Robidas will return as assistant coaches with the Habs. Discussions will start soon with Martin St. Louis to see if he wants to add a third assistant to replace Alex Burrows, who left. I haven't heard of him signing anywhere else at the moment. Alex Burrows, who will remain with the team as a consultant. Okay, huh? Um, that sounds like something specific to me. That sounds like maybe there's been an illness in the family, um, or maybe he wants to spend more time with his kids and he wants to take a step back for a year. I don't know. That's just what I read when I see something like that. In any case, I hope everything's okay for him. Oh, Akeem Alou has tweeted out about the Stan Bowman Quenville reinstatement. He says a cover up of a sexual assault in order to win a championship. Sit out 2.5 years and you're welcome back into the league with open arms. There are honest mistakes and there are malicious acts. Being part of the highest level of sports in your field is a privilege, and actions like this should preclude you from ever being part of that again. NHL leadership was and continues to be a complete farce. Huh. Isn't Akeem Alou playing with LA now? Didn't they sign him to a contract? Yeah, but don't quote me on that. Just going through the list here. Seeing what's left. Let's do a little refresher here on the signings. Okay, yeah, Christian Fisher resigns in Detroit for 1 year at 1.125. We didn't know the money. He's age 27. He's a right winger. Depth guy. Okay, something new in here. We didn't know about Alec Martinez, what he was getting paid or his AAV. He's got paid 1 year at $4 million to go to Chicago. It's interesting that another team couldn't, even a contender. Maybe they could have gotten close to maybe 3 million max for what is probably a bottom pairing guy now, but still a good defenseman. He's 36 years old. Yeah. Okay. And then Calvin DeHaan signs. I always thought was an underrated defenseman who bounced around so much, and I don't know why. There's some reason why, but he always seems to be a decent player. I don't get it, but and he resigns with good teams like Tampa, like contenders all the time. Maybe he takes a pay cut because he just wants to win. I don't know. Carolina, Tampa, now Colorado. Calvin DeHaan. He played for Chicago at some point years ago. Calvin DeHaan signs a 33-year-old defenseman, signs a 1-year, $800,000 deal with the Colorado Avalanche. You could do a lot worse with bottom pairing guys. So that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. I guess as soon as Sean Walker left, they signed him. I think they would have rather given Sean Walker the same amount of money, but even the term no. But Calvin Han at 800 grand, that's not bad. Feels like if he really wanted to, he could get around 2 million, or around there, give or take, at least. As a bottom pairing guy, huh? Interesting. Moving on. Daniel Briere basically says we're not focusing on making the playoffs. Our focus is on big picture to keep a cup to build a cup contender. That's not going to happen in 1 year or two. A rebuild takes time. Okay, let's see if Philly challenges for the playoffs and falls out of the playoffs last minute again this coming year. That will be interesting, huh? How many people are going to be like? How many predictions are going to be like? Am I going to put Philly in a wild card spot or not? I don't know. Plus, they got Mitchkov now, right? Who did they lose? I'm not sure. Did they lose anyone? They lost. Well, they traded Walker last season, along with and they re-signed the other guy, and they re-signed Hathaway. It's their goaltending. I'm still suspect on in Philly. Um, Plus, they got Mitchkov. They got more scoring this year. I think they still need a veteran defenseman there, though. That's the problem in Philly. I don't know if this is sarcasm or not, but it says it's. I don't think so, but it says the evolving Wild, who usually puts out stats cards, says without a doubt in my mind, the Hurricanes have, to some, unfortunately, already won free agency in the first 4 hours of day one. Yeah, I don't know about that. Shining Walker and Gostosphere. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, Walker is a good deal, but not anywhere compared to what they lost. Gostosphere is a bottom pairing power play guy who can step in the power play. Mika Pachkin. Thoughts on the Hurricanes' moves? Honestly, D looks solid again. What about the forwards, though? The Hurricanes, they lost Brady Shea. They lost Pesci. Um, I gotta say, I'm not as optimistic about their defense. I don't think as you are. Sean Walker can move the puck well. He's got some defensive limitations though. Gossesfire can can do decently on a power play. Um, having on my fantasy team and picking him up here and there, you'll be great for maybe a couple weeks and then disappear for a month in terms of points. But he can produce points. He's very possible of it. But they lost. They lost two really good guys, defensemen who can play defense really well as well. Brady Shea is more of a two-way guy. I understand that, but Brady Shea, but and I know the money they spent on these two guys is a decent deal, definitely. But I don't know. I feel like to be honest, their defense is really taking a hit. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, seven. Nashville's overpaying everybody, right? Pesci is not that good. I'm a season ticket member and watch him age every day. Ghost is going to be PP1 QB, and Walker will pair him on the third pair. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, I like, yeah, that's where I like Ghost. He's a third pairing guy. If he's slotted next to a defensive defenseman who can play PP1. Pesci is now with New Jersey. Sean Walker, I'm just worried about. Sean Walker is good. Is a guy who can transport the puck well. I'm just concerned about his, and I think he played well, half decently in the playoffs, didn't he? From what I remember, I'm just worried about, and it's a good deal for him either way. It's just the defensive side of things that they lost in those two players, and what they're getting back is almost the opposite, right? Thank you for joining, by the way, Mika. Glad to have you in the chat. Yeah, Chatfield, a nice bit of business with him. Orlov, second pair. Yeah, that's pretty decent. And then next season, Nishishkin comes in and takes Burns' spot, and Scott Morrow takes Orlov's spot. Yeah, you're probably more familiar with Nikishkin. I can't even say it. Nikishkin than I am as a prospect. And Morrow. We'll see. We'll see if they can give those guys some cups of coffee this year. If guys get injured, or if Gostisfire disappears for a number of games, like he can sometimes, we'll see. He's in the KHL and has one of the best D-men the past 2 years from Russia. You're talking about Nikishkin, I'm assuming, yeah. Cool. Canes need forwards bad though. Yeah, they don't. What do they have? Like around $10 million left to sign some players. Let's take a look here. Yeah, so they have just over $10 million in cap space, and yeah, they got to be looking at some forwards. Who would you like them to sign? Who would you like them to see? Would you like them to re-sign Netjes? Is there someone else you have in mind? Well, Cap Friendly is telling me maybe there's something I'm not taking into consideration, but Cap Friendly is telling me just under 10.3 million in terms of current cap space. That's just what they're telling me. 14 million. I believe trade Netjes for something big. Yeah, is he's still an RFA, right? Netjes. Is he an RFA? Yeah, he's an RK. He's an RFA with Arbrights, and he's only 25. How did you feel about Netjes's play throughout the season, or how do you feel about him in general as a player, Mika? You want to see Netjes sold. Any particular thing about Netjes's game which you don't like? You think he's just overhyped? So he's got in 77 games last season, 24 goals, 53 points, 82 games the season before that. I'm not saying this for you necessarily because you probably already noticed, but for any other viewers and myself, 82 games in the season before last, 28 goals, 71 points. And then the 2 seasons before that, 40, 41 points, both 14 goals. And in the playoffs, he had in 11 games, 4 goals, 9 points. Do you feel he's overrated? Do you feel he's just a complete? Do you feel he's defensively liable? Not just an elite player, but he doesn't play defense like Rod wants, and he turns the puck over a lot. Rod doesn't trust him defensively. Whatever team he goes to, he will be 80 to 100 point player, no doubt. Yeah, so if he's got some defensive shortcomings, maybe that's why he hasn't been traded yet. I wonder. I wonder what might be happening there. You know what just came to thought though would probably be, yeah. I mean, you're probably not looking in that direction. I feel like hmm, I wonder if Truba might be a thing there. Um, it might have to be Truba plus, uh, and maybe there's. I don't think they would retain salary though, so maybe that's not a good idea with Truba, because he's got eight. It's an $8 million cap hit, but yeah, I just as an RFA, and I don't know what he's asking for right now. I mean, his last contract was was $3 million, so he's probably looking for at least 7, I would imagine. Um, Around $7 million, 6.5, $7 million minimum. 25 years old too, maybe more. He also wants to play center, but Rod won't let him. Yeah, that might help his value though in a trade. Hmm. I mean, they need to do something with him now. That he's not under contract. He's just well. When is his ARB? Wait a second. He's ARB. He's a RFA with ARB rights. So, huh? So they have to trade him before they have to offer him a qualifying offer. So they've got a deadline here to trade Netches. Because if they take him, if they obviously take him to ARB rights, his salary is going to go way up. Maybe it's only on a. Usually those deals are kind of on short term deals, like 3 at maximum. Maybe even it'll be like a 1 or 2 year deal that could walk him to a UFA. I don't know how many years that would take, but that's what they might be looking at. And you think they might want to do like a sign and trade with Netches, but it looks like their window to do that is really closing fast. Yeah, they were focused on signing the UFAs today. That didn't go well. I can see either he's traded or they signed him for a 1 year deal. I wonder if they sign him for a 1 year, if that walks him to UFA or if that keeps him as an RFA. That I don't know. Let's see, arbitration elbow. I don't know. I'm just reading the arbitration calculator here. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not going to read all that right now. Yeah, I'm not. That's something maybe I need to invest my time in. Maybe I should know about, but I just don't. So I guess the point I was getting at. What team are you a fan of? Uh, I just have. I'm just saying if they sign him for a 1 year deal and it's pricey, but they walk him to UFA, what is the return gonna be? Um, because you'd think a team that was trading for him would want a bigger extension. Otherwise, they're not going to get nearly as much back for him, right? Um, Unless they trade him at the deadline. I don't know. That seems very. It seems like things could change big. It'd be interesting to keep a close eye on that. Yes. Hackabah is huge, but he's a traffic cone. Yeah, I mean, he's a defensive defenseman, big man. I'm pretty sure OEL is going to play with him, who's a good puck mover. So I think they would make a good duo because Riley's playing with Tanev, McCabe's playing with Simon Benoit. So it should be him in OEL. I think they might have been interested in. Obviously, they were interested in players that were overpriced, like Zadorov, and even Desharnais. But Desharnais was about 500,000 more. So they kind of took the next best thing. Yeah, he had a good showing in the playoffs, and on a sound defensive team, um, like Florida, making a reasonable cap hit. He's a it's his cap hit that he had before with Vancouver that made him a bad player. Really, he's not that anymore. But as a bottom pairing guy who will probably end up running Toronto's power play at least for the first part of the season, it's not a bad signing for them. Uh, I just wanted more of another defensive defenseman in there, like a Matt Roy or someone. But all these guys were just too expensive. So and Yakinpa is sort of what's left, right? So am I thrilled about Hakanpaa? No. But I'm glad he's a defensive defenseman who can play with someone who can move the puck. So they should be um, and just and hit and just cross check people in the face who stand in front of the net, kind of a guy. So hopefully that works out. For me, it could have been worse. I was just glad they got a bargain defensive defenseman in that spot. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so let's just refresh here. Let's see if we've got anything new that just popped in. As Alex Carrier, Alex Carrier we already know 3 times 3.75. Yes, Hakanpää. Yeah, I remember when he was with Anaheim, and I wanted the Leafs to trade for him as a bottom pairing guy, because of his meanness and his size. And then I think he was traded to Carolina from Anaheim, and then he was signed by Dallas for a few years right after that, where he's played half decently. So again, I don't mind him as a bottom pairing brute. Let's see how he does in Toronto, because people will pick him apart if he's a complete traffic cone. Again, OEL should help, cover up for some of those mistakes. Hopefully, I'm sure he'll just be giving the puck, shoveling it over to him all the time. Let's refresh the signings page. I'm just going to do that here. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Okay. We got a couple of things. Oh, I didn't know this wasn't made official yet, but UC Saros is 8 years at 7.74 million with Nashville for the 29-year-old. Wow, that takes him to 37. I don't know how that contract is going to age with the kind of goaltender he is. That's the only thing. They may be feel like they're taking a bit of a risk here with Saros and not finding out what the Russian goalie can do. Askarov, I want to say. Mike Riley, he re-signs with the Oilers for a 1 year, $1.25 million. 30-year-old defenseman, bottom pairing guy. I mean, that's a half decent deal for them. Jeremy Davis signs a minimum with Ottawa. Nathan Clerman signs a minimum 1 year with Pittsburgh. And that's about where we finish here. Oh boy. Okay. All right. So let's take Friedman one last time. I think I'm definitely going to call it quits at 8 hours. I'm at 7 hours and just over 43 minutes now that I've been live. So I gotta go eat. I gotta get some sunshine, vitamin D. And then I'll continue to put out some YouTube videos over the next couple of weeks, especially about NHL signings, news, that kind of thing. So keep an eye out for that. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you haven't already, and yeah, hit that subscribe button. I'd really appreciate it. As I look back here to see if anything else has popped up into the news cycle. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 2 p.m. my time. My lord. Okay. What do we have here? Anything new? Anything new? Slavkovsky, we know about. Yeah, but okay. Oh, all right. Here's some new news. This is another defensive defenseman I wanted the Leafs to pick up at one point, but Jake Middleton gets a 4-year extension in Minnesota with an AAV of 4.35 million, as announced by Darren Dreger. I don't know how old he is, but he's a good defensive D. He's been pretty solid for them ever since coming from Minnesota, from the San Jose Sharks. What else we got? Beep 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 beep. Who did Jason Zucker? Did Jason Zucker sign with Buffalo? Was it a 1-year deal? Yeah. Okay. I got some charts here that I'm retweeting. If you are on Twitter at all, check me out at Hockey Crash Test. Just putting some charts out on UC Saros. And it looks like we're winding down here fast. Yeah, definitely going to wind down in less than 15 minutes. Maybe even less than that. Capital is a big surprise this season, doing really well. Oh, that's interesting to note as well that the Canes are bringing in both former Flyers defensemen, Sean Walker and Shane Gostisbehere. What else we got here? People are getting bad vibes from Buffalo about what Adams is going to be doing. What else do we got here? Yeah, this is about where we run out of. Okay. Brad for Toronto, Brad Treveling refuses to comment on reports of Nick Robertson's trade request, other than to say there was frustration on his part. Suggests there is still a lot of opportunity for him in Toronto. Okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. I think he's a player who could pot 20 goals plus season. No points for him in the playoffs. I don't know. He's still young. I just don't know if he'll get the chance with this Leaf team. I think he needs to go to a San Jose or an Anaheim or something and light it up there. Maybe the Leafs are still trying to pump up his tires in order to trade him. Maybe that's what that comment was about. Huh. In speaking about the family-like culture the Florida Panthers have built, Zito said that players were getting texts from Radko Gudas when they were still on the ice after winning the cup. Uh, New Jersey has signed forward Mike Hardman to a two-way, 2-year deal. Uh, Connor Carrick signs a 1-year, two-way deal with Oilers worth league minimum. Um, Sean Monahan says he's excited about playing in Columbus. There's a card from Vincent from Jay Fresh. Put out a stats card on Vincent Deharnay, who says is a big physical defensive defenseman and PK specialist. 2 years by 2 million AAV. Wow, Shane Goss is fired, not going anywhere for 3 years in Carolina. You must be happy with that. I'm just scrolling through Twitter here, picking up on some leftover news. Huh. More news. Connor Carrick. What else we got here? There's a chart from Andy from Rono Analyst on the Minnesota signing Jacob Middleton. They say it's a great deal for Middleton, very bad for Minnesota, though. Okay, I like him as a defensive defenseman. Maybe he's slowing down right now, and I haven't been watching Minnesota as much as I used to. Um, okay, so Frank Cervelli says that there was a lot percolating out there today, but to clarify one item, Shane Pinto has not asked for a trade. Apparent earlier, and pretty much while I mentioned it, that he did ask for one. So interesting. Pinto has not asked for a trade. I don't know how they're going to fit him under the cap. We'll see. Edmonton, yeah, Edmonton is collecting Connors. But they have like 3 Connors now. Another chart by Jay Fresh on Jake Middleton is a puck-carrying defenseman who played top 4 minutes last season. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll analyze. Yeah, I'll do some analyzation of the offseason later. Chicago media members are speaking out after the NHL reinstated former Blackhawks executives. Scott Powers says, I want to say he's a beat reporter, what Brad Aldrich allegedly did while with the Blackhawks was bad enough, but their management's failure to properly report him allowed him to go on and sexually assault a minor. To me, there's no coming back from that. Maybe not surprising, but the NHL's decision was wrong today. Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of blowback from that decision with Joel Quenneville and Bowman and McIsaac. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah. All right. Just sort of looking through the vines here to see what's left. Oh, yeah. A lot of people are not liking the whole Bowman, McIsaac, Quenneville reinstatement, and for good reason, especially releasing it today on the peak day of free agent frenzy. All right. Well, I think it's 7:54. I think that's enough, right? I don't think I need any more here. I'll do one last refresh before I shut this down. Tampa Bay Lightning re-signed Emil Lindbergh to a 2-year contract extension at $800,000 in one way. That's the last bit of news. Brad Trebling says he went 4 years with Oliver Ekman-Larsson in order to get the player. Same reason he gave Ryan Reeves an extra year at this time last year. I don't know sure I know what that means. I know he was the assistant in Arizona, so he knows him well, but the Puckpedia talking about the cap hit for the LA Kings. And I think we're good. I guess we'll look one last time. Okay, let's see what Friedman has anything last. Red Wings signed for Christian Fischer. We already knew that. And we're good. Okay, I think I'm going to call it a day. Oh, wow, that's 8 hours. 8 hours. Okay, I need to go eat, and be a human, that kind of stuff. Go do the outside sun thing. I'm sure there'll be more news that comes piling through. I'm starting to sweat. Oh my god. So that's it. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. I really appreciate it. Please give me a thumbs up before you go. It really that would really help. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well. I will be today is July 1st. Obviously, I'll be doing some more news of the day sort of videos over the next couple of weeks. At some point in August, probably doing a grading the off seasons of each team, that kind of thing. So stay tuned. Thank you again for everybody for dropping in and getting involved in the chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy. For Canadians, enjoy. Hope you're enjoying your Canada Day. For everywhere else, I hope you have a great summer. And yeah, keep checking in with me. I'll be putting out videos on YouTube just as normal to pick up any signings, all that kind of stuff. Because a lot of the insiders are going on vacation now. So there's that. Thanks again. And please remember to be excellent to each other.